Hey there. I just wanted to come on really quick before the actual video started and let everybody know that this is the rape gang document that was produced in UK, and I have gone through and read all of it out loud. Took me a little over 6 hours. I'll be coming back at a later time and posting the appendix. I'll be doing that on a later day on a later stream. You can look me up, same name on Kick and on Twitch if you wanted to do that. I will say that there's a trigger warning here, but everybody needs to hear it. And if you don't hear it, read it yourself. If you don't feel like reading it, here I am. I will do this every time. You may notice that I get increasingly more angry, and that's never going to change. I have my own children, and all of this hits very, very hard to me, and it upsets me greatly. So just keep that in mind going into this. This is something that is going to be holy shit levels, and that's not even including the appendixes at the end where there's even more testimony, where there's, more people that are telling what all was going on that were not part of the initial inquiry. So, I'll leave it at that. I hope you enjoy the video. I mean, for what it is. And, like, comment, subscribe, check me out on one of my streams. I game and stuff sometimes. And, take care of yourselves. Like, I don't know who needs to hear this, but make sure your kids are good. Like, this is a lot. Alright? Love you guys. Take it easy. Let's just jump straight into this one. I've been wanting to do this since I saw that it came out. What's up, Zeno? We're going to be discussing I'm going to be going over the entire rape gang thing that came out in the UK. So, just a friendly heads up, my guy. Because this is a big deal. Here it is. Okay. I haven't read this yet. I just know it exists. And yeah. So let's see what it says. I guess I can make me a little bigger. I want to, make this a little bigger. There we go. That's readable, right? Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Contents. Acknowledgements. Every witness who volunteered their testimony, whether survivor, parent, whistleblower, politician, or expert, showed courage that made this inquiry possible. Their contributions have ensured that the truth is now a matter of permanent public record. Rupert Lowe MP's energy and commitment ensured that the rape gang inquiry took place. He has been unwavering in his devotion to make sure that this rotting stain on our country's history has remained firmly in the public eye. Deep gratitude is extended to the entire inquiry team, led by Sammy Woodhouse, Nat Enderby Shenton, Marlon West, Deborah Sudbury, and Julie Ballin worked tirelessly to bring the evidence together and support every survivor who came forward. A special thank you is owed to MPs Esther McVeigh, not to be confused with the other McVeighs, Nick Timothy, and Carla Lockhart, I wonder if she's related to Tifa, for taking the time to sit on the inquiry panel. I guess I'm going to be full of dad jokes this time. Dr. Mark Dury has been extremely generous in enriching the reports that follows with his expert knowledge. We are also grateful to Charlie Downs, Joshua Fermi, Harrison Pitt, and Graham Smith for their editorial oversight and counsel. Oh, 1 second. Hi, baby. All right. Last but not least, we thank the untold thousands across Britain who made all of this possible by donating to ensure that this inquiry could take place. Britain doesn't have a racism problem, it has an immigration problem. Rupert Lowe. As is the case with many decent, hard-working Britons, I was unaware of the sheer scale of the evil that has been and continues to be perpetrated by chiefly Pakistani Muslim men against vulnerable young white women and girls in communities up and down our country. But a single court transcript from one such horrific case, amplified by Elon Musk early this year, that's thanks to him owning X now, set in motion a long overdue national reckoning on the matter that inspired over 20,000 British patriots to help fund our rape gang inquiry. What follows is a comprehensive report of its findings. It is essential that all related court documents are securely preserved for both legal and historical reasons. I'm grateful to everyone on my team who has contributed to exposing this demonic chapter in Britain's history. A combination of the paralyzing fear of racism accusations and the scramble for votes from imported foreign subcultures meant that the pure evil was allowed to metastasize. Yeah, it's really hard to like at this point calling somebody a racism for a lot of people is like a badge of honor now. So that's a thing. Hello, doll. How are you, doll? How's it going, doll? I'm reading something that is extremely heavy, if that's something you're into. This is the rape gang report that got released by Rupert Lowe in the UK on the 16th. And apparently it's been like going on for like 70 years. It's just, I haven't even gotten into it, but I got my 5-year-old daughter and my 14-year-old daughter, and this is kind of important to bring attention to, in my opinion. Later on, depending on how I feel, I think this thing's like 200 something pages. I might go back and play some more, what was I playing yesterday? Pal World, because the Pal World 1.0 releases on July 10th, so I was getting back in the swing of it. Love that game. 400 plus hours, love it. Alright. Nor is the horrendous ordeal over. The root cause was immigration, beginning with the British Nationality Act, 1948, and escalating under Tony Blair from 1997 onward. Believing proud nations to be responsible for the mid-20th century destruction of Europe, our post-war leaders embraced diversity and multiculturalism as the supposedly civilized alternative. That would mean that Nazi Germany made everybody freak out and think that they needed to be completely open to multiculturalism. Okay, this report establishes beyond any doubt that this open society obsession has in fact enabled untold barbarism of its own. Oil and water do not mix, and cultural differences going back centuries are the genesis of this problem. I urge all Britons to read this report in full. I'm not British, but I'm going to do it anyways, because I feel like we have the same problem some places here. Lessons need to be learned, and prosecutions need to follow for the appalling cowardice of those responsible for refusing to resist such horrors. The strongest possible penalties, up to and including death, must also be sought for those yet to be properly punished, or indeed punished at all, for their vile, unspeakable crimes. The world is a dangerous place to live, not because of the people who are evil, but because of the people who don't do anything about it. Isn't that the truth? Albert Einstein. Man is the cruelest animal. Nietzsche. The Rape Gang Inquiry has now concluded the first phase of its work. It was established to examine one of the most horrendous scandals in the long history of this country, of Britain, not our country or this country. The systemic targeting of vulnerable girls, overwhelmingly white British by predominantly Muslim Pakistani gangs across towns and cities up and down the nation. The evidence presented throughout the hearings confirmed what had long been known but repeatedly denied by many in the political class. The inquiry welcomed girls, boys, men, and women of all races and religions to testify to their experiences to gain a complete picture of the rape gang phenomenon. The Casey Report of 2025 stated that disproportionate numbers of men from Asian ethnic backgrounds. Huh. That's a choice. Were among the suspects for group-based child sexual exploitation, or CSE. Baroness Casey quoted local reports showing that a significant proportion of those convicted were of Pakistani and/or Muslim heritage. The Rape Gang Inquiry was necessary because the state and its institutions have failed catastrophically over decades. Police, social services, schools, the NHS, licensing authorities, NHS is their National Health Service, licensing authorities, and governments allowed these gangs to operate with impunity. There was a demonstrable lack of political will to confront them. The Labour Party initially refused a public inquiry altogether, only relenting under considerable pressure. It will be many years before this inquiry is complete, and there is no guarantee that it will adequately address the politically sensitive, ethno-religious nature of the phenomenon. Despite now pushing for an inquiry in opposition, when in government, the Conservative Party did very little. The Rape Gang Inquiry was survivor-led. Every day the panel sat with Sammy Woodhouse, a survivor-turned-activist herself, alongside a variety of experts who attended whenever their specialist subject formed the focus of our efforts to get to the truth. We examined distinct areas of the scandal in turn so that a maximally full picture could be established. Parents and carers described their experiences. Instances of pregnancy, abortion, and children born of rape were laid bare. Whistleblowers who had previously been ignored gave evidence. Policing and justice failures were documented. Social care, NHS services, including sexual health and mental health, education, taxi licensing, demographic trends, cultural and social issues, and ideological obstructions to justice were all scrutinized without restriction. Nothing was off the table. Misguided political correctness and cultural sensitivities played no part in the proceedings. The promise made to every donor was honored in full. The truth was pursued, and justice was our only objective. Survivors were finally given the platform they had been denied for so long and were central to the inquiry. The full scale and nature of the crimes can now be placed on the public record. The true horror of what took place is no longer hidden. Although the inquiry lacked statutory powers, the response was overwhelming. Politicians, whistleblowers, experts, family members, and many others came forward. Those few in prominent positions who declined to give evidence did so knowing their refusal would be noted. Good. Love to see that. This report set out findings and makes clear recommendations for how the problem of rape gangs can be eradicated. The country now knows the full truth. The country has been given the basis for justice. The country has the roadmap to ensure these crimes never happen again. Yeah, guessing it's right in the big top header. It just says remigration. The Rape Gang Inquiry examined the systemic targeting of vulnerable girls, overwhelmingly white British, by predominantly Muslim Pakistani gangs across towns and cities throughout the United Kingdom. The evidence put to the inquiry confirms that the scandal constitutes one of the most horrendous failures in the history of the country. Organized networks of perpetrators built coordinated operations that transported victims between locations, supplied them with drugs and alcohol, recorded abuse for distribution and blackmail, and passed girls between multiple adult men. These crimes have been committed for decades, since the 1950s, by Pakistanis in particular, and have affected every region of our nation. The scale of the crimes committed is staggering. It has been previously established that at the very least 250,000 young white girls have been subjected to... Who the hell are you? Oh. Let's fix that real quick. Bye. The scale of the crimes committed is staggering. It has been previously established that at least 250,000 young white girls have been subjected to repeated rape, gang rape, trafficking, torture, pregnancy, forced Islamic conversion, and lifelong trauma. The true number is probably higher. The perpetrators bear primary responsibility, yet the institutional failures that enabled them for decades must also be confronted. In court records and official inquiries, around 87% of those convicted in these group-based child sexual exploitation cases bore distinctively Muslim names. The vast majority of men involved in these gangs were not convicted, although they probably thought it was a game. Dr. Taj Hargi, an imam with the Oxford Islamic Congregation, believes the true proportion of gang members who are Muslims to be around 95%. This figure far exceeds the Muslim share of the overall United Kingdom population. The overwhelming majority of the rape gang networks consisted entirely of men from Muslim backgrounds, predominantly of Pakistani heritage, although smaller groups from Somali, Iranian, Syrian, Turkish, and other Muslim origins were also involved. The inquiry heard harrowing testimony from survivors and their families. The method used to groom children typically followed the same process. Girls as young as 11 were initially befriended by a young Muslim man who then treated the young child like an adult and would then start providing them with alcohol, drugs, and cigarettes. After a few months, the girls would then be collected from school gates, care homes, and streets in taxis. They were taken to houses, flats, restaurants, and hotels where they were raped repeatedly by groups of men, tortured, filmed for blackmail, and told they were white trash or kuffar who merited punishment. Many became pregnant while still children, some miscarried under trauma, others endured coerced abortions, and some gave birth to children who were later removed by the state. We found that the same unspeakable crimes occurred in at least 149 local authority districts, close to 40% of all districts across the United Kingdom. Page 14 for the full map. Oh, there's a map. Okay. Survivors described the daily rapes, red rooms of extreme torture. That's gonna really hurt the concept of red rooms, brought to you by the 50 Shades series. Trafficking by cities, between cities, and institutional belief that compounded their suffering. Some girls were even trafficked to the Middle East, where they would endure Islamic marriage. Holy shit. The demographic and cultural drivers are clear. Perpetrators from Pakistani Muslim and other Muslim backgrounds operated under an honor and shame-based clan code that treated non-Muslim girls, especially white working-class girls, as property available for sexual use. This pattern was reinforced by 8 theological and illegal aspects of Islam. These include the doctrine of Muslim superiority, drawn from Quranic verses that position Muslims at the top, with a duty to correct non-believers. The gang members' justification for their crimes can be found in the Islamic principles of loyalty and disavowal known as Awala Walabara. It demands enmity toward non-Muslims. The superiority of men over women, forced marriage combined with the absence of any fixed minimum age of consent. The perception of female sexuality as inherently dangerous, a system of sex slavery that authorizes sexual relations with non-Muslim captives, and a religiously sanctioned social hierarchy that subjugates conquered non-Muslims. These elements, filtered through clannish immigrant subcultures, provided religious justification that enabled the systemic race and even slaughter of white British girls. Were Britain functioning effectively, these girls would have received considerable state protection. However, every one of our institutions failed them, catastrophically. Police forces ignored repeated reports, criminalized victims instead of perpetrators, destroyed evidence, and allowed known racists to walk free on bail. Social care services undermined protective parents, placed children in trafficking hubs inside children's homes, closed cases despite clear indicators of exploitation, and retaliated against whistleblowers. The NHS recorded genital injuries, multiple sexually transmitted infections in children as young as 13, pregnancies caused by rape, and suicide attempts, yet discharged victims back to their abusers without safeguarding referrals or trauma care. Schools observed older men collecting girls at the gates, heard disclosures of rape on school premises, and responded by excluding victims rather than protecting them. Taxi licensing authorities renewed permits for drivers who formed the logistical backbone of the networks and collapsed in the face of organized protests when basic safety measures were proposed. Political failure lies at the heart of the scandal. Successive government lacked the will to confront the ethnic and religious patterns. The Labour Party bears particular responsibility. It initially refused a public inquiry and only relented under pressure by ordering a process viewed with widespread skepticism. Labour-dominated councils and MPs were briefed on the gangs long ago, yet later denied knowledge. The party prioritized electoral reliance on Muslim voting blocs and then blocked or watered down inquiries, suppressed ethnicity data, and framed legitimate concerns as far-right agitation. If being opposed to rape gangs makes you far-right, just cut off the left side of my body. When finally forced to act, the Labour government produced a national inquiry whose tightly drawn terms of reference deliberately excluded systemic examination of the demographic, cultural, and religious drivers. The Conservative Party, while in government, continued with Labour's approach and failed to impose mandatory ethnicity recording or launch a full statutory inquiry despite clear evidence from Rotherham and elsewhere. Scottish political parties have refused a dedicated inquiry and failed to record offender ethnicity. Political correctness, fear of accusations of racism, and fear of losing electoral support from certain demographics have taken precedence over the protection of British children. Whistleblowers, parents, and survivors who came forward showed extraordinary courage, despite having been met in the past with disbelief and intimidation. The perpetrators operated with impunity because the state enabled them. The evidence now demands immediate and decisive action to eradicate the problem, deliver justice for the victims, and ensure these abhorrent crimes are eradicated from our shores. We now have a clearer sense of the problem. There are a number of measures necessary to resolve them, up to and including considerable changes to our criminal justice system, the passage of legislation aimed at targeting specifically gang-based CSE, and a great amount of institutional overhaul. Our detailed list of recommendations includes improved data recording on ethno-religious patterns among offenders, far stronger sentencing, a comprehensive deportation effort, there we go, institutional accountability measures, multi-agency coordination, specialist training, enhanced safeguarding through greater family involvement, and closing the various gaps in British law through which so many victims fell. Following the publication of this report, we intend to release the full witness testimonies, gather additional survivor accounts, and identify those responsible in Parliament. I cannot wait for that. I want to see every single person who, signed this off just be crushed. And begin civil and private legal actions to ensure maximal accountability. Overview of crimes. Okay, this is the part that I was not looking forward to. This is just the overview. Rape gangs have exploited children systematically across every region of the United Kingdom for decades. The independent chair of the Center for Excellence of Children's Care and Protection, Alexis J., has identified the 1970s as the decade when immigrant rape gangs first began tormenting the girls of Britain. 1970. That's 56 years since it was noted. Oh. However, the British Newspaper Archive reveals that the first recorded case of specifically Pakistani rape gangs dates back to 1955, when 4 Bradford-based Pakistanis were charged with raping a 15-year-old girl from Middlesbrough. This was soon after former colonial subjects from the subcontinent, as much of the Caribbean, became eligible to enter the United Kingdom in non-trivial numbers under the British Nationality Act of 1948. 7 years. 7 years is when it... What began as singular and small-scale instances became systemic and industrial over time. These horrific crimes have only escalated in recent decades, especially following Tony Blair's 1997 victory and the start of orchestrated mass immigration. With greater numbers came greater opportunities for abuse. Perpetuators built organized networks that transported victims between towns and cities, past girls between multiple adult men. In each of these areas, the same tactics were used. Girls as young as 11 were targeted with gifts, alcohol, and drugs, collected in taxis from school gates, care homes, and streets, and taken to houses, flats, restaurants, and hotels, and then raped repeatedly by groups of men, passed between perpetrators, trafficked across county lines, and in many cases impregnated or forced into abortions. Most victims endured violence, were filmed for blackmail, or told they were white trash or kuffar who deserved punishment. The authorities at every level, including the police, social services, health services, schools, licensing bodies, and politicians, knew the patterns, possessed the intelligence, and still failed to protect the country's children. The evidence establishes that a national scandal of repeated rape, trafficking, torture, pregnancy, forced Islamic conversion, and lifelong trauma enabled by institutional denial, political calculation, and fear of the accusation of racism took place over decades. The incidents of criminal activities listed in this report are drawn from court records, official and unofficial inquiries across the country, and witness testimony provided to the inquiry. They confirm that this was never a series of isolated local failures. It was a coordinated nationwide pattern of organized child sexual exploitation that repeated in town after town, city after city, from the far north to the south coast. The same ethnic and religious profile of the perpetrators was documented throughout almost all of the witnesses who contacted the inquiry. The scale of the gang rape phenomenon is endemic across the entirety of Britain. The 250,000 figure originates directly from a statement in the House of Lords by Lord Pearson of Rannoch on the 14th of May 2019. Do the government accept that if we extrapolate nationally the J report on Rotherham and other reports from Telford and Oxford, there appear to have been upwards of 250,000 young white girls raped in this country, very largely by Muslim men, usually several times a day for years? He added that this number is, quote, probably an estimate. An underestimate. Apologize. The extrapolation now has greater support due to further data that has been collected, derived from scaling the patterns documented in major inquiries. Rotherham, in the J report, at least 1,400 girls abused between 1997 and 2013, with some updated estimates exceeding this. Perpetrators were overwhelmingly Pakistani Muslim men. In the Telford inquiry in 2022, more than 1,000 children, predominantly girls, over decades, again with the same perpetrator profile. National footprint, the grooming gang model, has been confirmed in dozens of towns and cities. Our independent inquiry, led by Rupert Lowe, MP, has heard evidence demonstrating coordinated operations extending to all corners of the country in at least 149 local authority districts. When the Rotherham-Telford scale is applied across the documented and national distribution and multiplied by the extreme underreporting factor accepted by official review, the total reaches the 250,000 threshold as a bare minimum. We are far from grasping the full extent of grooming gang criminality in modern Britain. It is reasonable to assume that, since sexual abuse of all kinds tends to be underreported, this is also true of grooming gangs. The Independent has reported that almost 19,000 children were identified as sexual exploitation victims in England in 1 year alone, despite the reluctance of state actors to name or tackle the problem of the rape gangs. After decades of abuse, victims must number in the hundreds of thousands. The full scale is not yet known. Every major review has emphasized that recorded statistics severely understate reality. Baroness Casey National Audit of Group-Based Child Sexual Exploitation and Abuse in June 2025. The audit explicitly states that the scale, nature, and characteristics of group-based child sexual exploitation remains impossible to quantify precisely due to inconsistent data collection and historical suppression. Independent inquiry into child sexual abuse and multiple local inquiries from 2022 to 2025, it is simply not possible to know the scale because ethnicity, group offering, and historical cases were routinely unrecorded or shelved to protect community cohesion. Overleaf is a heat map that portrays the various locations in which the inquiry can be sure the rape gangs operated. It is likely that the true extent is far worse. Oh my gosh. What the fuck is that? Suspected and confirmed. The scale, the tactics, the perpetrator profile, and the systemic inaction were almost always identical everywhere. Britain did not face dozens of separate local scandals. It faced one national scandal that the state allowed to grow for decades. London stands exposed as the epicenter of institutional denial in the grooming gang scandal. While northern towns faced public inquiries after the truth emerged, the state capital maintained a wall of silence for years. The mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, has repeatedly insisted that there were no grooming gangs operating in the city. What an interesting name. As our inquiry heard from Susan Hall, leader of the Conservatives in the London Assembly, the rape gang phenomenon is in fact endemic within the capital. After challenging Khan, about the presence of such gangs in London, Hall was inundated with calls from women and girls purporting to be victims of their predation. Khan describes evidence from whistleblowers as malicious and politically motivated. They always do. He told the London Assembly that the problem was far more complex than in other parts of the country, and that young people were being exploited through county lines rather than organized group-based child sexual exploitation. What a name, Sadiq. These statements were made despite the Metropolitan Police holding reports of young girls being plied with alcohol and drugs, then raped by groups of men in hotels and other locations across the capital. A Daily Express investigation revealed that Khan has direct access to HM Inspectorate of Constabulary. Yeah, I'll take it. Documents detailing exactly these patterns of offending. He read the files, yet continued to deny the existence of grooming gangs in public. Shadow Home Secretary Chris Phillip MP has accused Khan of facilitating a cover-up, and other politicians stated that both the mayor and the Metropolitan Police had been denying grooming gangs in London. Campaigners, including whistleblower Maggie Oliver and Chris Wilde, described the capital as the last bastion of denial and warned that the scale of abuse there was more catastrophic. Wouldn't even be surprised if this person had been a part of it at some point. Not saying he is. But maybe some roads lead to the mayor. Maybe. Not anywhere else in the country. More catastrophic anywhere else in the country. The evidence now emerging confirms their warnings. In October 2025, the Metropolitan Police announced a review of 9,000 child sexual exploitation cases. The National Crime Agency launched Operation Beacon Point to examine thousands more files nationwide after initial assessments found human errors, missed lines of inquiry, and cases wrongly dropped. London forms a significant part of this backlog. A former Metropolitan Police detective has described industrial-scale child prostitution and grooming in the capital, with authorities aware but opting for inaction due to a mixture of incompetence, laziness, and corruption. London has the largest Muslim population in Britain. Khan relies on significant electoral support from those communities. I'd never have guessed. As well as having an ethno-religious motive to protect the public reputation of Pakistani Muslims. There it is right there. The ethno-religious motive. To protect them. Roads lead somewhere, huh? Widespread acknowledgement of organized networks of predominantly Pakistani Muslim men targeting vulnerable white girls would have shattered the narrative of community cohesion that successive London administrations, none more than Khan's, have promoted. I mean, like, if you get rid of them, what are his weekends going to look like, you know? As for others in authority, fear of being labeled racist paralyzed the Metropolitan Police and City Hall in the same way it did Rotherham and Rockdale before him. Before them, should I say? One anonymous whistleblower told us that boys as well as girls are an especially vulnerable target for criminal gangs, typically Albanian, Somali, or Turkish, operating in the capital. Yet the relevant bodies still refuse to collect data on ethnicity, willfully rendering themselves blind to the very behavioral patterns that are supposed to aid law enforcement in the pursuit of justice. The Metropolitan Police review, the National Crime Agency operation, and the witness accounts pouring in prove that group-based child sexual exploitation has thrived in their capital city. This inquiry records the failure without reservation. Khan and the senior leadership of the Metropolitan Police must answer for their role in this scandal. I want to know who the leadership of the Metropolitan Police is, because I bet they've got some funny names too. Until the capital confronts the truth with the same rigor now demanded elsewhere, the children of London remain at risk and the state remains complicit. This whole page, that's... Oh shit. Alright, testimony time. Testimony time. Buckle in. This is going to be a lot. Okay. Victim testimony. There are thousands of survivors who could have provided evidence to our inquiry team. Below is a summary of some of the testimony provided by our brave witnesses who spoke at the inquiry hearings. Some of the witnesses have to remain anonymous for their own safety. Chloe. Throughout her early childhood, Chloe was popular at school, performed well academically. Yep. Performed well academically and enjoyed an active social life. Yeah, she was just here, but she hasn't said anything. I don't know if she's here now. I don't think so. And enjoyed an active social life. Although her parents separated when she was young, she describes her early upbringing as relatively stable. Following the separation, full custody of Chloe and her older brother was awarded to their father despite his alcoholism. Her mother, on the other hand, was often absent from her life and became homeless following the separation. Homeless? Alcohol. Whatever. Chloe recalls a generally secure and supportive home environment under the care of her father. However, following his sudden death just before her 10th birthday, she moved in with her mother and her mother's new husband, a man she describes as a pedophile. We got things for pedophiles. Look, it's right here. By whom she was sexually abused. Chloe's mother caught her husband assaulting Chloe on many occasions, but did little to stop it. On one occasion, Chloe's mother caught her husband in the shower with Chloe, and instead of intervening, she closed the door and walked out. At this time, Chloe was 10 years old. The abuse soon escalated to rape. Chloe's stepfather supplied her with alcohol and cigarettes to keep her quiet, and she began smoking cannabis. Immediately dead. Around the same time, Chloe started truanting and spending time in the local town center with a friend unsupervised. She describes groups of Muslim men, primarily Pakistanis, aged 20 to over 50, showing them attention, including wolf whistling and buying them alcohol. Many were taxi drivers, no shit, who would take the girls into their cars and drive them around town. At this stage, there was no sexual abuse, and although the men's behavior was clearly inappropriate, Chloe and her friend, then in their final year of primary school, enjoyed being treated like adults. The grooming soon intensified. The provision of alcohol and takeaways were accompanied by emotional manipulation, with the men, many of whom were related to one another, presenting themselves as sympathetic friends to Chloe. Chloe describes the process as them mapping out, "Are you a vulnerable person?" Physical contact, including kisses and massages, became increasingly common. Meanwhile, the abuse by her stepfather at home worsened, and her mother was all but absent as a guardian. At this time, Chloe had an aunt and uncle who lived nearby, and she often sought refuge with them. She had spent holidays with them during her earlier childhood and felt that she could trust them. On one occasion, she had visited them while truanting, before returning home and spending the day there while her mother and stepfather were at work. To Chloe's surprise, her uncle arrived at her house unannounced an hour later. She invited him inside. After a brief conversation, Chloe's uncle sexually assaulted her. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Chloe resisted, and he relented and left. She told her mother about the assault, and her mother reported it to the police. The police accused Chloe of lying, no fucking surprise there, and no further action was taken. Until this incident, she had regarded her uncle as, quote, one of the best people in her life. Afterwards, there were no adults left that Chloe could confide in or seek support from. Increasingly isolated, she became more deeply involved with the groups of Muslim men she encountered in the town center. One evening, Chloe's friend suggested that they travel to a nearby town where one of the men had a hotel room. They were picked up by the man, who was drunk and under the influence of drugs, and taken to the hotel. When they arrived, hotel staff saw them but did not intervene. In the room, the girls were given a potent strain of cannabis, which left Chloe, then 11, absolutely smashed. Chloe's friend was taken into another room by a group of men, and Chloe was groped by the man who remained. Chloe resisted, and he hit her. The man did not attempt to sexually assault her again, and instead threw the girls, both of whom were still intoxicated, out of the hotel. Oh, fuck yeah. Out of the hotel and refused to drive them back to their hometown. they were forced to walk. It was around midnight. Chloe did not want to go back to her home as she feared her mother would beat her for being out late, so she stayed with her friend. In the early hours of the morning, Chloe was collected from her friend's house by the police after her mother reported her missing. Chloe lied to the police and her mother about where she had been. Chloe's mother grounded her for a month, meaning she was stuck at home with her predatory stepfather, a period she describes as torture. After the month passed, Chloe arranged to see her friend, who boasted that she had a new boyfriend. Chloe left the house to meet her, and the girls were picked up by the boyfriend, who was in fact a 25-year-old Indian man. Initially, Chloe thought the man was nice, posher than the other men she had met in the town center. He took Chloe and her friend to a shop where he purchased a bottle of vodka before picking up one of his friends and taking the girls to a secluded location. During the journey, the men began pressuring the girls for sex. Chloe refused, stating that she was on her period, but the men replied that it did not matter. Night was falling when they arrived, and the boyfriend took Chloe's friend out of the car, leaving Chloe alone with the other man. He proceeded to rape her on the back seats. This incident took place in 2003. In 2022, Chloe took the two men to court, but neither were found guilty. From this moment, Chloe's life spiraled. At 12 years old, she began drinking heavily, smoking large amounts of cannabis, and taking harder drugs including ecstasy, anything to block it out of her mind. She would drink before school just to get through the day, and her attendance dropped significantly. She and her friend would spend school hours in the town center, walking around until somebody picked them up in a car. Somebody brought them alcohol or somebody gave them drugs. There were times when Chloe would be missing for up to 3 days, during which time she was passed between taxis, drug abused, and raped. In every case, the perpetrators were Muslim and primarily Pakistani. On one occasion, Chloe was abducted by an abuser who was driving drunk and taken to a graveyard. He gave Chloe, 12 years old, whiskey before forcing himself on her and raping her. He withdrew before ejaculation and forced the empty whiskey bottle into Chloe's vagina, where it shattered. Chloe admitted herself to A&E, but no questions were asked about how she had sustained such an injury. She was examined, the glass was removed, and she was discharged. Chloe was questioned by police due to her absence on a number of occasions. Each time she was asked where she had been, who she had been with, and what she had been doing, she replied that she had been having sex with adult males in cars. Rather than opening an investigation and pursuing her abusers, the police dismissed Chloe as a prostitute. They asked her whether she was consenting to the sexual activity, and despite Chloe telling them that she did not know the definition of the word consent, they reported that she had been. The police found Chloe, as well as other missing children, in cars with the gang members on multiple occasions, but they let the gang members go without so much as questioning them. On one occasion, Chloe was in the town center and was identified as a missing child by a police officer, who questioned where she had been. Chloe told this police officer about the full extent of the abuse, and the response of the police officer was that nothing could be done, and Chloe was let go. In response to her truancy and deteriorating behavior, the school regularly placed Chloe in isolation and compelled her to attend additional after-school classes every day. This did little to improve her emotional state, and she continued to spend time with her friend and her friend's boyfriend. This went on for a number of years. The boyfriend would supply the girls with alcohol and drugs, as well as introducing them to his friends, who were exclusively South Asian men. On one occasion, he took the girls to his place of work, a textiles factory, where he raped Chloe. Following this incident, Chloe stopped spending time with the friend who, up until this point, had accompanied her through her exploitation. By this time, Chloe had become so accustomed to her lifestyle of spending time with the Muslim gangs that she continued to do so without her friend. On one occasion, following another late return home, her mother grounded her for 2 months. Fearing further abuse from her stepfather, Chloe walked to a nearby social services officer while her mother was at work and reported him. Chloe was interviewed by the social workers about the abuse, after which her mother and stepfather were arrested and questioned. Both denied that the abuse was taking place and were released without charge. Chloe made further appeals to social services and was eventually removed from the house and placed in foster care. Oh no. She lived with a couple who cared for several other foster children, and though she found them snobby and judgmental, found some semblance of stability with them. But it did not last long. She was still living in the same town, so when she went into the town center, as she often did, both alone and with the foster carers, the Muslim gangs would recognize and target her. She remained at the same school, and because she now lived further away, the foster carers paid for taxis to take her there. She would ask the taxi drivers to drop her near the school, and rather than attending, would walk to one of the neighborhoods where the Muslim gangs spent their time. The gangs would take her into their taxis, ply her with drugs and alcohol, and sexually abuse her. At around the age of 13, Chloe disclosed to multiple social services that she was being sexually abused by gangs of Muslim men. In response, social services did not intervene, but rather talked to Chloe about contraception and sexual health. One social worker started regularly taking Chloe to a sexual health clinic where she was diagnosed with chlamydia in her throat and vagina, gonorrhea, genital warts, and PID, pelvic inflammatory disease. Neither the social workers nor the clinic staff questioned or reported this. The police were aware of Chloe's activities, but instead of targeting those responsible for her abuse, they routinely failed to question them, let alone pursue further action, when Chloe was found in cars and houses with them. Chloe was soon moved to a different foster placement with a far more protective care. On one occasion, a gang came to the foster home searching for Chloe, and the carer fought them in the street to protect her. Oh wait, it's Britain. Around the time Chloe turned 14, a social worker approached her about her ongoing sexual exploitation. This was one of the first times this has happened, and Chloe was relieved that her abuse was finally being addressed. However, rather than offering a solution, the social worker instead told Chloe that the producers of Emmerdale were looking for a young actress to play a victim of child sexual exploitation, and asked whether she would be interested in auditioning for the role given her experience. What the fuck? This can't be real. Like, oh my, this place exists and they think they're better than us. Oh shit. Following this exchange, Chloe, upset, angry, and in a state of disbelief, I don't even know what to say to that, ran away from the foster home, and after being abducted by a Muslim gang, was missing for 6 months. Over this period, she was trafficked across the length and breadth of Britain. She was taken to house after house and raped and abused by guy after guy after guy after guy. The men who abused her paid money to the gang, which treated her as little more than a commodity. She was reported missing and her photograph was shown on TV. Her abusers remarked on this, "You're that girl off the TV that's missing." But her whereabouts were never reported to the police. Chloe describes a cycle of grooming, rape, and drug and alcohol abuse. This went on until eventually she was located by the police. When the police found her, she was in a car with a South Asian Muslim man. South Asian. Japanese? No. Russian? No. Just saying. The man was let go without charge, and she was returned to her mother's house. Chloe's relationship with her mother had completely broken down by this point, so she continued to run away, and her psychological state deteriorated further. Following another period of grooming and sexual exploitation by a Muslim gang, Chloe was taken into police custody and transported to a secure unit at a children's home. She describes the home as being like a prison. Every aspect of her life was controlled and surveilled, and she was routinely subjected to bodily examinations, including full cavity searches. Chloe found the experience highly traumatic. So, you're the subject of rape gangs that nobody cares about. You're the subject of rape in your own home that nobody cares about. You get approached to do some sort of filming as You have experience with that by the people that are supposed to be helping you. And then you get put into a home where they now are searching all of your holes constantly. There's no escape. There's no escape here. She remained there for 9 months, by which time she was almost 15. Social services determined that she was well enough to be released, and she was placed in foster care not far from where she had been living before. Chloe describes the new carers as a positive and encouraging presence in her life, and in spite of her proximity to the sites of her abuse and exploitation, Chloe found stability and security living with them. She enrolled in a full-time hairdressing and beauty course at a nearby college, and for the next 2 years, Chloe describes her life as fantastic. As Chloe approached her 18th birthday, social services notified her that the foster care would soon end. They identified a house for her, and after parting ways with her carer, she moved in and got a retail job to support herself. Despite having little experience taking care of herself, Chloe's life remained generally stable through this period. Eventually, Chloe reestablished contact with a friend who she had been abused with as a young child. She invited her over to her house, and when she arrived, she was accompanied by a group of Muslim men, all of whom remembered Chloe from past abuse. Immediately, Chloe's life was thrown back into chaos. The men refused to leave. And, in Chloe's words, it was no longer my quiet little house, it was their house. They smashed windows, kicked in doors, left the house an absolute wreck, and sexually abused Chloe. One of the men, a previous abuser, pinned her down, pulled his trousers down, and sat on her face, orally raping her on her own sofa as the rest of the gang watched. Chloe returned to drugs and alcohol to cope. Though she was still working in retail, her ability to work was rapidly declining. During one shift, one of her colleagues, someone she was friends with, jokingly pinched her bottom. Chloe, traumatized by the years of abuse, punched him in the face in the middle of the shop. She was brought before management and tried to argue her case, but was fired. Left with no income, Chloe spiraled further. The Muslim gang was still occupying her house, and with nowhere else to go and no ability to remove them, she remained there with them. They routinely drugged, abused, and raped her, including with objects including soft drink cans, keys, and a baseball bat. Before long, they started to pay her bills to consolidate their presence in her home. On a number of occasions, they brought young children into Chloe's house to abuse them. Chloe recalls a number of occasions when boys under the age of 18 from the Muslim community were pressured and bullied by their older friends and relatives into raping her. Chloe was forced to commit crimes, including insurance fraud and the holding of drugs. On one occasion, she contacted the police to report an assault that was taking place in her house, and when they arrived, Chloe was threatened with arrest rather than the gang members as the property was registered in her name. One evening, an associate of the gang from a neighboring town arrived at the house. A notorious sex trafficker, he soon began taking Chloe to bars and nightclubs in the surrounding area. There, he would spike her with heroin before handing her over to men who had sexually assaulted and raped her. Chloe became addicted to opiates and her health deteriorated rapidly. She became anorexic, weighing just 5 stone at the age of 18. 5 stone. $70? It is 70 pounds. 70 pounds. 70 pounds. The use of heroin was a method of control by the gang, as it left her with no ability to defend herself physically. Her daily existence became a relentless cycle of rape, exploitation, and violence. Eventually, a social worker visited Chloe and was shocked by both her appearance and the conditions in which she was living. Concerned for her welfare, she took Chloe to an addiction clinic where tests revealed an extremely high concentration of opiates in her system. Chloe was prescribed medication to manage her opioid dependency and gradually weaned herself off the drugs. Around this time, Chloe reconnected with a childhood friend, and their friendship soon developed into a romantic relationship. Her boyfriend became aware of the ongoing abuse, and with the help of his father, paid off Chloe's remaining rent and moved her out of the squalid house. Chloe moved in with him, after which she got another job in retail. For a short period, Chloe's life was relatively stable, but due to her unresolved trauma, she returned to drinking heavily, smoking cannabis, and gambling. Her workplace was close to her first foster home, and before long she came back into contact with members of the gang that had abused her at that time. The cycle of grooming, exploitation, and abuse soon resumed. Her relationship with her boyfriend broke down, and out of desperation, she re-established contact with her mother, who had left her predatory husband, and soon moved back in with her. One night, Chloe was out with members of the gang and drinking heavily. Upon her return to her mother's house, her mother reported her to the police. The police arrested Chloe while she was changing into her pajamas, and she was taken to the police station drunk and half naked. She was kept in a cell until 2 a.m. the following morning, at which point she was released. They did not provide her with any clothes or transportation back to her mother's house. She tried to contact her ex-boyfriend, but he did not respond. Chloe, then 19, was left stranded. She wandered around the neighborhood for several hours before encountering a gang member who had previously abused her. Cold and desperate, she got into his car and for the following weeks was trafficked across the country. Eventually, Chloe identified a new house to move into. Despite their dysfunctional relationship, her mother agreed to sign the rental agreement as Chloe's guarantor, as Chloe, then without income, knew she would not be able to afford the rent. After she moved in, she became aware of the fact that she was the only white British person in the neighborhood. Every other resident was South Asian. As a result, the gangs discovered where she was living and once again treated her house as if it was their own. The cycle of abuse continued, and Chloe's emotional state deteriorated significantly. Chloe was taken to hospital after a suicide attempt, and while there, she discovered that she was pregnant. The father of the child, a Pakistani Muslim illegal migrant, moved into Chloe's home. Chloe was subsequently coerced into converting to Islam and forced into marriage, both to legitimize the pregnancy in the eyes of her abuser and to assist him in securing a visa. Chloe's behavior became tightly controlled. She was forced to wear hijab. She was prohibited from looking out the window of her home, and if she misbehaved in the eyes of her husband, he would, quote, beat her black and blue, something that happened, quote, every day. Chloe's child was born with multiple health problems, including a defective kidney due to the deteriorated condition of Chloe's womb as a result of the sexual abuse. Nevertheless, becoming a mother gave Chloe a renewed determination to get her life back on track. She reported the father of her child to the police after he assaulted the child, and he was removed from the property. She stopped taking drugs, she was focused, and for the first time, the gangs left her alone. One evening, she went out with a friend who lived across the road. Chloe, now a mother, did not drink heavily, but her friend became heavily intoxicated. A group of Asian men started speaking to them and offered to take Chloe and her friend home. Chloe was suspicious of them, but for the sake of her friend, agreed. Instead of taking them home, however, they were taken to a hotel. Chloe, who was not drunk, protested and encouraged her friend, who was paralytic, to leave with her. Chloe warned her friend about what she expected was going to happen, but her friend refused to leave. Chloe, thinking of her daughter and seeking to protect herself, reluctantly left without her. The following day, Chloe's friend told Chloe that she had been raped by the men. This incident represented a turning point in Chloe's life. She decided that she needed to leave her hometown for good and get as far away from these Asian men as possible. By chance, she reconnected on Facebook with a man she had known in her early childhood, an old colleague of her mother, who she describes as one of the only adult men in my life who never harmed me or treated me badly. She told him about everything she had been through and her desire to leave. He lived in Scotland, and she was invited to visit him for the weekend, which she did. After returning home, she sought support from Women's Aid, who managed to secure her a property in Scotland. Scotland's going crazy right now, too. They are like, you are not safe to be a Muslim in Scotland right now. With nothing but her daughter in a small bag, she left her hometown, leaving a lifetime of abuse and exploitation behind, and moved to Scotland, where she resides to this day. Chloe personally knows of at least 20 other girls from her area who were predated on by the Muslim gangs who abused her. The pattern was always the same: grooming, drugging, trafficking, abuse, and rape. Furthermore, Chloe describes being taken into mosques where imams would describe non-Muslims as infidels and preach that white women who dressed inappropriately were free game. Chloe believes that the local police, social services, NHS, and government were all fully aware of what was happening, including the radicalized nature of the crimes, but that they did not intervene for two reasons: because they, quote, could not be bothered with the paperwork, and because, quote, they did not want to be seen as racist. Chloe blames these bodies and their major push for diversity for her abuse. Chloe says that, if I can save even just one more child, girl or boy, from going through any of this, then I've done my job. Do you know how many men abused you over that period if you had to guess? Chloe, hundreds. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. Bonnie Blue just does that for the fun of it. And people think she's crazy. Imagine if you were forced to fucking do it. Fiona, oh god, another story. Here we go. Fiona grew up in a highly abusive household marked by domestic violence, where emotional abuse and repeated suicide attempts by her mother, which Fiona witnessed. Despite exceptional academic ability, she developed serious mental health difficulties, self-harm behaviors, and suicidal ideation from a young age. After escalating abuse and failed disclosures, Fiona entered care at the age of 13. Those losers have the time? Yeah, so that's actually what it is. The country is likely taking care of them, and they're also likely collecting off of the treatment. So, just like they said, they would pass these people around, and then those people would pay for the ability to rape her. They also probably, they were grooming her into, like, making payments and stuff on that house. So they're taking over people's shit. It's what they know. It's all they know how to do, I guess. It's disgusting. Fucking gross. They do not belong in Western society. 100% do not belong in Western society. Okay. After escalating abuse and failed disclosures, Fiona entered foster care at the age of 13. She was placed in a children's home that had already been identified as high risk for sexual exploitation in a television documentary prior to her arrival. Inadequate supervision meant she went missing repeatedly. At 13, she was groomed by adult Pakistani men, whom she estimates were aged between 24 and 45. The grooming began with affection and alcohol, quickly progressing to rape, drug dependency, threats, and trafficking. Care staff negligence was extreme. Abusers would sit in cars outside waiting for the girls, openly converse with staff, and even phone the home to inquire about them. Wow. One care worker told Fiona's mother that her boss had described recording the men's car registration plates as, quote, above her pay grade. See, I want everybody to be punished. I don't just want the politicians. I don't want just the people that... Everybody. I want I want heads on sticks bordering the country and bordering the fucking parliament building or whatever the fuck it's called. I don't care. This is crazy. Warning that she would lose her job if she did so. Fiona believes the staff were aware of what was happening but felt powerless to stop it, rather than being actively complicit. Nevertheless, the children's home received $5,000 per week to care for her and failed miserably. Fiona suspects the management avoided proper investigation for fear of being labeled racist. Only the police took any formal action, issuing harboring notices to the men. Official warnings stated that they had no permission to associate with, contact, or house a vulnerable child. However, no further action followed. When Fiona's mother called the police to report her daughter missing and mentioned a history of abuse by Asian men, the call handler told her, "You can't describe them as Asian men because that's racist." Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. I wouldn't even describe them as fucking Asian men at that point. I would... You're a sand thing. Fuck me, dude. You can't describe them as Asian men because that's racist. You should just be glad your child is being taught a different culture. What the fuck? That call handler? Hang him. Hang him high. On one occasion, a police officer returned Fiona to the house where the abuse was occurring and told the men to have fun with her. On another occasion, a police officer returned them to the men and said have fun with her. See, I have the privilege of looking how I look. I'm automatically a racist. It doesn't matter what I do or say. I have to accept that I have intense internalized racism because I'm a white man. So, fuck it, right? Fuck it. On another occasion, police instructed the abusers that if they could persuade Fiona to sign herself out of care, the police would stop bothering them. The gang then tried to convince her to do so, intending to traffic her to Kashmir. Wow. I actually know somebody from Kashmir. That's crazy. I haven't talked to them in a long time, though. I previously worked with her, and she had been in a forced marriage, and once she got to the United States, she immediately left him. But I don't know if she was Muzzy or not. She was only prevented from leaving the country because she did not have a passport. Between 2008 and 2012, Fiona was repeatedly raped by multiple men connected to organized grooming networks. She was often kept in a house known as a party house, where between 10 and 20 men would attend at one time. On one occasion, she was encouraged to bring her friends because the owner had relatives visiting from Birmingham to celebrate Eid. Fuck you guys. And expected girls to be there. Within the house, the girls were routinely referred to as white slags, while the men wanted Pakistani girls kept pure for marriage. The gangs reportedly discussed fears that the English Defence League, EDL, would arrive armed, so they kept baseball bats for protection. You know what stops a baseball bat? Maybe one of these fuckers. They also allegedly spoke of attending EDL demonstrations with weapons. Fiona was not only trafficked and raped across multiple cities in the UK, but was also forced to traffic drugs. Drugs, intimidation, and violence were used to control her. She was made to clean up the knives from the scene of 2 fatal stabbings. She was present during a shootout. Her abusers bragged to her that they had hidden dead bodies in certain locations. A few days later, Fiona recalls the news reporting on a body being recovered from the same location that the abusers had disclosed to her. As a result, threats of violence carried enormous weight. At 14, Fiona was abused by a man known as Rambo. He had entered Britain illegally on the back of a lorry, previously castrated in Pakistan as punishment for child abuse. He had then fled to the Philippines, where he allegedly attacked multiple women and children with a large knife. The origin of his nickname, Rambo, was locked in a room with... The origin of his nickname. Okay. Rambo was locked in a room with 2 girls and subjected them to extreme sexual torture. This case illustrated that in some instances, the sexual abuse of children was driven more by humiliation and control than by sexual gratification. They castrated him, they chopped his nuts off, and he was still doing shit. That's just proof that, like, even the people down in, Louisiana that approved the castration, chemical castration of sex offenders, child sex offenders, that's not enough. That's not enough. You could literally fix the problem. You can make sure that person never hurts another fucking child for 25 cents. 50 cents if you got a larger caliber. Like, fuck. No, fuck their hands chopped off. They gotta have everything chopped off. So you either kill them or you leave them in fucking quarters. Kill them. Kill them. Fucking kill them. That's it. That's all I can fucking say about it. They have to die. That's it. That's how I feel about it. That's the only option. If you want it to stop happening, they cannot. They cannot. A wood chipper. Freeze them first, so it makes less mess. Like, feet first. Fuck St. Peter, dude. St. Peter's never going to get a chance to see them. If anything, you'd ship them up there, and St. Peter would have a fucking thing, another wood chipper set up that he shoves you into, and then that sprays you down into hell. And then they use that to garden down there. Yeah. That's the way I think it's good. That's how I would like, that's how I imagine it happening right now. Just whoop. Oh, you died? Come this way. At 15, Fiona became pregnant while in a mixed-sex care home. Her son was later removed and adopted due to the ongoing exploitation risks. Yet Fiona herself was left in the same dangerous environment. The abuse continued into her adulthood. It only stopped when she turned 18, leaving her with profound physical and psychological trauma, including PTSD, substance dependency, and long-term health damage. Fiona states that the greatest harm came not only from the abusers, but from institutional disbelief, neglect, and punishment that actively enabled the ongoing exploitation. In total, she estimates she was abused by between 50 and 100 men. Of those, only 2 were not Pakistani. I was beaten regularly, I was drugged, filmed being raped, and the footage was distributed. I sustained broken bones, facial injuries, and severe trauma. I was subjected to racial abuse in the community and blamed by families of perpetrators. Michelle, alright. Let's. Michelle was physically abused in childhood. This seems like a recurring theme here. By both her mother and stepfather. Her mother had multiple partners throughout Michelle. You know what's the craziest part? I have a stepdaughter. I've never fucking once even thought about abusing my child. None of them. I got a stepson, I got a stepdaughter, I've got my actual daughter. How fucked do you have to be that is a go-to for somebody? I just don't get it. Anyways, her mother had multiple partners throughout Michelle's childhood, many of whom also abused her, some sexually. She believes this early experience created an association between abuse and love, leaving her particularly vulnerable. From the age of 13, she was groomed by 3 adult Pakistani brothers who supplied her... Thank you for your patronage. Thank you. I appreciate that. Prime. I totally forget about the whole Prime thing. I don't know. I hadn't streamed in 3 years, so thank you. Oh, man. Okay, so, from the age of 13, she was groomed by 3 adult Pakistani brothers who supplied her with alcohol, cigarettes, and drugs. She was raped while intoxicated, including one occasion where she was taken upstairs while her sister tried to intervene. Because of her upbringing, she thought this was normal, that they were her boyfriends and that they loved her. She would go missing for extended periods and was subjected to repeated daily sexual abuse. The perpetrators would collect her from school, her home, and public places, using threats of violence to coerce and control her. At age 14, she was gang raped and beaten by 3 men who had locked her in a house. She was left covered in cuts and bruises, which alerted a friend. The friend also told her own mother, who then contacted Michelle's mother. The police were called, but they claimed there was little they could do without more evidence. What kind of fucking evidence do you need? One of the gang members later forced Michelle to go to the police station with him to retract her statement. The police accepted him as her appropriate adult. a role. So she made a claim against this person. This person brought her back and had her retract it. And what the fuck? A role normally reserved for a parent, close family member, social worker, or trained professional. And you got to think, this has all been happening in like the early 2000s and sometimes even later. This isn't like, back in the 50s, because those people probably aren't even around anymore. Who fucking knows? At this point, I'm not worried about being called a racist. Like, I told my son this. I said, because he was talking about how many kids said racial slurs at school, and asked why he couldn't, and I explained, the whole history of it and whatever, and I was like, but to be completely honest, if you could fight, you could say whatever the fuck you want. That's what it comes down to. However, if you say something like that and then fight and then win, then the courts will say it was your fault, and so it's never a good idea. You know what I mean? You never want to go pursuing some sort of violence if you're going to drop a hard R. Yeah, it is such bullshit. In fact, I did not send my son to school for the last week because 3 kids, 2 of them black, my son overheard them saying that on the last day of school, all 3 of them were going to jump my son and his 2 friends. So there was going to end up being a brawl, and I was like, no, you're not going. Sorry. He got in the car. I went and picked him up, and he got in the car, and he's like, what is something hard, like solid that I could take to school? And I was like, for what? And he's like, self-defense. Like, what, you're gonna fucking take a hammer there? No, you can't do that. But that was his immediate go-to, was like, okay, now 3 people want to attack me. What can I take to school legally to protect myself? He's in fucking middle school. What the fuck? Stop it. I fucking can't. He doesn't like being homeschooled. Seriously, yeah. Ah, fuck. Investigation subsequently dropped. Great. One of Michelle's friends who lived in a care home would be collected directly outside of this by the same gang. Care staff would call the police, but officers reportedly referred to the girls as prostitutes. I'm not even fucking surprised. Despite them being children, both social services and the police, Michelle says, failed to understand the situation and believe the girls were engaged in the activity by choice. As a result, little was done to intervene. By choice. I think was she 13? 15? I don't care. When she was abducted and went missing, no one came looking for her. A social worker once told her that at age 14 she would be allowed to live with her 30-year-old boyfriend as long as they did not share a room. What? Michelle was raped in bin sheds, threatened with a knife, and forced into sex with multiple men waiting in cars. She was drugged, beaten, burned with cigarettes, locked in rooms, and passed between men. An amusement arcade was used as a front for drug dealing and the sexual exploitation of children. She became pregnant 4 times as a child as a result of rape, leading to miscarriages, 1 abortion, and 1 surviving child. Of her abusers, she states, 98% of them were Pakistani Muslim. If not, they were Iraqi Muslim or Kurdish. The Crusaders lost, significantly. They only won 1 crusade out of, I don't even know how many they did. 19, 12, I don't remember. But that was a different time, We have more bullets now. Just saying. Crusades, maybe? Michelle believes these gangs remained untouchable because authorities feared being labeled racist. She describes an extensive network of abusers operating across the entire country, calling it industrial in scale. It functions as a large central network with smaller connected groups in specific localities. Michelle claims she was raped by between 600 and 700 different men over the course of 3 years. She now lives with severe PTSD and lifelong trauma, describing both her childhood and her future as destroyed. What would you say the main issue was? I don't think that they cared much about us. They didn't want to open that can of worms because it's a religious thing. I'd probably say 98% of them are Pakistani Muslim. If not, they were Iraqi or Kurdish. Whitney. Whitney grew up in a vulnerable household. Her mother suffered from severe mental health issues, and her father was absent from her life. She was first groomed and sexually abused at the age of 15 by 2 adult Pakistani brothers. One of the brothers, Whitney recalls, acted as a boyfriend figure. Both brothers would regularly take her to a flat in Birmingham, supply her with alcohol, and in her words, she would have sex with them. Their interactions with Whitney soon turned violent. They began beating her, and on one occasion, held a hot iron to her face. Whitney recalls that the brothers stopped contacting her after they arrived at her house to collect her and found all of her uncles sitting on the wall outside. Yeah, but they didn't fucking do anything about it. They should have been left bloody stumps in the fucking street. Kill these fucking animals. Anyways. After that incident, they never came back. She cannot remember exactly how or why her uncles were there, but she believes her mother had asked them to intervene. Many years later, Whitney's daughter began self-harming at age 11 and even attempted suicide. Her phone contained sexually explicit messages. Whitney's daughter told her that there was a sex room at school run by the older boys. Deeply concerned for her daughter, Whitney contacted social services. They offered little support beyond talking through the problems. In one instance, social services accidentally sent her 6 other children's case files instead of her daughter's, which left her deeply distrustful of their ability to help. Kill them too, fuck it. Whitney's daughter was coerced into sending a sexual image, which was then circulated across multiple schools, the local community, and eventually the internet. This led to her receiving unwanted attention from adult men of various ethnicities and from multiple countries. From that point on, Whitney's daughter began going missing regularly. These disappearances were directly linked to the sexual demands and exploitation by older boys and adult men. She was threatened with violence if she contacted the police and sometimes returned home with items of clothing missing. Whitney repeatedly reported her concerns to the police and social services, clearly stating that she believed her daughter was being sexually exploited. Police responses were often delayed, statements were not taken, and investigations were closed without further action. Social services refused to relocate the family, downgraded the risk level, and eventually closed the case despite ongoing exploitation. Whitney herself was blamed, and her own past was used to undermine her credibility as a parent. Her family received repeated threats, including warnings that their house would be burned down, faces would be slashed, and machetes would be used. Later, Whitney discovered that her daughter had been placed on the National Referral Mechanism as a trafficking victim without her being informed. The NRM is the UK's official framework for identifying, referring, and supporting victims of human trafficking and modern slavery, and serves as a recognition by a designated professional that an individual is a potential victim of human trafficking or modern slavery. My daughter told me after a while that there was a sex room in the school. I told the school about it, but they completely shut it down, saying she was lying. Sally is the mother of a daughter who was found guilty of 9 counts of perverting the course of justice for lying about being groomed by an Asian grooming gang and sentenced to 8 years in prison. Despite this, Sally believes there is evidence to suggest her daughter was a genuine victim of the gangs. Sally described a previously stable working family life until housing instability and family stress coincided with changes in her daughter's behavior. The house the family were buying fell through, but they had already moved out of their family home and all their possessions were in storage. A family friend was able to rent them a part-renovated property on a short-term basis, but it was not ideal for a family with 4 children. It was only meant to be temporary, but the family ended up staying there for 10 months. Her daughter began making up stories, such as claiming her mother and stepdad were going away and leaving her to look after her 5-year-old brother at school. This resulted in school involvement in their family life. The stresses the household was under led to arguments that brought in both the police and social services. After leaving school at 16, Sally's daughter began working at a local pub. On one occasion, she was invited to a party. Sally received a call later that evening from one of her daughter's friends saying that her daughter was lying on the pavement outside the property. If Sally couldn't pick her up, they were going to take her to the bus stop and leave her there, as she was making too much noise. When her mother found her lying on the ground, she was making horrendous wailing sound and kept saying not to touch her. Her mother recognized that something was seriously wrong and took her to the hospital. Sally's daughter told the nurse carrying out the examination that she had been sexually assaulted. The hospital notes recorded that her genitalia were swollen and red. The hospital reported the incident to the police. Sally's daughter then received threats via Snapchat, became scared about the outcome of the case, and withdrew from the process. Around the same time, social services closed their case on the family. Sally believes her daughter did not want to invite more trouble into the household. It later emerged in court that they had all been smoking cannabis. Sally believes her daughter had participated and that something had happened to her, but she was found guilty of lying about being raped. Sally's daughter then began working as a kitchen assistant at a care home and a glass collector at a nightclub, in addition to her pub job. After turning 18, she was able to work behind the bar at the nightclub, where her behavior began to change. She would return home with cuts and bruises. On one occasion, she came back with a black eye and said there had been a fight in the nightclub and she had been hit accidentally. She appeared more tired and distressed than usual. Sally began to notice that her daughter's phone would ring regularly, with Asian men's names appearing on the screen. When asked about them, her daughter tried to hide the calls. The bar manager stopped her daughter from working on the main floor because she was small and they struggled to keep track of her. They also ensured that she was always paired with an older member of the staff, as the Asian men would harass her if she was working alone. One Asian man gifted her a gold chain. Sally's daughter began saying she wanted to move away from home. She had regularly traveled to a nearby town by train. Sally would pick her up and drop her off at the station, and she never appeared to have been drinking or using drugs. One day, Sally returned home to find her daughter had left with her possessions and was ignoring her calls. She had told work colleagues that she had moved because her stepfather was harming her, but this was not true. After a few days of investigation, Sally managed to find where her daughter had moved to. When she arrived at the flat, she found her daughter with 2 police officers to whom she was reporting an allegation of rape. When her daughter handed in her phone as evidence, the police found hundreds of messages from Asian men. They believed she was being groomed. She was later found guilty of lying about the rape she had reported. What? Over the course of the following year, Sally reported her daughter missing 39 times. She would often turn up in various towns across the region, battered, bruised, intoxicated, or on drugs. She was usually without underwear and spent increasing amounts of time in hospital. One police force made a referral to the NRM, believing she was a victim of trafficking. Another police force repeatedly arrested her and seized her phone, which meant the referral agency could not contact her as her number kept changing. One incident involved Sally's daughter being locked in a room above an Indian restaurant with the man refusing to let her leave. The police ignored it, believing she was lying. Another incident involved an Asian man following her, trying to grab her and take her away. Thankfully, she was with her sister and friends, who quickly put her in a taxi and sent her home. That same man was later arrested for breaking into a woman's house and sexually assaulting her while she slept. Nevertheless, the police still insisted Sally's daughter had been lying about the earlier incident. Asian men. Oh, yeah. Always fucking Asian men. But it's not the Japanese, the Chinese, Thailand. No, it's Sand Asia. Muslim Asia. Asia just happens to be the biggest fucking continent. Even Indians are considered Asians. Russians are white, so they call it Eurasia. Alright. Where the hell was I? There it is. The police believe she had a mental health condition and was deliberately self-harming and putting herself in dangerous situations. They wanted to have her sectioned, but a doctor disagreed, noting that she still had capacity. Another incident involved a different Asian man who refused to leave. I love how they're quoting the Asian man who refused to leave Sally's daughter's flat. Police told him to leave, but asked no questions. He left behind a balaclava, yet the police showed no interest despite him carrying it while visiting a young woman. Maybe he was cold, I don't fucking know. After her flat door was kicked down in yet another incident while she was missing, she returned to her mother's home. Sally's daughter later explained that she had moved away to keep her family safe. Fair. She claimed she had been told that if she did not do as her abuser said, they would harm her brother, rape her sister, and firebomb the house. She had lied to her colleagues about her stepdad to avoid bringing repercussions on the family. She went missing again. The police stated they believed she was making the whole thing up and injuring herself, so they charged her with perverting the course of justice. Part of her bail conditions required her to not leave Sally's house. The following week, her daughter attempted suicide by overdose. She went missing one final time and was found in a field with injuries to her head and ear, a severed finger, and numerous cuts and bruises. Following this, she wrote a post on Facebook alleging that she had been a victim of grooming gangs. The post went viral. Within half an hour, the police arrested her and she was sent to prison. Following her daughter's conviction, the family experienced sustained harassment and intimidation, particularly from one Muslim man. Sally reports repeated failures by the police to protect them. She believes her daughter was a vulnerable young woman who lied at times but was nevertheless groomed. Marlon is the father of a daughter who was a repeated victim of grooming as well as repeatedly failed by authorities. Marlon reported his 14-year-old daughter Scarlett missing a number of times because she was being groomed and exploited. The police informed social services that what Marlon was doing was appropriate as he was acting to safeguard his daughter. However, social services did not accept the police assessment and instead dragged out the investigation for 3 months. During that time, his daughter disclosed concerns to her school, which resulted in social services attending Marlon's home. While his daughter was present, they told him that if he tried to stop her from leaving the house, she could call social services or the police. Social services undermined his parental authority, resulting in her missing episodes escalating dramatically. Social services effectively gave her permission to go missing, and the case was then closed without meaningful intervention. Marlon placed a formal complaint to social services, stating that he was struggling to cope with his daughter's missing episodes. The social worker assigned him to following this openly stated to him that they were only taking the case because of his complaint. This made him feel like the problem rather than the parent concerned with safeguarding his daughter from abuse. On one occasion, Marlon stood in front of the door to prevent his daughter from leaving late at night, resulting in her repeatedly kicking him and breaking 3 of his fingers. She reported this to social services, who simply stated he should walk away. He reported it to social services, who stated he should walk away when she becomes violent. Even after showing them the bruises on his back that he received as he walked away, they did not change the advice they gave. Marlon remains convinced that if his child were male and he were female, the response would have been different. Marlon would often spend his evenings driving in search of his daughter until 3 or 4 a.m. while having work the following day, which his employer was not supportive of. He often reported her missing to the police, who would sometimes turn up to his house many hours later. On one occasion, he saw footage of the police saying not to bother even waking him. This made him feel more like a problem rather than it being the safeguarding emergency that it was. Scarlett was unlawfully excluded from school due to grooming-related behavior and assigned a new school where the grooming gang operated. A multi-agency risk management meeting was eventually convened with Children's Services and the police's missing from home team. While the meeting was ongoing, one of the police officers in attendance told Marlon to stop reporting his daughter missing. Marlon challenged this, which resulted in the police officer shouting at him in front of all in attendance. The officer has since been dismissed. The social worker and manager present did not intervene, but privately acknowledged he was right to continue to report his daughter missing. They refused to launch a formal complaint against the officer. Shortly after this, his daughter went missing for several days and was eventually found at Marlon's mother's house, unkempt, distressed, and stating that she had been raped. Care staff returned her to the location of the rape, thereby destroying forensic opportunities, and failed to report it to the police until days later. Marlon had to make his own referral to the Rape Crisis Center, in which time forensic evidence was lost. The perpetrator was arrested but bailed with the condition not to contact Marlon's daughter. Immediately upon leaving the station, he called her and threatened her life. He was an adult and drug dealer, and his associates soon began attending Marlon's home. His daughter was terrified of them. An older woman began to groom and manipulate Marlon's daughter under the guise of friendship. After another missing episode, Marlon was able to trace his daughter to a specific property. Despite repeated calls and reports of men entering the property, both police and social services failed to remove her and issue an abduction warning notice. His daughter was later found to be the victim of criminal exploitation, including drug supply, prostitution, and being forced to dig up a firearm. These acts were directed by the older woman, amongst others. At this point, the impact on Marlon was catastrophic. He was physically exhausted, anxious, depressed, and lived in constant fear. You don't have to worry about that here. Somebody shows up to my house. They wrote it. They made a song about it. He was attacked by masked individuals in his home, with the police response delayed and dismissive. Yeah, you don't want to come in this house. The only way you're leaving this house is in a bag. Marlon's daughter was eventually taken into a secure care where she was subjected to further abuse, including sexual abuse by staff and other children, neglect, and safeguarding failures. Marlon made multiple complaints. At a court hearing, social services attempted to place his daughter on a child protection plan for emotional abuse and neglect by Marlon himself. However, the judge intervened and ordered this to be amended to be recorded as beyond parental control. Marlon's daughter continued to be moved between unsuitable placements. She was groomed repeatedly, trafficked, forced into drug supply, and raped by adult men. She became pregnant as a result of the rape. The handling of her termination by professionals was traumatic and negligent. Police later charged Scarlett with intent to supply Class A drugs, despite her being a victim of trafficking and on the national referral mechanism. Scarlett was placed in a unit run entirely by male Muslim staff, where she was groomed again. What the fuck? Racist abuse and extremist comments were made to her. Marlon again raised concerns which were ignored. Despite his repeated attempts to help his daughter, he had experienced many instances of violence from her as a result of the trauma and grooming. He has experienced many assaults, received black eyes, and had to sleep barricaded in his room. He repeatedly requested domestic abuse support, but was refused because he is a male parent. He has been forced to complete parenting courses and blamed for his daughter's abuse. The whole experience has harmed Marlon financially, emotionally, and psychologically. He states it has destroyed his life. He is no longer the person he used to be. Marlon's case highlighted that parents can also be victims of both grooming networks as well as widespread institutional failure. If you would like to hear Marlon's story in greater detail, he has recently published a book about his experience titled In Plain Sight. Oh, I'll be here until 219 pages is done. I think you missed this part. Hold on, let me go back really quick. Here we go. Police charged Scarlett with intent to supply Class A drugs. Despite her being a victim of trafficking and on the national referral mechanism, Scarlett was placed in a unit run entirely by male Muslim staff, where she was groomed again. Scarlett was missing for several days. When she was eventually found, she was unkempt, distressed, and disclosed she had been raped. Shockingly, Edge of Care staff returned her to the location where she had been raped and failed to report the offense. Fuck. Wallace's early childhood in Scotland was marked by poverty, instability, and a lack of consistent adult protection. His mother suffered from mental health and substance misuse problems. She struggled to comprehend the situation she put her son in and often failed to intervene, which allowed Wallace's abuse to continue. Wallace's mother psychologically and emotionally abused him throughout his childhood. From a young age, adult men moved in and out of his life, and he was encouraged to refer to them as dad or uncle. Well, that sounds very Native American, doesn't it? This made it seem normal that adult men would be around him as a child. He was moved around many different home environments and learned to accept situations without question. His early experiences made him believe that adults could enter his personal space without consent, that fear should be tolerated, and that he had no control. Wallace's early memory of abuse occurred when he was 4 or 5 years old, when an adult came into his bedroom at night and got into bed with him. He could not identify who it was, but instinctively knew it was wrong. His main abusers were his mother's partner and the partner's brother, who both exercised authority over Wallace and were treated as trusted adults. They were connected to a biker group in the area. Not all members of the group were involved in the abuse, but a core group of men were. Wallace recalls being taken to a particular house where multiple men were present. It had a dark atmosphere, lit by candles, possibly snake-shaped candle holders placed near the fireplace. They're ruining dark things. Don't do that. The setting felt deliberate and staged. Multiple adults were sitting around watching him, which instinctively made him feel unsafe. He was led into a bedroom, restrained, and raped by an adult. His mother's partner's brother spoke to him of what had just happened was normal, despite the considerable pain and emotional distress he felt. Wallace asked if he would receive a toy for what happened. He did receive one, but it was cheap and insignificant. Who gives a fuck if it was the most expensive thing on the planet? What the fuck? You just... Was I a good boy? Can I have a toy? Fuck. Even then, he realized there was no real compensation for what had happened to him. The same pattern of abuse occurred on multiple occasions. Wallace recalls seeing other boys and girls present who were usually restrained and drugged. He also recalls being drugged himself and losing consciousness. He would often wake alone or with other abused children, disoriented and distressed. This has caused long-term psychological damage. At one point, the police raided the property. They took Wallace outside and showed him adults one by one, asking if they recognized him. He had been coached to say these men were his uncles, and that is what he said. He associated authority figures with fear and wanted to avoid saying what he believed might be the wrong thing. As a result, the police intervention did not protect him. No safeguarding followed, and he returned to the abusive environment. The signs of abuse were there and only reinforced Wallace's view that speaking out would not lead him to safety. As an adult, he eventually attempted to report what had happened to him, a disclosure which took years. He expected to be treated as a victim of serious childhood sexual abuse, but instead his disclosure was treated as a mental health issue. He was asked to provide psychiatric and medical notes before any proper investigation would take place. The lack of seriousness from the authorities resulted in Wallace's statements being recorded improperly. Due to this experience, he made complaints to the police, to professional bodies, including the General Medical Council, and to other oversight organizations. Each process was slow, fragmented, and obstructive, and continued for years without resolution. During this time, he was forced to relive his experiences repeatedly while being met with skepticism. At no point was his well-being considered. which further compounded his trauma as he once again felt dismissed, disbelieved, and unprotected. Owing to Wallace's abuse, he has experienced long-term psychological harm. This harm has affected his education, relationships, sense of self-worth, and his ability to feel safe. He wishes for his abusers and the authorities who failed to act to be held to account, and for his story to help protect other children from similar harm. This is the first one that hasn't been about Muslim Pakistanis. This is about a biker gang and a shitty parent. Sebastian was raised in Scotland in a stable household. Sebastian's mother held down a professional job, owned her own home and car. It's absolutely ridiculous. Anytime something like this happens, have you seen that video? I don't care what it is. If a child is involved, I'm fucking livid. Did you see the video of the woman who was like a nanny, like a daycare kind of thing, and she was approved to treat or to care for like 5 children or something like that. And when the police showed up, the children were like nowhere to be found. I don't know if you know what, I'll look it up after I'm done with this if you're still around, and I'll play it. But it is crazy. They weren't like abusing the children, but they were. It's hard to explain. It really fucked. So I'll just play it in a little bit. These family members, held down a professional job, owned her own home and car, and the family regularly went on holidays together. Despite this relatively secure background, which was not typical of abuse victims, Sebastian was raped and abused from the age of 6 by family members without Sebastian's mother's knowledge. These family members instilled in Sebastian the belief that, to be safe, you had to give them what they wanted. This led Sebastian to develop a transactional view of interpersonal relationships. At age 11, Sebastian was introduced by these abusive family members to a local cafe owner. The owner gave Sebastian free food, lifts in his car, and free cinema tickets to build trust and a sense of obligation. Grooming, yeah. From there, they began prostituting Sebastian out to a number of people. These included seemingly respectable professionals, such as estate agents, solicitors, care support workers for children, and even police officers. Even at boarding school, Sebastian was raped, assaulted, and groomed by staff and connected adults, with Sebastian's injuries often being ignored by medical professionals. All of Sebastian's abusers were white British. I wonder if Epstein ever owned a coffee shop. Because that's what that sounds like. In adulthood and during the final years of the abuse, Sebastian became aware of the wider operation of the grooming networks, both in a quiet rural area and in the city. This has like hostile vibes, but rape instead of torture. Although there might be some torture happening, I'm not sure. Both in a quiet rural area and in the city. At the age of 40, Sebastian was finally able to escape a cycle of abuse that had lasted for nearly 4 decades. Following years of abuse, Sebastian, born a biological female, transitioned to the opposite sex and now identifies as a trans man. That makes more sense. Sebastian transitioned socially at 41 and medically at 48. However, when describing the abuse experienced as a child, it remains important for Sebastian to recognize that these events occurred while living as a girl and perceived as such. Yeah, that's some Epstein shit. Sebastian acknowledges that this transaction was... Oh, fuck yeah. Honestly, I can understand why they would have body dysmorphia. Like, I mean, going all the way to 40 years old, I can understand why they would have body dysmorphia, because here's the thing. They medically transitioned, right? If they don't have the thing anymore, it can no longer be used against them. So, I can't even really, I get it. It's not ideal for pretty much anybody, but I get it. Yeah, absolutely. See, this is one of those situations where it is very much recognizable where that mental condition came from. and how this would be something that they would benefit from. But the people that like transition from male to female, and the reason why they do it is because they just like invading women's spaces and making them uncomfortable. Whole different fucking story. That's not what's happening here. This person's trying to take control of 40 years of abuse. Yeah. Sebastian acknowledges that this transition was at least in part, of course, a consequence of the abuse experienced, and feels safer from further abuse when presenting as a man. There you go. Sebastian recognizes the profound impact trauma can have on on a person's life, and believes that different people find different ways to cope. For some, that may mean choosing a particular career or relationship, or making unhealthy choices by using substances or alcohol. For Sebastian, transitioning and finding peace in being Seb became the pathway to recovery. Yeah, I get it. Sebastian describes healing from trauma as a form of transformation. For Sebastian, that transformation has involved a change of personal identity and finding a sense of safety never known while living as a female. Sebastian understands that others may not fully understand the paths people take to cope with trauma, but hopes that at the very least, they will try to understand. Sebastian now advocates for other survivors with the aim of protecting vulnerable people and helping to develop local measures to prevent child abuse. If you had the right to bear arms and to protect yourself, you can live as a male, as a female, tiny, little person status, or, whatever, it doesn't matter. A bullet is the great equalizer. A gun is the great equalizer. Men will be stronger. That's how it works. But the ability to defend yourself cannot go unstated here. You have, if you've lost that, over there in England, you're not allowed to defend yourself now with a knife. But, the people that are gonna do it are gonna have knives, and they're gonna have guns, and obviously all that shit's still gonna happen. And the only people that are not able to protect themselves are the citizens that want to obey the law. Like that girl, who came out to protect her younger sister. The girl that came out to protect her younger sister, and she had a knife and an axe. And I don't remember if it was in Ireland. It was somewhere in the UK. But she had a knife and an axe, and there was a Muslim guy or an Indian guy or something like that who was filming the younger girl and had been making comments toward the younger girl. The police came and arrested the girl. But then after reviewing a whole bunch of footage, what had actually happened was the older guy was actually saying crude shit. He was 22 years old, was actually saying crude shit to these girls who he believes he had the right to because he noticed a knife, or I don't know what his claim was. So he called his 20-year-old sister to come over there and beat them up and try to attack them. And boom, she pulls out 2 weapons. They arrested the girl. Said that she was being racist, said that she was carrying knives in public, said blah, blah, blah. And then it just came out, this happened years ago, it just came out, that he was found guilty of being the person that perpetrated the whole situation. So they were telling the truth. The girls were telling the truth and were attempting to defend themselves with these weapons. Yeah, just like that other guy that, there was a guy that got stabbed. He had 4 stab wounds. I think it was 2 in his back or something like that, and 2 on his calves, on the back of his legs. And that's because he was attempting to escape from this knife-wielding person. And in his attempt to escape, he tried to, scale a fence, and the guy stabbed both of the backs of his legs. Well, they had punctured his chest, Metcalf status. And he died in police custody because the guy with the knife said that the guy that he stabbed was making racial remarks to him. So he did not get arrested for stabbing somebody with a knife because he said that this guy that he stabbed with the knife said racist shit to him. And they did not listen to the guy. They had him in handcuffs, and he died in custody. He died in... They just didn't listen to him at all. He literally bled out. I don't know, suffocated, whatever. I don't know where he got stabbed in the lungs or the heart, but he died in custody. He died with his hands locked behind his back because the other guy said that he was being racist. So, Britain is backwards as fuck. But Scotland is turning into a crazy place. That when they stabbed that guy, like they called it like an attempted decapitation. Mobs, absolute mobs. Like, you've seen mobs of Antifa here in the United States and stuff like that, black masks and all that other stuff. Imagine that, but instead of being black mask trying to go after, the rights and all that other stuff, they are finding houses where migrants are living in and firebombing them so they have nowhere to go back to. I mean, they are done. They are fucking done. And everybody is just... They are trying to... I don't know if the word would be gentrify, but they're trying to shove all people of Muslim faith out. Which they don't coincide with us. Yeah. It's a very interesting thing to see, and it makes me wonder what would happen if, like, a huge group of masked individuals or whatever just decided that they were going to go into, like, these areas with large populations of people that are pissed off, or, like Minneapolis and all this other stuff. Like, what do you do? Like, I know you can declare martial law or something like that, but what kind of damage can be done and gotten away with before that? And the politicians and all the people, they need to start taking this kind of thing seriously, because that's what the Second Amendment was initially made for, the militia. And the militias were meant to be by the state. And so, when you have as many guns as the United States has, we have the largest freestanding army in the world. Like, that's just how it works. So, it'd be a whole different situation if the Second Amendment was legal there, because you wouldn't have somebody coming out trying to beat somebody, stabbing somebody else with a stick. You just walk out, and you would end the problem. Just right there. No more. That's it. Gone. Just end the problem. I can dream. That's fun. Anyways, describes healing. Advocates for other survivors, understands that others may not fully understand the paths people take to cope with trauma, but hopes that at the very least they will try to understand. And that's the thing, is like in the transition side of things, when people are like using transition to like look cool, or like that Disneyland fuck, like, those people can go fuck themselves. This person, I totally fucking get it. And do I wish that it had come to that for them? Do I wish that they could have lived 40 years of their life as just a normal woman, like, in the world, and, continued on that way? Absolutely. At this point, their transition is like wearing, genetically perceived armor. And I get it. Like, when your body has been abused for that long, you don't want that body anymore. And so, in this particular case, I feel like it's the difference between, offing yourself and putting on armor. And in this case, they put on armor. I'm not even going to fault that. Like, yeah, no, that's fantastic. I hate that people do that to other people. Like, it's not even something that crosses my mind, so I just don't get it. Anyways, Sebastian now advocates for other survivors with the aim of protecting vulnerable people and helping to develop local measures to prevent child abuse. Okay, Anna. Anna was raised in a stable middle-class household with both parents present. She first experienced abuse at the age of 13 by a perpetrator who was almost 18, whom she met through friends. He began their interactions with what is known as love bombing. Ah, yes. I love bomb my daughter. I can't help it. He complimented her, messaged her regularly. Of course, she's 5, though, you know. Anyways, offered to buy her gifts and alcohol, requested photographs of her, and discussed meeting up. They arranged to meet at a local bus stop and go into town. At the last minute, he changed the plan and asked Anna to meet him at the end of a path in a nearby woodland. Upon arrival, his demeanor was cold and aggressive. He demanded that Anna perform oral sex on him and threatened to tell people she knew that she had sent him explicit photographs and that they had already had sex. Feeling threatened and fearful, she complied. Unbeknownst to Anna, he had covertly recorded the incident. A few days later, multiple men added her on Snapchat and began mocking and taunting her. The perpetrator himself sent Anna the video, laughed, and told her he had shared it with his boys and brothers, leaving her feeling humiliated, fearful, and traumatized. Anna reported the assault to the police, but despite explaining the coercion and threats, the case was closed with no investigation into the creation or distribution of child sexual abuse material. This person is clearly 18, and the other person is clearly 13. How is... What the fuck? Who gives a fuck what the reason was? That is a 9th grader. That is a 9th grader. These people need to be brought straight to the depths of hell. Rumors spread rapidly among Anna's peers, and she was mocked and insulted in public. A year later, here we go, Anna encountered 3 Muslim brothers through a friend who was already being groomed and abused by them. Oh, UK is absolutely, and I really hate that the head of whatever his name is so fucking cool. Keir Starmer. His name is Keir Starmer, but it sounds like Keir Starmer, and it sounds like some sort of like video game armor, but he's a piece of shit. So let's see. They supplied her with alcohol and cigarettes in a public park and waited until she was heavily intoxicated before beginning assaulting her. One of the brothers pulled her behind a tree and groped her chest despite her repeated refusals. When she tried to flee, he pushed her violently against the tree, causing her to hit her head. I don't like the way they worded that. I feel like it should be caused her head to hit the tree, because she did not hit her own head on the tree on her own. Somebody else hit her head into the tree. So, causing her head to hit the tree, I think that's the way it should go, because that sounds like somebody else did it. Anyways, I could argue semantics all day. And suffer a concussion. The grooming continued through threats to her family, intimidation, verbal abuse, and cycles of affection, gifts, and coercion. Anna did not feel safe reporting the abuse to the police. On another occasion, she was again supplied with alcohol. One of the brothers grabbed her body violently, dug his fingernails into her, and yanked at her underwear repeatedly while laughing. Anna cried silently, feeling powerless to stop the assault. Afterwards, she tried to cut contact, but one of the brothers located her and banged on the door, shouting while she hid inside until he left. Out of fear, she complied with further demands to meet the brothers, resulting in more assaults. There was a period of nearly 4 years before any trial was held, largely due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Oh, the sham-dynamic? That's what I'm going to call it. You know, I never got a booster, and I'm fine. I never had COVID, not one time. But people will get their boosters, and they're like, I got COVID again. You know that the COVID tests that they were putting out could not detect this, the difference between COVID and the flu, and both COVID and the flu had the same kill amounts. And when COVID was happening, the flu, reported flu rate was historically low. like scary low. So everything that was the flu was just being reported as COVID-19. Yeah, no, it was absolutely terrible. Then you had multiple people that had gotten the shot that were younger, and they ended up dying of like heart disease and all kinds of stuff. I worried about Alex. Alex had to get it because of who he was working for. But when Ash went in to give birth to baby, she said that she had not had the COVID vaccine and refused it. On that shit. Now they call us purebloods. On some Harry Potter shit. on some Harry Potter shit, baby. We're purebloods now. Okay, the perpetrators used this time to spread rumors, portraying the abuse as consensual and to boast about the assaults. In the courtroom, the abuse and intimidation continued. They pulled faces, pointed and laughed at her, and made rude remarks about her appearance. This behavior was not addressed by the court. One of the brothers was convicted of sexual assault, and as he was taken into custody, shouted, "Aloha snack bar." At the sentencing, the brother's sister shouted abuse at Anna, threatened her, and later breached her anonymity online. She blamed the jury, stating they were all white. She was eventually arrested and charged with malicious communications. Yeah. Well, that's the funny thing about my COVID baby is we chose to have her. So, Aloha snack bar. I think I do still have things in here. Yeah. Oh, I can't use my own. Aloha snack bar. Let me see. I got them in here. You should have access to them too. I love those. Anyways. Anna states that there is a broader failure to confront the role of ethnicity, religion, and cultural dynamics in organized sexual exploitation due to fears of accusation of racism. As he left the dock to be taken down to custody, I was literally verbally assaulted by his sister, who shouted, "Aloha snack bar." Honestly, Aloha snack bar sounds super delicious. Allahu Akbar? Sounds like you live in sand and wear a towel on your head. Taylor was introduced at the age of 12 to older men through her friends, many of whom were adult Muslim men. They began by giving her lifts home from school, sometimes in black cabs, sometimes in their own cars. Taylor saw the men buying gifts for her friends and initially wished she could receive gifts too. No, stop it. Stop it. Delicious. On one occasion, instead of being taken to school, she was driven to one of the men's sisters' houses and taught how to cook Asian food. Was it fucking dumplings? I don't think it was. Her friends spent more time with the men, but because her parents expected her to come straight home after school, she had limited contact with them beyond the lifts. She notes that her friends were already doing adult things such as smoking, drinking, and going to clubs, whereas she still had a more childlike disposition. Yeah, curry. That shit stinks, and people that eat that shit fucking stink. I don't know. Oh god. High school was an experience, that's for sure. This dynamic continued for 3 years until she turned 15, when the abuse began. She started going with her friends to a restaurant run by Muslim men to help with deliveries. This escalated when one of the men who worked there, a 35-year-old Bangladeshi man, kissed her, causing her to run away. Just the name Bangladeshi. It sounds so dirty, like gross. I hate that. Ugh. The same man later raped her when she was 15. Oh my fucking god. because her friends were also being abused. Taylor believed it was normal and that the man was her boyfriend. However, when she walked in on him with one of her friends, she realized that this was not the case. After this, her behavior changed dramatically. She began skipping school and drinking heavily. You know, I never drank heavily or drank at all, but I definitely skipped school a lot because I liked to sleep till noon. In fact, I think I slept till noon till today. I did, yeah, so things haven't changed. Things have not changed. During a family incident that led to police being called, Taylor's father mentioned his suspicions that she was being abused by Asian men. Again, with Asian men. The police responded that there was nothing they could do because she had consented. Police were called on multiple occasions regarding the abuse of Taylor and her friends, but they consistently refused to take action. The only time they helped her was when a group of Asian girls called the police. Officers then returned Taylor and her friend home. Taylor believes they only intervened on that occasion because they did not want to face accusations of racism, given that the call came from Asian women. By the age of 16, she had been introduced to many more men and was constantly harassed by them over the phone. Some men would initially appear kind and caring, leading her to believe that they were in a relationship, only lured her into situations where she would be gang raped. They used a combination of false kindness, violent abuse, and alcohol to coerce and control her. What I want to know is, now, you know what? I feel like this is a lot more commonplace than I really give it credit for. Because when I was, I mean, obviously I was a male at this age. I was skeptical of everybody. I didn't want nothing to do with anybody. So, I guess this would be a lot different if you were in like a more closed-in environment. In a female, I suppose. I don't know. That's a lot. They used a combination, because here's the thing, right? Some men, which means more than one, would initially appear kind and caring. Which means this happened to her multiple times, simply because somebody was nice to her that she didn't even know. Used a combination of false kindness, violent abuse, and alcohol to coerce her. Cars would stop in the street and demand she get in. She would be raped and then taken to the next abuser. What? She's getting in the car. Stop it. She claims that on some nights she was passed to as many as 10 different men, and estimates she was abused by around 100 men in total. Yeah, but my mom was never there. I didn't do this stupid shit. Shitty friends for sure. One common tactic used by the gangs was to send taxis to pick up drunk girls late at night. Yeah, well, taxis is actually one of the big problems with all of this. The driver would pretend to stop at a shop for a drink, then drive off, leave the girl behind. A group of men would then rescue her, only to take her to a prearranged house for a gang rape. A number of women also played a role in directing girls to their abusers in exchange for gifts and money. These women would trap the girls in properties or use violence to coerce them. Taylor had witnessed shootings, had knives held to her throat, and a gun held to her head. The gangs used the death of one of the other girls as leverage, threatening that anyone who spoke out would be next. Realizing she had to escape the abuse, Taylor made a detailed 20-page statement to the police. No. Taylor made a detailed 20-page statement to the police. She provided the phone numbers of more than 100 Asian men and showed them messages in which the men threatened to rape her mother, beat her father, and burn down the family home. That seems like a common practice there. No investigations followed. Both her teachers at school and her GP were aware that something was seriously wrong, but did not pursue their suspicions further. Before they raped me, they would chant, Bismillah Rahim near Rahim. Raham near Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful. What in the fuck is this psycho fucking shit? Oh my god. Before they raped me, they would chant, "In the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful." Marie was born in a maternity home. Oh my god. No. No. Imagine praising God before you rape. That's fucking crazy. Praising Allah. Shut up. Marie was born in a maternity home for unmarried mothers and grew up with her mother and grandmother. Her mother was cruel and abusive. She would deliberately make Marie cry, touch her inappropriately, and behave violently. She would go into school with split lips, black eyes, bruising, and marks over her body. She was never asked what had happened. She was not allowed to go outside, have friends, and was regularly called degrading names. Viewing her medical record as an adult, there were documented concerns from around a year old. A year old? There were notes of a rash down below with question marks recorded. There were further entries where it was described as a possible nappy rash, again with question marks. 7 years later, a doctor made a note that she was a child that should be, quote, kept an eye on. Her mother refused to discuss her situation with Marie in the room. The record showed that she had significant bowel and gynecological problems. Despite the signs of abuse, no safeguarding action was taken. The system fucks everything every time. From around the age of 7, Marie's mother's partner began grooming and sexually abusing her. He would bring her presents and then touch her inappropriately. Marie said to him what he was doing was bad, and she did not like it. He told her that her mother had told him it was allowed. Her mother would ask Marie how she got on with him, demand she had thanked him properly, and would threaten to get angry if not. She was complicit, and the abuse continued for many years. Her mother would deliberately shame her. When Marie began to menstruate, she thought she was dying, but her mother told her periods were what dirty girls had. She deliberately gave her sanitary pads that would leak so she could shame and punish her. If she had a spot on her face, she would put a large blob of germaline on her face and tell her not to remove it, otherwise people would know she was dirty. When she was unwell, her mother would get her partner to rub vapor rub on her chest. Her mother would soak her underwear in bleach and make her wear it, which still causes Marie discomfort to this day. In one instance, her mother and her partner forced a bottle inside her, which was painful. Her mother would attach clothes pegs on her clitoris to see how long Marie could last. Marie's mother also groomed her for others, and she had to share a bed with her. Marie was taken to another man's house by her mother's partner where she was raped. He began to traffic her to other perpetrators he knew through his work that operated like an organized group or gang. She became pregnant as a product of the abuse. On 2 occasions, her mother took her to a woman's house. The woman used a knitting needle to perform the abortions. The woman's husband also raped her. She had bottle tops opened up inside of her vagina, then made to drink what was in the bottle when she was primary school age. There were instances where she ran into members of her grooming network who would lure her to a secluded location and rape her. The abuse she experienced included extreme sexual violence and degradation. She was raped repeatedly over the years, including anal rape. She was subjected to penetration with objects. She was urinated on. Her legs were held open. She was bitten on the back, cut on the leg, and strangled. She had lasting injuries. Marie attempted to end her own life at school by walking in front of a van. At college, she drank a bottle of vodka and took a box of tablets in an attempt to kill herself. The college counselor raised concerns and contacted her GP, but nothing was done. Between leaving school and joining college at 17, she was groomed by a 55-year-old police sergeant. He knew her background and claimed that he would catch her attacker and get justice for her. Instead, one evening he offered to take her out of the house and he raped her. He went on to rape her on another occasion. Upon becoming an adult, she went to a woman's aid refuge for safety. They moved her to a safe location. On one location, her mother and partner went to the Women's Aid office, but they refused to give them information and introduced additional measures to protect Marie. Beautiful. That's what you're supposed to do. While in the safe house, she miscarried, a product of her mother's partner. Following this, Marie drunkenly called her mother and told her what happened. Even after explaining who impregnated her, her mother said, "We would have loved a baby in the house." Fuck me. No. She went to the police in recent years and told them that she was a survivor of sexual abuse, and they told her to go away and, quote, sort her head out. None of the perpetrators have been brought to justice. Jane. Jane grew up in a fractured household, rarely present. Her mother was addicted to drugs and alcohol, regularly using hash and cocaine during Jane's childhood. She tried to end her own life on multiple occasions and left altogether when Jane was 7. Jane's father had significant mental health issues, though until the age of 5, she describes a generally positive relationship with him. However, after meeting a new partner following the departure of Jane's mother, she became colder, more distant, and increasingly abusive. He used his hands, a slipper, and a cane to hit Jane. Jane's mother re-entered her life with a new boyfriend when Jane was 13. The boyfriend was abusive towards Jane's mother, and on one occasion raped her in front of Jane. It was around this time that Jane's mother's drug dealer began grooming her via Facebook. He had become aware of the fact that Jane was self-harming and presented himself as a sympathetic and supportive friend. Jane, vulnerable at the time, exchanged messages with him for several months. Eventually, the drug dealer began asking Jane whether she had ever smoked cigarettes, taken drugs, or had sex. During one half-term, he asked to meet with her. She agreed, and he came to Jane's father's house while Jane's father was at work, armed with a kosh. The fuck is a kosh? No, fucking kosher diet my ass. Slang for a weapon. A bludgeon such as a blackjack. Okay. So he came with a bat. Okay. He took her up to her bedroom and told her to strip naked. He said, "You may be 13, but you've got the body of a woman," and raped her before promptly leaving. From then, the drug dealer regularly called Jane and waited outside school for her. Jane would hide in the staff room and tell teachers that she did not want to leave as she knew he would be waiting for her. The staff did not intervene and would force her to leave the school. The drug dealer regularly took Jane to his girlfriend's house, where he would give Jane Valium and cannabis. He would also show her the drugs he took, including heroin, methadone, and crack cocaine. The drug dealer sexually abused Jane every day apart from the weekends for several months. Jane was misdiagnosed with a personality disorder at this time. She did not tell anyone about her relationship with the drug dealer until one night during an argument with her mother, who was drunk. Her mother said, "I don't know why you're like this," and Jane replied, "Because I'm being fucked by a 50-year-old man and nobody's noticed." Oh. Bag of oranges. The following day, Jane returned from school to the police at her house. The police insisted that Jane, still just 13, would need to testify in court alone against the drug dealer. And that's what Bach is here for. Intimidated, she did not wish to face him, and he was not prosecuted. Fuck me. Following the revelation of Jane's grooming and rape by the drug dealer, Jane's father called her a whore and told her that he, quote, wished she would just hurry up and kill herself. Oh. The school accused Jane of using self-harm to manipulate her father. She was regularly placed in detention and threatened with expulsion due to falling behind with schoolwork. As a result, Jane became increasingly disobedient and suicidal. At the age of 14, Jane began running away from school, taking drugs, and spending time with men older than her. On one occasion, she took an overdose before school in an attempt to end her life. She was taken to the hospital after the staff told her she would have done it in the woods or somewhere private if she actually wanted to die. Her father then came to the hospital and told her to, quote, try harder next time, as she was wasting everyone's time. Later that day, she attempted suicide by cutting her own throat, but failed. Jane was briefly taken into care at the hospital. She was discharged after less than a month, and everybody acted like nothing had happened. Her father would not accept her back into the family home, so she was left homeless. Jane spent a short period of time staying with friends until social work services was informed about her situation by her aunt. Jane refused to return home, disclosing to social services that she was being physically abused and showed them the bruises on her body. She was then briefly taken into foster care before being moved into a children's home until she was 16 years old. Jane was then moved into a semi-independent living facility for vulnerable young people. After a few months, a female peer at the accommodation invited Jane to what she described as a, quote, party. This peer was coercive and intimidating, and Jane did not feel able to refuse. She was taken to a block of flats in Hounslow and expected to be met with a group of people her own age. Instead, the flat was occupied by 6 or 7 Somali men. Oh, gross. Just a whole bunch of oversized starving Marvins. Jane was taken into the bathroom by the girl who had brought her there and instructed to shave. She was told that she was being sold to the men for sex. Jane did not want to participate, but complied out of fear. She was then sexually abused by one of the men and made to sleep in a small child's bed afterward. The following morning, the girl who took Jane to the flat was paid by the men. This girl repeatedly, over a period of months, sometimes with multiple other girls present, told this occurred repeatedly over periods of months. Jane was told that she needed to gain weight to be more desirable to the men. Why? They can't gain any fucking weight over there. The only weight that they gain over there is if you get a parasite in your intestines and you swell up. In response, Jane began purging, which developed into a severe eating disorder. Makes sense. Jane was blackmailed with the threat of with the threat of prison by the peer if she disclosed her exploitation to anyone. Violence and intimidation became commonplace at the semi-independent living facility. On one occasion, a young woman returned to the accommodation intoxicated and distressed, saying that she had been abducted and sexually assaulted. The staff, who were aware that sexual exploitation was taking place on the site, but chose to do nothing about it, responded by accusing her of making it up. Lovely. Eventually, Jane disclosed her own sexual exploitation to accommodation staff, including the trafficking and exchange of money. She was told that what was happening did not constitute trafficking, as she was over the age of 16. The police were not contacted and no action was taken. I swear to God, all of these people, everybody fucking associated, everybody in these facilities, I don't give a fuck who it is. If somebody said no, roast them. Put them on a fucking spit, spin that bitch until they are just melted flesh. Fucking, Okay. The police were not contacted and no action was taken. Jane was blackmailed by staff with the threat of being blamed for the exploitation of her and others if she took her complaints any further. Jane's eating disorder intensified and she began self-harming again. She was sectioned under the Mental Health Act and admitted to a psychiatric hospital. While hospitalized, she disclosed the exploitation again. Police interviews took place, but due to her being heavily medicated, Jane was treated as an unreliable witness and no further action was taken. She also disclosed in writing what was happening to her. It was removed from her most recent social care file, but the original clearly states she wrote a letter to them a year before she was hospitalized, and her police interview matched the letter. The letter was not acted on by authorities. All of them. Round them up. As a result of her abuse and eating disorder, Jane had developed endometriosis, which has resulted in the loss of half her uterus. Fuck. Jane has since learned that her records at the semi-independent living facility have been lost or destroyed, despite statutory retention requirements. Of course they have. What else are you supposed to do? You got a Hillary Clinton at her, you're going to get in a whole bunch of trouble. Even into adulthood, Jane has not received any closure, and attempts to get justice have been met with delays, obstruction, and re-traumatization. Jane states that she believes that children remain at risk due to the culture of silence that persists across institutions that should be caring for them. I later learned that key records from the children's home were missing or destroyed, despite statutory retention requirements. This has obstructed accountability. Leanne describes a childhood marked by extreme instability, domestic violence, fear, and early trauma. From a young age, she was exposed to abuse within her family, including sexual abuse by her uncle, which severely damaged her ability to trust adults or disclose harm. Frequent moves, school disruption, ADHD, bullying, and exclusions compounded her vulnerability. By the age of 14, Leanne was drawn into peer groups linked to significantly older men. These men were adult males, primarily of Kurdish, Iraqi, and other Muslim backgrounds, and they operated in groups. Grooming was systemic. Alcohol, drugs, accommodation, and emotional manipulation were used to entrap her. She was taken to various houses in Sheffield, notably Pittsmore and other cities where multiple girls were trafficked and sexually exploited. She was raped repeatedly, drugged, and on at least one occasion, held captive and beaten for several days. She witnessed stabbings, shootings, and machete attacks, handled firearms as a child, and was forced into environments of extreme violence. This is not a problem. That's not a problem. I've taught every one of my children gun safety from the moment that they could say gun, because that's what you need to do to make sure that you stay safe. Now, I know that in a country like Britain, this is a big no-no. But if you teach them what they're doing, this isn't a problem at all. In fact, the house is safer because of it. Anne was forced into environments of extreme violence. Okay. But they handled firearms as a child. That shouldn't be an issue. It just is there. At 15, Leanne became pregnant by an adult Iraqi man. She miscarried and later discovered that records had been falsified to suggest she was 16, thereby minimizing the seriousness of the offense. Despite repeated missing episodes, police intelligence, and sexual exploitation strategy meetings, safeguarding failed. That's a common theme here. The council housing department refused to assist her due to her age, because she's 15. Child protection plans were implemented but did not remove her from danger. Social services and police were aware she was associating with older Kurdish men and at high risk of sexual exploitation, yet intervention was weak and inconsistent. No perpetrator was prosecuted for her rape. She eventually escaped exploitation only after becoming a mother at 17 and moving away from the grooming network. As an adult, Leanne lives with chronic physical and psychological harm, including trauma-related fibromyalgia. She has never received justice. She gave her evidence to ensure that what happened is finally acknowledged and not repeated. Lily was raised in a large, loving, working family in the 1970s. Her family's life was permanently destabilized when the council forced them out of their cottage to build flats. Why am I not even fucking surprised? They were evicted from their home and moved into 2 council houses. This was the first time anyone in the family had lived on a council estate. After moving on to the council estate, trouble began immediately. One older boy attempted to take Lily's hand from her mother when she was 5 years old. Her mother reported it to the police, but it was treated as a joke. Years later, the same person went on to rape a 3-year-old. This perpetrator and his brother then began targeting the family. They harassed Lily's mother and beat her father badly. This created an atmosphere of constant fear and chaos. The police frequently attended the family home, turning over belongings and breaking possessions while investigating false accusations. Over time, Lily and her siblings were taken into care. Siblings who returned home disclosed severe abuse in children's homes, including rape, violence, humiliation, and intimidation. Lily herself was groomed and repeatedly abducted and raped by a man from the age of 6. He threatened to harm her sisters if she spoke. Lily's sister was sexually abused by her own social worker at age 12. This was actively covered up by management, who pretended he was in a relationship with another social worker to deflect suspicion. He gained legal guardianship of Lily's sister and eventually married her. He was paid by the local authority, and her sister never completed her education. Lily witnessed children being selected by staff and handed over to foreign taxi drivers over many years. In the children's home, Lily was violently assaulted and sexually abused by staff. Management figures dismissed or covered up the abuse. She also suffered numerous violent injuries from staff. The most serious was a head injury that resulted in lasting neurological damage. Later in adulthood, she was diagnosed with a brain aneurysm. After returning to school with serious injuries, Lily was sent back home to her parents. At age 14, upon returning to the estate, she was gang raped by older men and boys. She did not report it to the police. As an adult, Lily learned that police and council records of her abuse had been hidden for decades. Operation Marmion briefly acknowledged her account before being shut down at a senior level. She was told the perpetrators were out of jurisdiction, dead, or untraceable. No one was held accountable. They would toot the horn of the car, and then a child would be taken to the front door by a staff member of the children's home. Are you fucking kidding me? Grace was raised without a father and with a mother who met her basic physical needs but was emotionally cold, neither nurturing nor affectionate. She believes this early life experience contributed to a lack of emotional security and increased vulnerability later in life. At 4 years old, she was sexually abused by a babysitter. She has no memory of the abuse and states that it does not directly trouble her emotionally. No memory, okay. Grace's mother prevented contact with her estranged father without giving any reason, causing Grace to rebel against her. By secondary school age, her behavior had deteriorated significantly. She began getting into cars with adult men who offered her cannabis, music, food, and lifts. She states that the majority of the men who groomed her were Pakistani, although some white men acted as intermediaries and assisted in the grooming of girls. She was raped on multiple occasions by adult men, often while intoxicated. Because she had been drinking, she believed she was responsible for the abuse. At 15, she believed she was in a relationship with an adult man, a situation that lasted around 5 years. During that time, she had experienced domestic violence, rape, and coercive control. She reported the perpetrators to the police, wishing only to prevent other children from experiencing abuse. However, the police arrested and interviewed some of the men about Grace without consulting her in advance or assessing the potential impact on her. She felt pushed into prosecution without adequate preparation or support. She found the process abrupt and poorly explained. As a consequence of the police's handling of the case, she experienced flashbacks, panic attacks, and a relapse into substance misuse. Another partner was a pedophile involved in grooming gangs who sexually abused her children and others. He stalked, harassed, and threatened the family and manipulated police investigations for years. Police repeatedly failed to seize devices, link cases, act on stalking logs, or protect her and her children. Non-molestation orders and bail conditions were breached without consequence. The cumulative impact includes severe mental illness, displacement, loss of employment, and ongoing fear. If I got raped tomorrow, I would never come back to the police again because what is the point? It's just a pointless process that leaves you feeling even worse because you're either not believed or you're not taken seriously or they don't use the tools that they've got to investigate properly because it's too hard. A non-molestation order, yes. Let's see. Non-molestation orders and bail conditions were breached without consequence. What the fuck is... else? Yeah, here we go. Let's see. A non-molestation order is a civil injunction in English and Welsh law that legally prohibits an abuser from harassing, intimidating, or using violence against you and any relevant children. Violating this order, I'm guessing this is the same thing as a no-contact order. Yeah, it's a restraining order, but they call it a non-molestation, so I guess molestation might have a different meaning. You can be molested by being contacted or something, I'm not sure. Victoria gave evidence as the mother of a vulnerable teenager who started at a local college in 2022. In 2023, her daughter abruptly converted to Islam. You should never do that. Victoria discovered Muslim clothing, a Quran, and a prayer mat hidden under her bed. Her daughter began quoting the Quran and praying 5 times a day. This sudden change coincided with a secret relationship with an Algerian Muslim student who held strong Islamic beliefs. That's a good way to get stoned to death. She became disrespectful to her family and started speaking negatively about Britain. Victoria says her daughter changed completely. The boyfriend exerted coercive control. He held his daughter's banking details via Face ID, controlled her social media, isolated her from her family, and imposed strict Islamic practices. Gotta love Sharia. Concerned by this, Victoria contacted the police and reported the controlling behavior and sudden conversion. The police said they would refer her daughter to social services, as she was still a child. When social services visited, they learned her daughter was being made to take contraception. They also discussed the nature of her new Islamic beliefs. The social worker said he would refer her to Women's Aid for support with the coercive and controlling relationship. Victoria asked the social worker to look into the partner's background, but the college did not respond to the social worker's inquiries. Victoria then contacted the college's safeguarding lead herself. The lead agreed it sounded like exploitation and referred the case to Prevent, the British government's counter-terrorism program designed to safeguard vulnerable people from radicalization and terrorism. If they've got something that prevents from radicalization and being switched to Islam can be deemed radicalization, that should tell you everything you need to fucking know about offending these people. Her daughter's diet changed dramatically. She stopped eating bacon and ate far less than before. Fun fact, you're 95% less likely to spontaneously combust when you enter a government building if you eat bacon. She spent a lot of time in and out of hospital, but never explained why to her mother. Her mental health also deteriorated severely. After meeting the man, she repeatedly attempted suicide by cutting and made desperate calls saying she would kill herself. During one emergency hospital stay, police removed her daughter from Victoria, threatened Victoria with arrest, and transported the girl to the address of her abuser's brother, despite Victoria's explicit warnings about the danger. There, her daughter was subjected to mental and physical abuse, including strangulation, death threats, rape, and financial exploitation. Money was funneled through the abuser's brother's bank account. The man and his family racially abused her, calling her a white slag, and pressured her to drop all complaints and marry him. Prevent's involvement was catastrophically delayed, no surprise there. The college's safeguarding lead initially told Victoria that referrals had been made and accepted, but later evidence showed that they were sent late, incorrectly, or not at all. Again, now I'm not surprised at all. Arrests were delayed for months, and rape allegations were eventually dropped due to a lack of evidence only after limited phone checks. Victoria concluded that systemic failure and institutional reluctance to address Islamic-related safeguarding had placed her daughter in grave danger. The local mosque where the boyfriend used to go is known for extreme radical views, and I feel that the children and young adults that are attending that mosque are being taught what to go out and do in the community, and to our children at schools to preach. Eleanor was born into a financially comfortable family, but despite this, she had a childhood marked by instability, emotional neglect, and a lack of adult protection. Her parents separated, and after moving away with her mother and two sisters, she lived in poorer conditions and saw much less of her father. Without her extended family around her, and with a mother who was emotionally distant, she was left to grow up largely on her own. Her desire for adult attention resulted in poor behavior at school. She was expelled in year 7 and placed in a pupil referral unit, which she eventually excluded from as well. I want bacon really bad right now. That's fucked. I have some too. I think I'm going to have some tonight. She attributes her disruptive behavior to a lack of desire and emotional capacity to engage with her education, as well as the lack of structure in her life. She was preoccupied with seeking attention, validation, and care. By the age of 13, oh yeah, I got 8 pounds, probably more than that in the freezer. So I just take one out, let her thaw for a minute, chop it up, mac and cheese it, bacon it. Oh yeah, it's going to be good. Okay. At the age of 13, she began to be groomed by older men who she encountered locally, usually in the town center. Some were older white men, but there were also Muslim men connected to a newly opened restaurant in the area. As the grooming continued, Eleanor's behavior deteriorated significantly. She had frequent encounters with the police and was arrested often. During this time, older men gave her drugs and kept her in various houses. She believed these men were looking after her and offering her the care she craved. While this was ongoing, her mother was unaware of her location but did not report her missing. No authority intervened regarding why she was often missing, arrested, or spending significant amounts of time with adult men. When she was 14, she returned home one day after being away and no one answered the door. Eleanor climbed onto the roof of the house and managed to get inside. She discovered the house was completely empty. Her mother had thrown everything away, including childhood photographs and personal items, and had left without telling her. She went to social services of her own volition and was instructed to go to her father. She was expected to travel to him on the train alone. She had no meaningful relationship with her father and only spoke to him occasionally. When Eleanor arrived, he made it clear that his new partner was his priority and that she and her sisters came second. His partner tried to get her onto a more stable path and back into education. But due to her previous exclusions, schools frequently refused her. In an ethnic minority-majority area, she was explicitly told by one school that she could not be admitted because she was an English girl and would be the only one. She was placed in a pupil referral unit, but the behavior of other students there did little to give her a sense of safety, structure, and aspiration she needed. She therefore ran away often. Frequent running away resulted in repeated arrests, and eventually social services decided she could be contained in a family setting and took her into care. She could be contained, or she could not be contained. I'm guessing it's supposed to be could not be contained. In a family setting, it took her into care. While in care, she became more visible and accessible to men who were already looking for vulnerable girls, and she was once again groomed. On one occasion, some adult men approached her and offered her alcohol and a lift. She drank a small amount and quickly became unwell and lost consciousness. When she awoke, she was aware she was inside a house that appeared to be decorated for an Asian wedding, but she lost consciousness again. When she finally awoke properly, she found herself abandoned by the side of the road, unclothed, injured, and disoriented. She managed to make it back to her children's home. However, she was not asked what happened, taken to the hospital, or had any record made of the incident in her case files. It all feels like it was, entwined like that, Following this incident, Eleanor went missing far more frequently. She would sleep rough in doorways, abandoned buildings, and taxis. No one at the care home asked her any questions about why this was happening. She was transferred to a different children's home where men regularly collected girls from outside the home and sometimes came in the building itself. came. The staff allowed this to happen. The men offered food, alcohol, places to stay, and a sense of belonging, but in reality they were there to sexually exploit children. Eleanor became involved with an older man whom she believed was her boyfriend. He was involved in the drug trade. She was taken to Jersey and kept in a hotel for 7 days. Jersey? Ah, New Jersey, right? She was not allowed to leave freely. Upon returning to the care home, no one questioned where she had been. She continued to be arrested for low-level offenses, particularly shoplifting. She was eventually placed in a young offenders institution. In one occasion, she was punched while being arrested, and this experience, among others, destroyed any trust she had in the police. From this point onward, she saw the police as just another threat. When she was 17, Eleanor was present at a stabbing incident involving men connected to the grooming network that had been abusing her. She was not involved in the violence, but gave the victim first aid and called emergency services. She was arrested at the scene and charged under the doctrine of joint enterprise with conspiracy to commit grievous bodily harm with intent. Oh, shit. The case did not come to trial until 2 years later, when Eleanor was an adult, and so she was tried as an adult. She was sentenced to 2 years in prison. She believes she was criminalized for circumstances that arose directly from exploitation, neglect, and systemic failure, rather than being protected from them. Following her conviction, Eleanor converted to Islam. Come the fuck on. She did not do so for many theological reasons, but practical ones, as a method of survival. In many environments she had experienced, Muslim girls were afforded some degree of protection relative to non-Muslims. She felt that conversion was a way to reduce risk and make herself less vulnerable. Before serving her sentence, she became pregnant by an older man and entered into an Islamic marriage with him, believing it might provide stability and protection. She was imprisoned with her young baby, an experience she found deeply distressing. She was imprisoned with her baby. You want to talk about what's going on at the border? Holy shit. Following her release, she was subjected to domestic abuse and coercive control. This abuse was not always physical. It involved isolation, monitoring, restrictions on her behavior, and the constant erosion of her sense of self. She was controlled through fear, guilt, and religious obligation. She was not allowed independence or employment. Well, duh. And others were told she was mentally unwell. This further isolated. She met and remarried another man who took her to Saudi Arabia. She was entirely dependent on her husband for everything and was not allowed to leave the house without him. She felt isolated and powerless. This experience made her realize she needed to leave Islam, but she knew that apostasy carried very serious consequences and so kept it to herself. However, she was eventually able to escape Saudi Arabia and return to United Kingdom with her children. Now she's got more than one. Back in Britain, with no home, work, or money, she was raped by another man, became pregnant again, and felt forced into another marriage. Her abuse continued. She eventually escaped this situation after studying in secret and building up her sense of identity and confidence enough to make a new life for herself. Eleanor believes much of the harm she experienced could have been avoided had institutions adequately protected her. Children's services did not safeguard her. The education system excluded her. The police criminalized her. I'd had friends that were Muslim, girlfriends, and this never happened to them. They would be in the cars with us sometimes, but the men would treat them differently. Rachel is the mother of a daughter who died at age 12 after taking an overdose. Her daughter was a joyful, creative, academically engaged child from a stable and loving home. She was, however, autistic, which made her more vulnerable to abuse and exploitation. Following the lockdown response to COVID-19, her behavior changed dramatically, and she became withdrawn, depressed, and began self-harming. Rachel's daughter disclosed that she had been orally raped by a white British boy from her school. The disclosure devastated her and her family. When police attended the family home, she was told it would be, quote, her word against his. Keep in mind, this is like 2020. This is 6 years ago. That the process would take years and that it involved extensive paperwork. This interaction caused her to shut down and withdraw her complaint. The police investigation went no further. Despite assurances to the contrary, the alleged perpetrator remained in school and safeguarding was ineffective. She was subjected to relentless bullying, including physical assaults by girls linked to the perpetrator, which were filmed and shared online. Police took weeks to respond and failed to act on video evidence or threats. Rachel's daughter was abused and threatened on Snapchat and other platforms daily. The intimidation escalated when the perpetrator's brother attended the family home and attempted to force entry. Police advised only that the family should consider moving house. Rachel's son was assaulted at school. On the night of her death, Rachel's daughter took an overdose of colchicine, stating she just wanted everything to stop. She suffered multiple organ failure and died days later. Even after her death, the abuse continued. Rachel believes that her daughter was failed by the police, her school, and the Crown Prosecution Service. She states that she was effectively murdered by institutional failure. Jen's childhood was characterized by emotional neglect and a lack of safety. Her emotional needs were not recognized or prioritized by the adults in her life, particularly her parents, who were absent much of the time. Within the wider family context, boundaries were blurred, and inappropriate dynamics were normalized. For example, family members introduced her to drugs and alcohol around the age of 13. Throughout secondary school, Jen was bullied, but staff did little to help despite her obvious distress. On the contrary, they contributed to her victimization. Much of the bullying stemmed from an incident in her first year in which a teacher refused to allow Jen to use the toilet, resulting in Jen wetting herself and being made to stay in the soiled clothes for the rest of the day. The teacher faced no repercussions. Jen began self-harming and running away from home, and the only adult she felt she could confide in committed suicide around this time. Into adolescence, Jen had no stable sense of self-worth and no adults who consistently protected or advocated for her. Her self-harm worsened and she experienced suicidal thoughts, yet safeguarding responses remained absent. Jen began to believe that she was, quote, not worth protecting, and as a result became increasingly vulnerable to exploitation. At 13, adult men began contacting her online, giving her a sense of validation and belonging. Sexual conversations were common, including one man encouraging Jen to insert a knife into her vagina. At 15, offline grooming began with a group of white British men who presented themselves as sympathetic friends to the vulnerable Jen. Though she was not raped by these men, one of them told her that touching was okay, but we can't have intercourse until you are 16 because of the law. At the age of 17, Jen was introduced to a gang of Iraqi Kurdish Muslim men by a friend who she now believes was, herself, groomed. The gang members, all of whom were illegal migrants, trafficked Jen to numerous towns and cities across the Midlands where she was raped by multiple men at what were described as parties. On one occasion, she was anally raped in a park by one of the gang members. She was taken on drug runs and witnessed the slaughtering of a lamb in the bathroom of a house. She describes a closed and intimidating social world governed by fear, loyalty, and silence, in which racially supremacist attitudes were openly and regularly expressed. White British people were described as white trash and white girls as English pig dogs. See, look, they're being racially supremacist. What the fuck? Anyways, perpetrators insisted that children choose exploitation, and Britain and its institutions were described as soft and easy to exploit. They boasted of receiving free money from the British state, and on multiple occasions Jen was forced to fill in asylum benefit applications on their behalf. Jen witnessed intimidation, violence, trafficking, asylum fraud, sexual exploitation, including the drugging and raping of children as young as 13, in the aftermath of a gang-related murder while involved with the group, and was thus afraid to defy or disclose against its members. The gang became increasingly controlling and abusive, isolating Jen from her friends and family. Her movements, communications, and decisions were closely monitored and restricted, and any attempt to assert independence was met with threats. She suffered emotional, psychological, and sexual abuse, and at 18 became pregnant as a result of rape. Jen was repeatedly told she was inferior and unclean as a non-Muslim. Religious coercion escalated into forced conversion to Islam, partly due to her pregnancy. She was taken to a dark, dingy flat that had been converted into a mosque and married by an imam in an Islamic ceremony without giving consent. The marriage was used as a mechanism to legitimize control over her, and restrictions on her behavior increased. During pregnancy, the threats intensified. Jen was told she had no right to leave or make decisions about her child because to do so would be anti-Islamic. Her behavior was tightly controlled, including instruction not to eat pork, as the father believed it would, quote, make the baby gay. Guilty. Anyways, she was told that disclosure to the authorities would result in shame and punishment. Nevertheless, she attempted to report her situation to the police, but no action was taken. The ideological and religious dimensions of her trafficking and abuse were minimized, and her disclosures were reframed as relationship issues or cultural matters before being dismissed as exaggerated and unreliable. After the birth of her daughter, Jen's access to her child was restricted and used as a means of leverage. The father, an Iraqi illegal immigrant, repeatedly took their daughter to Iraq, despite having claimed asylum in Britain on the basis that he could not safely remain there. While there, she was exposed to firearms, including AK-47s. That's perfectly fine. I don't have one yet, but I'm going to at some point because I love them. I think they're pretty. When her daughter was 3 years old, Jen contacted the police after the father threatened to take their daughter to Iraq and never bring her back. The police responded that it was a civil matter and did not intervene. Jen has not spent a single one of her daughter's birthdays with her since she was 9 years old and has minimal contact has had minimal contact with her for several years. Her father continues to take her to Iraq regularly. Jen now lives with complex PTSD, anxiety, depression, disassociation, periods of agoraphobia, and persistent fear and distress in relation to her daughter's safety and autonomy. These difficulties significantly impair her ability to function day to day. She gives evidence so that religiously motivated coercive abuse is properly recognized and confronted, even when doing so is politically, culturally, or socially controversial. They have no compassion for the young girls that are out on the streets, and they see us as slags, as white trash. English pig dogs came up a lot. Muslims don't like pigs, and they don't like dogs, so they hate dogs, they hate pigs, and they put women on the same level as that. I'm not even halfway through this. Is this all story? We have some redactive. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Influence. Oh, right. So I finally decided to go and search when I had already... Kate? That's a lot of Kate. A lot of Kate. Holy shit. This is the longest story yet. I think this is what I'm at too. Yeah, I am. Okay. Kate grew up in a deeply dysfunctional and unsafe household where violence, sexual abuse, and neglect were commonplace. Social services had been involved with the family since before Kate was born, primarily due to the neglect of her siblings by her parents and the behavior of her older half-brother who was physically violent. He, along with Kate's father, sexually abused Kate from a young age, something that was not identified by social services for several years. When she was around... Where is it? I lost it again. When she was around the age of 5, Kate and her 2 brothers were removed from the care of their biological parents and placed in a foster home. It was determined that they could not return to their parents' custody, and they were adopted by a couple from town. Social services, children's services, they're all terrible. It was determined that they could not return to their parents' custody, and they were adopted by a couple from a town around 50 miles away. I like how you guys used miles there, not kilometers. Kate and her brothers settled well into their new home and family environment, and for the next 7 years, Kate's life was happy and stable, with her adoptive parents providing the love and support that her biological parents had failed to give. Kate's adoptive parents were committed Christians, and the family attended the local church every Sunday. Much of Kate's social life outside of the school revolved around church activities. including youth groups and spending time with other families within the church community. At school, she performed exceptionally well and was identified as gifted and talented across a range of subjects. She rarely got into trouble, and despite suffering from low self-esteem, was well regarded by teachers and peers alike. Kate maintained a limited circle of friends, that's the way to do it, and directed most of her energies into her studies, which provided her with a sense of achievement, structure, and self-worth. Kate was, this is almost like a positive story, you know what I mean? Like, we're heading the right, like, oh, something bad happened, and boom, she turned it around. That's not how this is going to go. This was the longest one yet. This one was like 10 pages. Kate was highly ambitious and optimistic about the future. She held herself to very high standards and aspired to attend university, complete a PhD, and pursue a career in archaeology or paramedicine. She was also driven by a strong sense of family and looked forward to getting married and having children of her own. Around the age of 12, Kate began to receive sex education at school. She found these lessons upsetting as, up to this point, her understanding of what had happened to her during her early childhood was very limited. Social services had failed to identify the abuse at the time, and so it had never been acknowledged, discussed, or explained to her. She entered adolescence confused about what had happened to her, and without a clear understanding of healthy boundaries and inappropriate behavior, she lacked the confidence to confide in an adult, and this left her vulnerable. Kate came to realize that the abuse she had suffered at the hands of her biological father and half-brother were not normal or legal. She began to experience a growing sense of shame, fear, and self-blame. She felt a deep uncertainty about her identity, body, and relationship with others. She soon began to experience suicidal thoughts. Still just 12 years old, Kate decided to take her own life. One Saturday night, after her family had gone to sleep, she left the home in the early hours and walked to a secluded location where she intended to commit suicide, hoping she would not be found. She paused beneath a tree to shelter from the rain, and after a while heard a group of men approaching. By their tone, Kate suspected that they were drunk, and when they saw her, they began cheering. They called her a no-homer and suggested that she could stay warm on their dicks. Kate, terrified and regretful, waited for the men to pass before attempting to return home. But as she was walking, she was grabbed from behind by one of the men. Kate was overpowered by the three men, forced to the ground. Her arms and legs were pinned, and the men took turns orally and vaginally raping her. When it ended, the men hit her repeatedly and threatened to find her, kill her, and harm her loved ones if she ever told anyone what had happened. So violent was the assault, Kate's clothes were left blood-stained. Traumatized, she walked across the town to her family's church, knowing that her parents would be there in a few hours. She sat on the porch and cried for several hours before deciding to return home. While she was walking, both a van and a taxi driver stopped to ask if she was okay, given her disheveled appearance and visible distress. She replied that she was. When she arrived home, she hid her blood-stained clothes and went to sleep. Kate did not disclose the assault to anyone, and her mental and physical health rapidly deteriorated. She began self-harming, and her suicidal thoughts intensified. She attempted to take her own life on multiple occasions over the following months and was admitted to hospital many times as a result. She started getting bullied at school. Concern for her welfare escalated, but Kate resisted every attempt by her parents and teachers to intervene. She was assigned a child and adolescent mental health services practitioner by the local authority, with whom she started regular counseling sessions. But Kate did not find this either effective or helpful, as she continued to keep the assault hidden. The professionals concluded that her deteriorating health was linked to her early life trauma. Later that year, Kate received a message on social media from one of the abusers. To this day, Kate does not know how they found her. The message was a video of the assault, and they threatened to share it with Kate's friends and family if they did not comply with their demands. Kate feared that if they did so, the bullying would worsen and she would get into trouble. Once again, she did not disclose the incident to anyone, and believing she could resolve the blackmail, she went to meet them. She was instructed to come to the house in the local town center. She was taken inside, and all three abusers were present. They proceeded to rape her again, this time making clear that she was being filmed. Following this, they told Kate that she now worked for them and was expected to do what she was told. For otherwise, the footage would be leaked. She was given a phone and told always to remain contactable. In the period that followed, Kate was required to meet the two chief abusers frequently. They introduced her to other men in their network, and she was repeatedly subjected by them to sexual abuse. Kate was also forced to participate in webcam abuse sessions, which generated revenue for the abusers. If the live stream did not generate what they would consider to be a satisfactory amount of money, Kate was punished. The constant shifting of expectations was used as a method of control. Kate gradually became more open with her counselors, though she still did not disclose the full extent of what was happening to her. She began to refer to the initial assault as, quote, the event, and they soon worked out that she had been raped. Though they did not suspect ongoing abuse, they shared their concerns with Kate's parents, and almost a year after the initial assault, Kate's mother confronted her about the suspicions that she, Kate's father, and the social services professionals had formed. Kate confirmed to her mother that she had been raped. Soon after the disclosure, Kate was taken to the Sexual Assault and Rape Center for further counseling. The SARC therapists encouraged Kate to report the initial assault to the police. Kate hoped that doing so would lead to an intervention that would stop the ongoing abuse, but was too frightened to name the perpetrators, fearing reprisals from the gang. Nevertheless, she reported the assault to the police, providing with as much information as possible, and was brought in for questioning with her mother. At the police station, Kate was taken into the interview room before the interview began, and without Kate's mother present, Kate was told that this was her last chance to say that her report was untrue. She was warned that if any part of her account could not be supported by evidence, she could and would be arrested. For an extended period of time, both officers repeatedly told her how much trouble she would be in if any detail of her statement was disproved, and that she could withdraw the allegation before the interview started with no further consequences. Are you fucking kidding me? They also suggested that her parents would be relieved if she said the incident had not happened. Still just 12 years old, and already deeply traumatized, Kate became overwhelmed by the pressure she felt the officers were placing on her and said that she believed what they wanted her to say. The rape had not taken place. This interaction occurred before the recording began, and as a result, the formal interview did not reflect the coercion that took place. Kate felt unable to disclose anything further, including the abuse that was ongoing at the time. Because she felt she was not being believed or taken seriously, the police report recorded the incident as a withdrawal of the complaint. Following this experience, Kate again attempted to take her own life. Shortly afterwards, Kate's mother found content in Kate's diary describing the rape. She encouraged Kate to speak to the police again, but Kate explained that the police had previously pressured her to withdraw her complaint. Nevertheless, Kate returned to the police station and this time completed the interview. Some weeks later, Kate's parents discovered sexually explicit messages on her phone between Kate and several adult men, including sexual photographs. These were reported to the police, but it was concluded that Kate was engaging with these men consensually, despite being just 13 years old. Okay. Kate, still afraid of retribution from the gang, denied all knowledge of these exchanges and was not questioned further. Over the course of the following year, Kate went missing on numerous occasions, including during school hours and late at night. She alleges that no record was made of her absence. The gang was blackmailing her into doing what they called jobs, sexual abuse by gang members and their associates, for which the gang received payment. These included webcamming, gang rapes, parties, cop nights, and red rooms. Kate was raped multiple times a week, sometimes 2 to 4 times a day. During this time, Kate encountered another girl whom the gang was exploiting. Kate, then 14, suspected that the girl was younger than her. On the night that they met, Kate had been instructed to meet 2 of the gang members in a secluded location late at night. When Kate arrived, they were holding the girl tightly around the neck. One of the gang members told Kate that the girl was being broken in that night, and that the men she would be servicing were particularly brutal. Kate attempted to intervene, telling the gang members that she would take on the jobs instead. In response, the gang members beat and raped her. Kate went on to work with this girl on numerous occasions, and they became very close. Throughout the first half of the next year, the exploitation intensified, and Kate made another attempt to take her own life. Shortly afterwards, she entered into a relationship with a relative of one of the gang members, leading to a temporary pause in the abuse. The relationship lasted almost a year, but when it came to an end, the exploitation resumed almost immediately. Later that year, Kate, then 16, experienced the most significant missing episode to date. During this incident, the gang trafficked Kate to a town far from her home where she was restrained and raped repeatedly on a canal boat, including, she alleges, by a police officer. Yeah, that makes a lot of fucking sense. At one point, Kate tried to escape but was caught, and the gang beat her and cut off much of her hair as punishment. Kate attempted to escape a second time and was successful. She reached a nearby house and knocked for help. The woman who lived there took Kate in and gave her clothes, as Kate's own clothes had been badly damaged by the abusers and she was partly naked. The woman called the police, who attended the property. The woman attempted to remove the rope that remained around Kate's wrist, but was instructed by the police to leave them in place as they were considered evidence. Kate was hesitant to speak to the police given both of the recent alleged abuse by the serving officer and the wider context of threats, coercive control, and physical and sexual violence she had been experiencing. Nevertheless, she disclosed what had happened on the canal boat, but not the historic exploitation, fearing reprisals to the police. She also did not report that she had been raped by a police officer. The investigation did not progress, and the police accused Kate of lying about the exploitation. This represented a turning point in Kate's dealings with the police, as she thereafter felt that she could not turn to them for help, fearing she would not be believed. Kate was placed on a child protection plan by the local authorities. You know, it's funny. If you say something about Muslims in England on like Facebook or something like that, the police will show up to your house and arrest you. You do not have freedom of speech, period, online. Makes me wonder how Monroe does it, but I don't give a shit. I fucking love it. But anyways, Kate was placed on child protection plan by the local authority, which means fucking nothing there. She shared a diary with one of the social workers containing details about the sexual abuse she'd been suffering, though once again she was not believed. During this period, Kate was diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder. Right. Soon after, Kate alleges that she was raped in a hotel by a man she believed to be a doctor. The police were called to the hotel as the staff were concerned that she was a prostitute. When the police arrived, she was found alone and naked in the room, having been left there by the abusers and instructed to wait for more men to arrive. At this point, both Kate's families and the professionals involved in her care began to express frustration with what they perceived to be her lifestyle choices. They did not believe that she was being exploited and instead assumed that she, still 16, was willingly meeting adult men. This misinterpretation of Kate's situation had a profound impact on how professionals responded to her in the following months and years. Because they believed her behavior was voluntary, subsequent incidences such as unexplained absences, being found in hotels, receiving inappropriate messages, or associating with adult men were treated as matters of personal choice rather than indicators of ongoing exploitation. As a result, these events were not treated as safeguarding concerns. Instead of exploring the possibility that she was being coerced or controlled, professionals increasingly framed the issue as one of behavioral difficulty, risk-taking, and noncompliance. You know that there's going to be a whole slew of people that are on the left that are going to come out and say that this is all bullshit hearsay. You fucking know it. Even though it's like an official, like, record. Oh my god. It's so funny, like, what are they called? Feminists. Third wave feminists. It is more important to them to protect marginalized communities than it is for them to protect the women that they are literally named after. Yeah. This perspective, Kate alleges, they're going to say the same, like, the reason why I bring this up is because still 16 was willingly meeting adult men. Like, they're going to be like, no, she was totally doing sex work. She knew what she was doing at this point, blah, blah, blah. Oh, fuck, dude, I cannot wait to argue with these people. And I don't want to argue with them. I just want to say stuff and then let them, like, rage. Like, I just want to know that they are losing their fucking minds. That's what'll make me. I don't have nothing to argue with them about. If anybody wants to defend shit like this, I've got nothing to say to them that a 9mm couldn't say for me. Fuck off. If you support child rape, go fuck yourself. I don't give a fuck who you are. Anyways, the perspective, Kate alleges, influenced decision-making across agencies. Referrals were closed prematurely. Oh, it's still bright enough. Cool. Safeguarding meetings did not lead to protective action, and disclosures or partial disclosures were not pursued with the seriousness that she felt they required. The assumption that she was engaged in consensual activity meant that professionals did not intervene effectively, even when the circumstances strongly indicated exploitation. This perspective reinforced her isolation, reduced her ability to seek help, and ultimately allowed the exploitation to continue and escalate. A minor can't choose to lead a life like this. Yes. What makes it even worse is that they're saying once you hit 16, so they're saying that the rape no longer exists once you're 16. If you're continuing to get raped, especially, it can't exist when you're 16. So that means that the age of consent in Britain, for who knows how long, is 16. Like, they might say it's 18, but it's 16. If they're doing it at 16, they're choosing it. So, all of the United States, I believe, the age of consent is 18 now. But in Britain, it's 16. And in the minds of the animals, it is considerably younger than that. According to Islamic people, like, if it bleeds, it's good to go, basically. So, young as 11, 10. I knew a girl that started at 9. Like, there's a reason why Muhammad had a wife at 6 years old. Yeah, females are property. That's exactly what it is. And it's actually really funny because I'd actually gone into a conversation with this about somebody who was a Muslim female, and they told me that if a Muslim man wanted to marry a non-Muslim woman, he could, because in their society, the woman is subservient to the man, so the woman has to do what the man instructs. So, a man does not have to go the other way. But a Muslim woman or an Islam woman cannot marry a man who is not Muslim or Islam, because then the woman would potentially be forced to convert to whatever the man was. So, yeah, it is 100% an attempt, like a takeover attempt. And what's even crazier to me is this person, Islam female, was 100% on board, 100% about it. Like, even their own women are groomed from birth. So it's really like rough to think about, and it's even more rough to think about how many people support this. Like, there are people that would, like, I don't know, go into, like, they would prefer to end up near a Muslim man than a white man. Why? Who fucking knows? Who knows? But here we are. Anyways. Circumstances strongly indicated exploitation. On one occasion around this time, concerns were raised at Kate's school. She was escorted to an office where the assistant head teacher, the designated safeguarding lead, a PCSO, a police officer, her social worker, the school nurse, and her head of year were present. They prevented her from leaving the room and pressed her for names and details about the individuals involved in the abuse. At that time, due to fear, coercion, and the threats she felt she was under, she did not feel safe or able to provide the information they were requesting. Instead, she provided the nicknames of some of the individuals involved. Kate was visibly shaken and repeatedly asked to leave, explaining that she would be in significant danger if she revealed any further information. After the meeting concluded, Kate was allowed to leave, but no protective measures were put in place. She was not supervised, safeguarded, or provided with any immediate safety planning. Despite indicators of fear or coercion, she was permitted to return home and continue her usual routine. No follow-up actions were taken to monitor her well-being in the days that followed. After the meeting at the school, Kate's abusers made it clear that they knew she had spoken to the police. They told her that they were aware of every time she spoke to the police, as they, quote, had people on the inside. They accused her of snitching, telling her that she would pay for it. Shortly afterwards, she was taken to a remote wooded location. The young girl whom Kate had met before was also present. Initially, Kate believed that they had been taken there for another job. The men subjected the girl to extreme sexual and physical violence while Kate was forcibly restrained and made to witness what happened. Kate alleges the girl was then murdered in front of her. Following the incident, Kate reports that the abusers used what had happened as a direct and ongoing threat to ensure Kate's silence. They repeatedly told her that the murder had occurred because she had spoken to the police and insisted that it was her fault. This message was delivered consistently and became a central part of their coercive control. They made it clear that the same thing could happen to Kate or to others if she ever disclosed anything again. On another occasion, Kate reports that she was taken from her local church at a Sunday morning service. She was taken to a nearby city, an hour away, to do jobs. She alleges she was raped in the car on the way to the city. She eventually managed to get away from her perpetrators, but they followed and caught up with her and dragged her off a canal path and raped her. After the perpetrators left, Kate left the structure and attempted to walk back along the canal path. She was visibly injured, distressed, and her clothing was damaged. A group of men who were fishing nearby saw her in the state and contacted the police. Emergency services attended, and she was taken to the hospital for medical attention. Kate reports that no effective safeguarding measures were put in place following this incident. When Kate turned 17, she joined a local college. This transition created significant change in her routine. She had more independence, fewer supervised hours, and less direct oversight from adults compared with her previous school. This increased her vulnerability, as the individuals exploiting her were able to take advantage of the additional freedom and reduced monitoring associated with college life. Kate's parents found it increasingly difficult to keep her safe and was placed in the edge of care services under the age of 18. She stayed at the care home 2 nights a week as respite care for her family. During this period, she reports that she was trafficked by the gang to London. While there, she was subjected to repeated sexual exploitation. At one point, she managed to contact the care home and inform them of her location. A colleague provided guidance over the phone and directed Kate to a place where she could remain safe until help arrived. The police attended and collected her from the location. She disclosed the exploitation that had occurred, and on this occasion, the officers took the account seriously and responded with what she felt was appropriate concern. They advised that she should not return immediately to her local area due to the risks to her safety, okay? However, Kate's local authority did not agree with this and insisted that she be returned home. Ah, there it is. Staff from the care home traveled to London to collect her and return her to placement. During this period, a retired police officer became aware of Kate's situation through a mutual connection. A friend got in touch with him on Kate's behalf, and he got in touch with Kate. He traveled to meet her in person the next morning and came to her college. He expressed an intention to support her and stated he believed he could assist, but explained that, due to her age, he would need to liaise with my allocated social worker before taking any formal action. Kate's social worker declined to engage with him. The situation quickly became confusing and overwhelming for Kate. The lack of cooperation from professionals, combined with the ongoing exploitation and her deteriorating mental health, led to a significant emotional crisis. Kate became extremely distressed and expressed intentions to end her life while at college. As a result, she was sectioned under the Mental Health Act and taken for assessment. Shortly after this incident, Kate was taken by the individuals exploiting her. They told her that they knew she had spoken to the police. She was removed from college and taken to a red room setting. Another girl, Meg, was also present. During this incident, Kate alleges that she was forced to witness extreme violence that resulted in Meg losing her life. This, she says, was done deliberately, and the perpetrators made it clear that this was a direct consequence of their belief that she had disclosed information to the police after her sanctioning. Before Kate was due to start university, she reports that she was taken to London during the Notting Hill Carnival and made to engage in street-based sex work. At one point, Kate found the nearest police officers and attempted to explain that she was not safe, and that she had been trafficked, and that she was worried her abusers would find her. They confirmed that she had been reported as a missing person and contacted Kate's father, who told officers that she was lying and refused to come collect her. The officers then transported her to a police station. When she arrived, she was told that she could not remain there and that because her father had declined to collect her, she would need to leave the station. No safeguarding measures were put in place, and she feared that the individuals exploiting her would find her again. She felt entirely abandoned by the adults and professionals who should have kept her safe, and overwhelmed and distressed, again attempted to take her own life. Soon after, she started university, a goal she wanted to achieve as she thought it would be a route out of the abuse. However, the increased independence and reduced oversight associated with university life created new opportunities for the individuals abusing her to extend the exploitation beyond Kate's local area. This, she reports, marked the point at which her trafficking became national in scope, with the abuse occurring across multiple regions of Britain. Over the course of this academic year, Kate alleges that she was regularly taken to a range of cities across Britain. These movements were frequent, often unplanned, and carried out with little notice, making it impossible for her to establish any stability or predictability in her daily life. The level of violence during this period increased significantly. My injuries became more frequent and more visible. On several occasions, Kate University lecturers and friends noticed bruises and other marks which reflected the severity and regularity of the abuse. Despite these indicators of harm, no effective safeguarding intervention took place, and the exploitation continued. On one occasion, Kate was taken by her abusers from an area close to the university. They told her that she was in trouble because she had not been available for jobs due to a recent hospital admission. She was then transported to a remote location, held in a caravan for approximately 9 days. During this period, she reports that she was subjected to repeated sexual violence, severe physical assaults, and sustained torture, including being raped by a dog as the men placed bets on whether it would penetrate her vagina or her anus. Filmed and forced to rewatch the footage. This was the most extreme and prolonged incident she experienced and represented a significant escalation in the level of harm and control being exerted over her. The duration, isolation, and intensity of the abuse during this period had been a lasting and profound impact on her physical and psychological well-being. We should be allowed to hunt these fucking people. We should be allowed to hunt these fucking people. We should be allowed to get a license, and we should be allowed to hunt these fucking people. And I don't mean like, oh, we're going to bring them to justice. No, I think that we see a female who is stating that she's at risk, and we fucking... Okay, that's fine. It's fine. Over the following year, Kate went missing for several extended periods and was subjected to continuous trafficking and rape across the country. When the COVID-19 lockdown began, her day-to-day movements and university activities were restricted in line with national guidance. However, the individuals don't give a fuck. Controlling the exploitation continued to expect her to attend jobs throughout this period. The lockdown did not reduce the level of contact or demand placed on her. Following this period, the trafficking began to reduce gradually. Kate received a positive, conclusive grounds decision through the National Referral Mechanism, confirming that she was a victim of trafficking and exploitation. Are you fucking kidding my fuck? Oh, the grooming behaviors to which Kate was subjected did not follow the boyfriend model or grooming tactics that are often associated with child sexual exploitation. Instead, the abuse she experienced was based primarily on blackmail, coercion, and threats. From the outset, the individuals involved used fear, intimidation, and control rather than affection or persuasion to entrap and exploit her. The demographics of the men abusing Kate were mixed. The first group who trafficked and exploited her were primarily white British or from Gypsy, Roma. Oh, and traveler backgrounds. Oh, yeah, no, that sounds about right. As she got older and was trafficked more widely, the primary abuser demographic were Pakistani, Bangladeshi, and Bengali Muslims. The other victims she encountered were almost exclusively white British. Kate was repeatedly subject to racially and religiously motivated, and being white was repeatedly used as a justification for the abuse or to minimize or dismiss the harm being inflicted. Kate was verbally attacked and demeaned because of her religion, including being mocked for wearing a cross or being told that, quote, her Christian faith offered her no protection. Well, their Islam faith should offer them no protection. They should get up there and realize that the 72 versions are all men or goats. The abusers regularly suggested that her God had abandoned her. Comments were constantly made suggesting that white girls and Christian girls were viewed as having degraded moral character or lower value, whereas Muslim girls were described by some men as having dignity and higher moral standing. Kate has participated in this inquiry because she feels a, quote, personal responsibility to speak up for the many girls across this country who are unable to do so, and to, quote, help ensure that the realities of this form of exploitation are understood and that meaningful change can be achieved. The systems that should have protected Kate did not recognize the risks she was facing. This is not a not recognize the risks. This is criminal negligence. Did not respond effectively when concerns were raised, and in some cases she feels contributed to the harm by dismissing or disbelieving what was happening. For powerful testimony sourced from beyond our hearings, see Appendix 1. Fuck. Comments were constantly made suggesting that white girls and Christian girls were viewed as having fewer morals or lower value. Ha! Well, guess what? Automod did not like the word fuckers. Is that right? Oh, look, it's there now. Automod can't do shit when I'm the actual mod. Hunt them down and burn the fuckers. As having dignity and higher moral standing, whatever. Was also subjected to religiously charged comments designed to shame and dehumanize me, including statements implying that God had abandoned me and would reject me because of what had been done to me. This is disgusting. This is disgusting. Whistleblower testimony. Whistleblowers who tried to expose the rape gangs were systematically silenced, discredited, and punished. On occasion, their careers and reputations were also tarnished. Social care professionals, campaigners, and public activists who raise evidence of still ongoing grooming, trafficking, financial abuse of children in care, and institutional cover-ups face suspension, defamation proceedings, dawn raids, asset freezes, fabricated charges, gagging bail conditions. Oh, gagging bail conditions? Like what happened to Chud the Builder with his $1.25 million bail that they refused to accept from less than 10 bail bondsmen at $100,000 apiece. And that was after they reduced it from 1.25 to 1 million. They said that they needed to provide $100,000 from each bail bondsman. But Carmelo got his bond reduced to $500K so that he could get out. And that judge was actually, removed from the bench. Interesting. Yeah, imagine getting imagine a $1.25 million bail for defending yourself. It's crazy. And career-ending isolation. Authorities assured them that full investigations had taken place when none had occurred and records were destroyed. Senior officers and elected members acknowledged concerns as credible yet took no remedial action. The state did not merely ignore whistleblowers, it punished them to protect the gangs and its own reputation. We wished to correct for that, so we invited these whistleblowers to our inquiry. Here are some of their testimonies. Before I read this, I'm going to go grab some milk. Milk. This is the best milk on the planet. Wait, it's already been opened. Why is it opened?
Okay.
What? Yeah? Oh. You made it for me? So this is A2, huh?
Oh.
Let's see.
I have this booger right here. I have this booger right here.
Ooh. Sorry, baby.
What's that booger?
You got a boo-boo?
What's that booger?
I don't know. You okay?
Yeah, but I lost it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but will it go away?
It will go away, yeah.
Will it
Go away.
the water?
Probably.
Will it
Will we?
from the bathtub?
That'll help it get clean. Will we?
But it's still hot.
So it itches because it's healing.
Oh.
Yeah. So you just gotta kind of leave it alone. If mommy puts something on there to provide pressure, it'll help it. Thank you for your patronage. She's so cute. I love her. Alright. Our whistleblower social worker is an experienced children's social care professional with nearly 4 decades of service. Her specialist work focused on leaving care services and safeguarding highly valuable young people. Have you been enjoying this face?
Yeah.
Fucking crazy, huh?
Yeah. It's making me want to let me scream out loud that I don't like her.
Yeah, it's... I'm fucking angry. Like, I'm not happy. I'm also medicated, so that helps. And I have chocolate milk. This is actually really good with Hershey's syrup, but it's still not as... I don't think it's as good as, like...
Well, we need to get used to it, because that's what Illinois is.
I know!
So, I made it for you to see how it was, but I couldn't find it.
It just tastes like Hershey's syrup chocolate milk.
Yeah, I made it as dark as the other one.
Yeah, it's good. Thank you. Okay. Our whistleblower social worker is an experienced children's social care professional with nearly 4 decades of service. Her specialist work focused on leaving care services and safeguarding highly vulnerable young people. In February 2018, she raised extensive whistleblowing disclosures concerning financial abuse of young people, misuse of public funds, unlawful sanctions, illegal evictions, racism towards children in care, and systemic failures to safeguard against sexual and criminal exploitation. She was assured that a comprehensive investigation would occur. In the event responses were delayed, fragmented, or opaque, she was assured that a comprehensive investigation would occur. In the event responses were delayed, fragmented, or opaque, senior officers later acknowledged that financial abuse was likely, but claimed proof was impossible due to missing records. She was informed that shredders had been purchased at units and that the records may have been destroyed. Despite this, the disclosure was deemed reviewed without her ever having been reviewed. She described repeated safeguarding failures witnessed while she was interim co-manager of semi-independent units, including children with severe mental health needs placed unsafely, repeated missing episodes, untreated exploitation risks, and delayed police or mental health intervention. Her evidence illustrates escalating harm, including self-harm, sexual exploitation, criminal exploitation, and unlawful housing practices. After raising these concerns, she experienced retaliation, including removal of payments, suspension based on unfounded allegations, and professional isolation. Senior leadership and elected members repeatedly failed to engage meaningfully with her concerns. She concludes that the local council prioritized reputational and financial considerations over child safety, leaving ongoing risks unaddressed. Caven Vines, Rotherham campaigner. Oh, Tommy Robinson. There you go. Caven compiled multi-agency records from 2003 onwards that showed that police, councils, and MPs knew about organized grooming by Pakistani Muslim gangs years before any public admission. Vines engaged with national media and provided evidence to senior officials. He states that one of the interviews in which he partook, namely with Sky News, was misrepresented, which led to defamation proceedings that rendered him bankrupt and ruined much of his life. That's funny, that almost sounds like the girl with the dragon tattoo. He alleges perjury by MPs and a failure by police to investigate it. The pattern demonstrates that early whistleblowing on institutional awareness produced retaliation rather than protection for victims. Tommy Robinson, a national activist, documented grooming patterns for the exploitation of a close female relative at age 14. He heard hundreds of similar accounts from families across England. When he formed the English Defence League, the EDL, and spoke publicly, South Yorkshire police allegedly subjected him to repeated arrests and dawn raids on his family home. He reportedly also faced fabricated charges, asset freezes, and threats that forced repeated relocations. The state treated public whistleblowing on the ethnic and religious patterns of the gangs as more dangerous than the gangs itself. Yeah, they're still doing that. After Robinson repeatedly detailed the scale of Muslim grooming gangs across Britain, the state responded with a targeted legal action that in effect silenced him. In May 2018, he live-streamed outside Leeds Crown Court while defendants in a major grooming gang trial were entering the building. He was immediately arrested for breaching the peace and charged with contempt of court for violating reporting restrictions that protected the defendants. He was sentenced to 13 months in prison on the same day. Although released after 2 months on appeal, the case was reheard in July 2019, and he was resentenced to 9 months imprisonment. The sentence combined 6 months for the Leeds offense with 3 months for breaking an earlier suspended contempt order related to a similar incident at Canterbury Crown Court in 2017. God, they are the worst. The timing and nature of these prosecutions to many suggest clear retaliation. Robinson had been one of the most high-profile voices highlighting the grooming gang scandal at a time when authorities in Rotherham, Rockdale, and elsewhere were still denying its existence or suppressing evidence. Instead of investigating the gangs, he identified the state focused its resources on imprisoning the man who had drawn public attention to them. The contempt charges ensured that his reporting on ongoing trials was criminalized, while the grooming networks continued to operate. There is a prima facie case that the repeated use of the courts against Robinson was not about fair justice, but about punishing one of the individuals who forced the grooming gang scandal into the open long before official institutions were willing to act. Fred is a father and information technology specialist with approximately 6 years' experience in child protection work. His involvement began after his own daughters were groomed offline by a former partner of their mother. His eldest daughter recognized the risk and disclosed the situation, enabling Fred to intervene promptly and protect his children. This experience prompted him to join an online child protection team. For around 2 years, Fred worked as a decoy, posing as a child online. I would love to do this shit. Posing as a child online to identify adults seeking to groom and sexually exploit children. He was exposed to highly disturbing sexual communications, which had a severe psychological impact, and eventually led him to step back from decoy duties. Yeah, I can imagine. Leveraging his professional background, Fred shifted his focus to developing tools for digital tracking, perpetrator identification, and forensic evidence gathering. His work is designed to produce court-ready evidence. He has collaborated with multiple British child protection teams and interfaced with various police forces, including specialist online child protection units. To date, Fred has assisted in the identification, tracking, and reporting of nearly 1,300 suspected child sexual predators. These cases have resulted in arrests, prosecutions, and convictions. At least 4 cases involved attempted child trafficking. He has also identified and provided technical data leading to the shutdown of approximately 30 deep web servers hosting large volumes of child sexual abuse material. No, they need to be shooting them. If you're not shooting them, it shouldn't say reporting nearly 1,300 suspected. It should say has assisted in the elimination of 1,300 suspected child sexual predators. Yeah, that'd be good. Fred has observed that many of the offenders are repeat perpetrators, with some convicted multiple times. In his view, rehabilitation is ineffective for this category of offender, and current sentencing practices frequently fail to act as a deterrent, with some individuals receiving only community orders despite strong evidence. Fred believes that online grooming could be substantially reduced or eliminated through existing technology and artificial intelligence. Such systems could detect grooming behaviors in real time based on established models. A recurring pattern in the cases Fred has supported is that the vast majority of suspects initiate contact with decoys, suggesting they are actively targeting multiple children. He highlighted one specific case on one platform involving an individual who presented publicly as a Quran and Arabic tutor linked to a mosque and teaching center at 2 universities. Extensive digital evidence, including chat logs, IP data, and location information, was submitted to the police. Despite this, the individual appears to leave Britain shortly after, later resurfacing in the country and abroad while the investigation remained open. Fred expressed concern about the lack of apparent action in the case despite strong evidence, and noted subsequent cyber attacks on his systems originating from the Middle East. This is the shit right here. They're not doing anything. Fred has faced direct personal threats, including a life threat from a serious repeat offender with prior convictions for abduction, torture, and rape. Fred provided this testimony to highlight the scale of online grooming, technological opportunities for prevention, and systemic gaps that allow perpetrators to continue offending. Yeah, those people need to be treated exactly the same as the people that are actually doing the grooming. As far as I'm concerned, they're all in it together. Demographics and culture. Perpetrators from Pakistani Muslim and other Muslim backgrounds form the core of the rape gangs nationwide. They operated under an honor and shame clan code that treated non-Muslim girls, especially white working-class girls, as property available for sexual use, because these girls had no male protectors who could retaliate. The men began by showering the girls with attention, gifts, alcohol, and drugs. This then escalated to coercion, gang rape, and trafficking. They transported victims across towns, shared them with friends and family, and sometimes forced conversions to Islam, followed by religious marriages. The Muslim men justified the abuse by describing white British girls as easy, trash, or morally inferior. The same networks targeted Sikh girls until Sikh communities mobilized collective male protection and forced the gangs to withdraw. You hear that? Stop being a bitch. Just because you're white doesn't mean it's racist. Protect your kids. It's fucking that simple. Huh? Abso-fucking-lutely. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Do something. God. British girls were not permitted such a defense. This religiously framed exploitation was repeated in every major town and city and beyond. Britain has seen a series of high-profile convictions for organized group-based child sexual exploitation, commonly referred to as grooming gangs. However, the number of convictions amount to only a small proportion of the men who carried out the crimes. In cases where perpetrators of Pakistani heritage were named publicly in court records or reports, their names have consistently been Muslim in character. According to the 2021 census for England and Wales, around 93% of individuals identifying as Pakistani by ethnicity also identified as Muslim. with only about 1% following another religion, the remainder having no faith record. Researcher Peter McLaughlin in Easy Meat 2016 compiled a comprehensive list of grooming game convictions. Hey, Face, can we have bacon mac for dinner? Perfect, thank you. I want bacon so bad right now, it's crazy. I don't care what it's in, I just think mac's the easiest. Oh, it's gonna be good. Anyways.
Bacon and burger cow.
Oh yeah, no, it's not even okay. Yeah, actually the cow thing is kind of true because, you know, fuck India too. But in this case, fuck Muslims. I said it. It happens. I'm gonna eat some bacon tonight. It's gonna be delicious. Okay, so grooming gangs convictions from 1997 to 2018, with updates in subsequent analysis. Drawing from published court outcomes, his examinations of names indicated that approximately 87% of those convicted bore distinctively Muslim names. They're probably named like Muhammad al-Muhammad, Muhammad, or something. I don't know. Or Muhammad, or al-Muhammad, or Allah Muhammad, or Durga, Muhammad, Jihad. Durga, Muhammad, Jihad. Muslim names, which was a figure echoed in related analysis far exceeding the Muslim proportion, around 6% of the general population of Britain. 6%! We get on 13% here, and then a percentage of that percentage commits 50% of the violent crime. 6%! 6%! 93% of the individuals. The majority of these convicted groups consisted entirely of men from Muslim backgrounds. These groups are predominantly of Pakistani heritage, especially when the group exceeds 10 or more members. Fuck. So they're roaches.
Yeah,
The larger group size dynamic of Pakistani perpetrators is on display in major prosecutions and official reviews from locations such as Rockdale, Rotherham, Huddersfield, Oxford, Telford, and others. They really need to get somebody to fucking, like, fix the names and all of their bullshit names. It's just too much. Other convictions have involved groups primarily composed of Muslims from non-Pakistani origins, demonstrating the issue is not necessarily confined to one ethnic group, but it is almost exclusively confined to one religious group. 2 Somali origin gangs in Bristol, a mainly African heritage gang in Banbury, 3 Iranians in Chelmsford, 3 Syrians and 1 Kuwaiti in Newcastle, 2 Turkishmen in Somerset, a Romanian rape gang in Rotherham. Maybe they were right to round up the gypsies too. Anyways, the large new-scale Operation Sanctuary case involving 17 men and 1 woman from diverse Muslim backgrounds. Albanian, Kurdish, Bangladeshi, Indian, Turkish, Iranian, Iraqi, Pakistani, and Eastern European heritage. Nearly all published names were Islamic. These patterns are drawn from judicial proceedings. I should read this book too. I don't think I'd read it on stream, but not bad. I should read 1984 on stream. That's what I should read on stream. Everybody needs to see that shit. These patterns are drawn from judicial proceedings, sentencing records, official inquiries such as those into Rotherham, Rockdale, and others, and public reporting on concluded cases, recent developments including ongoing reviews and data audits. Examples, national audits, and reopened historic cases continue to examine the scale, characteristics, and pattern of such offending. With regard to the scale of the crimes, this is reflected in conviction records, police data from relevant force areas, and audits, all of which note overrepresentation of South Asian Pakistani heritage men in certain group-based cases while acknowledging data limitations on ethnicity. nationwide. Smaller non-Muslim groups often feature different dynamics or victim profiles compared with the classic multi-offender grooming model in larger operations. The term Asian has frequently been applied in media, official statements, and public discourse to describe the perpetrators in grooming gang cases across Britain. They're not fucking Asian. They're Sandgers. There's something. This broad labeling can be misleading, however, because British hosts a substantial number of non-Muslim Asian populations, such as Hindus and Sikhs from India, Buddhists from Japan, and Christians from the Philippines and Vietnam. These populations have, with only very rare exceptions, had no involvement in these offenses. In fact, members of these communities have more often appeared as victims than as perpetrators in the grooming gang cases that have come to light. Dr. Ella Hill, a survivor of the Rotherham grooming gangs and now a qualified doctor, has courageously shared her experiences and reflections in multiple public forums, including testimony to the 2022 J Inquiry, a July 2020 podcast interview, and a 2018 article in The Independent. Her report is entirely consistent with the evidence that was heard at the rape gang inquiry. Following years of repeated sexual violence, severe beatings, and attempted murder by her abusers, her family members were forced to change their surnames and relocate to another part of the country so that she could complete her schooling and later pursue and obtain a medical degree. In her accounts, Dr. Hill has consistently described the abuse as being both racially and religiously aggravated. No surprise there. She was explicitly told during the rapes that the attacks were happening because she was white and because she was Christian. She explained that she was initially groomed and then trafficked by a Pakistani Muslim boyfriend to groups of Muslim men. Stop dating Muslims. Fuck, man. She was repeatedly taken to various houses and flats where she was raped, physically assaulted, and tortured. Even after she tried to escape and hide, her main perpetrator tracked her down, broke into her home, and attempted to kill her on 5 separate occasions. She survived these attacks but was left with extensive lacerations and bruising. On at least 5 occasions, she approached the police, presenting medical evidence of her injuries, yet each time she was told there was nothing they could do and her evidence was not accepted. Okay. Dr. Hill has emphasized that the verbal abuse she endured was saturated with both racial and religious slurs. While being beaten, she was repeatedly called a white slag, a white whore, a white cunt, I love that word, and simultaneously condemned as a non-Muslim who deserves punishment for failing to follow Islamic rules. I thought I smelled gasoline for a second. Maybe that's just my hope. Anyways. Her abusers, she said, operated according to what she termed grooming gang ideology, under which they believed their crimes were religiously justified. In fuller detail, in her submission incorporated into Associate Professor Lisa Oakley's evidence in the 2022 J Inquiry, Dr. Hill stated, "I was told that I must respect their religion. This was the first of many confusing lies that I was forced to believe. I was told that to show them, Muslims, respect, I mustn't eat pork. I was told that Muslim girls are good and pure and stay virgins until marriage, but all white girls are slags and they all sleep with hundreds of people. I was told white girls are trash. They are all whores. They are lower than shit under your shoe. They don't obey Allah. I didn't know they wore shoes over there. That's crazy. So they deserve to be punished. They don't dress modestly. Muslim women are pure because they cover down to their ankles and down to their wrists, and the hem of their top comes down below their knees. White girls show the curves of their body, so they are asking for it. They should be raped as punishment for not obeying Allah." You know what's funny is, all men, yes, all men, hashtag yes, all men. We are all rapists and have a rape mindset and a rape ideology and a rape methodology in the continental United States. Yes, all men. Because a girl dressing provocatively is not does not mean that you're allowed to sexually assault her. And we all fucking agree with that. We all agree with that. But right here, the same people that these people would be like, you're a racist and a bigot and a piece of shit and Islamophobe and blah, blah, blah. They're saying the exact same things that these feminists and leftists are accusing men of constantly. White girls show the curves to their body, so they're asking for it. They should be raped as punishment for not obeying Allah. Interesting. Are you trying to hide something by pointing the finger at someone else and being louder about it? Just curious. Anyway, sex with a kafir girl doesn't count as adultery. Only sex with a Muslim woman counts as adultery. If you're not a virgin before marriage... Oh, absolutely. If you're not a virgin before marriage, you should be beaten. Many times I was told that the Quran says, if one of your wives disobeys you, beat her. Yeah, no, that's exactly what it says. This was often quoted to me before they beat me with their hands. They believed they had a position of religious moral superiority over non-believers. They believed it was their duty to punish us, as they believed that doing so made them good Muslims. This is what they were taught by their mothers. They were taught that witches in Pakistan are blonde, so blondes are more evil, and they deserve worse punishment. I was told that in Islam, if a girl or woman looks at a man who isn't her brother, father, or her husband, then that means she wants to have sex with him. So I was told to look at the floor when I was around Muslim men. So when I did look at a waiter in a restaurant, I was taken away to be gang raped as punishment. I was told that according to their faith community, girls are old enough for sex when they start their periods at age 11. Many of us had to endure the sexual act of thighing, which I'm now told is a religiously sanctioned way of molesting children according to some Islamic scriptures. You have to lie down on your back with your legs straight together, and they straddle you and fuck between your thighs. So I'm guessing that's for the ones that are below 11? Oh my god. I was beaten, strangled, suffocated, and my head held underwater. Tortured, kicked, and raped over 100 times. I was told that if you don't scream when you're raped, then you're consenting to the rape, so you should be stoned to death. I was told that Muslim girls know this because the Quran says that Aisha's silence was her consent to the marriage to Muhammad. Aisha was fucking 6. So Muslim girls know to scream, but white girls don't, so that's their fault then because they're not Muslim. When I did wear a headscarf to try and protect myself from being raped, I was told to get it off, and they raped me again, and now know that all these so-called ways to protect yourself from being raped are rape myths used to excuse perpetrators' criminal behavior. They threatened to kill my parents if my parents tried to stop me seeing them. I was intimidated with guns, and threatened with body parts being cut off with knives. Sounds very cartel-y. When I tried to escape, I was told that I had offended their honor. So they had to spill my blood. They did this in an honor attack. All of the sexual abuse that I experienced was linked to spiritual abuse or religious abuse. Religious scriptures were used as tools of control to force me to conform to their will. I was not allowed to question these religious beliefs. They used their religious moral authority and self-proclaimed elitism to control me through use of scripture, forced confessions, censorship of decision-making, requirement of secrecy and silence, isolation, excessive shaming and punishment around sexuality, and requiring unquestioning obedience. I experienced this as a deeply personal, terrifying physical, emotional, and spiritual attack. Every time they quoted scripture, it was very hard to argue with. To them, it was like I was arguing with God. To me, it was actually like I was arguing with the devil. They used their so-called religious moral authority to do the most horrific, immoral acts imaginable. The entirely typical experiences of survivors known as Sarah and Anna, both of whom were helped by the Christian Legal Center, provide further illustration of the religious elements reported in some of the grooming gang cases. Sarah endured a 12-year ordeal after being kidnapped from the street at the age of 15. During this period, she was repeatedly drugged with Valium, beaten, and raped. At one point, her abuser presented her with a certificate from the mosque and declared they were married according to Islamic rites. Later, he divorced her under Sharia procedure by simply stating, "I divorce you," 3 times. She was then immediately married in a ceremony conducted by an imam to a man she did not know. Within minutes of the ceremony ending, while the wedding party continued downstairs, she was raped by her new husband. Over the years, Sarah was subjected to 8 forced abortions, one of them 5 months into pregnancy. When she accompanied her abuser to medical appointments, he required her to wear a hijab and walk 5 feet behind him. She was compelled to learn the Quran in Arabic and permitted to speak only Urdu or Punjabi. She was also made to cook and clean for the gang members who abused her. Sarah made several unsuccessful attempts to escape. On one occasion, after she reported her kidnapping to the police, she was interviewed by a Muslim officer who switched off the tape recorder and instructed her to drop her allegations because of lack of evidence. She later learned that this officer was imprisoned for child sex offenses. Not surprised. In a separate case, Anna was living in a children's home in Bradford in 2022. From the age of 13, she was raped and abused while in the home, and at 15, she was forced into Sharia marriage. Her social worker attended the marriage ceremony and permitted her husband's parents to foster her after she became pregnant. The parents received a fostering allowance from the state. Anna described her situation as one of domestic slavery, in which she was treated like a maid and repeatedly sexually abused by dozens of men. In Britain, reports from the Metropolitan Police in London alone have indicated an average of 1,125 sexual assaults per year involving unlicensed taxi drivers. A significant portion of the offenders in this case have been identified as Muslim. Honestly, if people are not pissed off, so fucking pissed off, I don't care what fucking side of the aisle on, if this does not piss people off, they can go too. A further form of sexual exploitation associated with certain Muslim communities across Britain is marriage trafficking. The Forced Marriage Unit handled 801 cases in 2024 concerning girls and women resident in the country who were forced into marriage with men, providing direct support in 229 of those instances. Not fucking good enough. 801 cases of forced marriage. Among the 280 cases where the focus country was recorded in 2023, the 6 countries accounting for the highest number were Pakistani at 45%, Bangladesh at 13%, Afghanistan 7%, India 3%, Somalia 3%, Nigeria 2%. Of these 6, all except India and Nigeria have overwhelmingly Muslim populations. There's still a very large portion of India that is Muslim, and they have a very big issue with the Sikhs and with the Hindus. Earlier, what's up? India is a very large portion of Asia, yes. Earlier Home Office figures from 2009 show that 90% of forced marriage victims in Britain were Muslim. In more recent years, however, the FMU has ceased collecting or publishing data on the religion of those involved, a shift that echoes patterns of avoidance seen during the grooming gang investigations. An FMU report stated, forced marriage is not a problem specific to one country, religion, or culture. The FMU does not record data on religion. No major faith in the UK advocates forced marriage. Yeah, they fucking do. The freely given consent is a prerequisite of Christian, Hindu, Jewish, Muslim, and Sikh marriages. But that, oh my god. Although forced marriages occurs in various communities, I mean, literally, the FMU report stated that it's a given consent is required, so the own department is downplaying this bullshit. Although forced marriage occurs in various communities and is not unique to Muslims, statistics show a clear overrepresentation of Muslims among those involved in forced marriage cases. It is also inaccurate to claim that Islam mandates a woman's consent for marriage. Similar patterns of sexual offenses disproportionately involving Muslim men have been reported in other Western countries with significant immigrant populations. In the Netherlands, considerable media coverage has focused on so-called lover boys who are predominantly Moroccan Muslim men. These individuals first seduce Dutch girls, often teenagers, and then coerce them into prostitution in order to profit from their earnings. Oh, sounds familiar. According to a 2001 report, I was going to say 2001 report, by the Amsterdam-based Child Right Organization, approximately 5,000 ordinary Dutch schoolgirls aged 13 or 14 from typical family backgrounds have been lured into prostitution by lover boys. The documentary film Lover Boys, directed by Julia Rook, follows the work of Ibrahim, a Dutch Moroccan, of course his name's fucking Ibrahim, a Dutch Moroccan social worker supporting both the perpetrators and their victims. In Sweden, a 2021 academic study examining Swedish rape offenders concluded that nearly half of the convicted individuals were born outside of Sweden, with immigrants from the Middle East and North Africa being markedly overrepresented among them. In Australia, 9 Lebanese Muslim men were convicted of 2002 for gang raping white girls. Contemporary media reports at the time indicated that police were aware of over 60 female victims linked to the group, though the convictions related to the rapes of 7 girls. Police seized a mobile phone message from one of the perpetrators that read, "When you are feeling down, bash a Christian or Catholic and lift up." Offender data from 2017, Quilliam Foundation analysis, together with recent independent investigations, reveal a consistent disproportionate involvement of Muslim men, overwhelmingly of Pakistani heritage, a group-based CSE. The 250,000 figure is not a precise count. No such count exists because the British state has failed to record it. But we may regard it as a conservative estimate that accounts for the organized, repeated nature of the abuse, many girls raped hundreds of times by multiple perpetrators, and decades of institutional concealment. Analysis of 264 convictions for group-based child sexual exploitation from 2005 to 2017 found that 84%, or 222 offenders, were South Asian, with the vast majority Pakistani Muslim. Only 7% were white and 8% black. Here's the thing, the blacks could be Muslims too, and technically the whites could potentially be Muslim. Additional context from expert commentary includes statements by Dr. Taj Hargi, an imam at the Oxford Islamic congregation, who observed that virtually every individual in these grooming gangs appears to be Muslim, estimating that 95% of those involved are Muslim faith. As previously stated, Peter McLaughlin's research indicates that approximately 87% of rape gang convictions were people with distinctively Muslim names. Muhammad, Jihad. These figures stand in marked contrast to the much smaller proportion of Pakistani or Muslim communities within the overall population of modern Britain. Moderns approximately 6.5% and Pakistanis around 2.1% according to the most recent census data. 250,000 of potential victims, 2.1% Pakistani, 6.5% Muslim. Multiple examinations, including police data from various forces, national audits, and independent reviews, have documented this overrepresentation in group-based offending of this nature, even as some earlier official narratives emphasized no single community profile or sought to downplay ethnic patterns. The number of reported rapes in the United Kingdom has risen substantially since 1997. You know what would go back down if you got a Second Amendment? When the era of large-scale mass immigration into the country commenced under Blair. Good old Tony Blair. Official police recorded crime data for England and Wales indicated that rape offenses stood at approximately 8,593 in the year 2000. A figure closely aligned with levels observed in the late 1990s prior to major changes in recording practices. By the end of March 2025, police recorded that rape offenses had increased to over 70,000, according to figures published by the Office for National Statistics, reflecting a rise of 800% even after accounting for population growth of around 15% during the intervening years. 70,000. Up from their shitty reporting of 8593. In stark contrast, Poland, which maintained relatively low levels of immigration throughout the same period, has experienced a decline in reported rapes. Polish national police data shows 2,399 recorded rape offenses in 2000, falling to 1,127 by 2023, a reduction of more than 50%. With a stable population of approximately 38 million, this equates to a per capita rate of around 3 rapes per 100,000 residents in recent years, compared with 100 per 100,000 in the United Kingdom. These comparative patterns draw from official sources, so Poland's doing it right. Don't fucking let anybody in. These comparative patterns drawn from official sources highlight divergent trends between the two nations. References include the ONS Bulletin on Sexual Offences in England and Wales for the year ending March 2025. The Home Office Historical Police recorded crime tables, and Eurostat police recorded offences data alongside Polish national statistics compiled via Statista for the period covering 2000 to 2023. Per capita calculations further underscore the scale of the disparity when the relative population sizes are considered. These figures indicate that rape gangs are specific ethno-religious phenomenon, with Muslims, especially Pakistani Muslims, significantly overrepresented. Muslim treatment of non-Muslims worldwide. It's awful. Everywhere you go, it does not fucking matter. Britain is not a unique case. This sort of thing goes on anywhere that either welcomes mass migration from Muslim countries or contains long-established Muslim populations. That includes the United fucking States. Oh. We need some cleaners. I'll be a cleaner. I'll do cleaning. There is a consistent pattern of sexual violence directed against non-Muslim minorities in settings where Muslims form the majority. Across Britain, we have noted girls from Sikh and Hindu backgrounds have also been targeted by Muslim gangs. Like I said, the Muslims do not like the Sikhs in India at all. Unlike the white British majority, these non-Muslim immigrant populations were never prevented from organizing as a collective to protect their own. In doing so, as was their duty, the network of Sikh organizations drew attention to the appalling treatment of non-Muslims in Pakistan. We need only look at the appalling treatment of girls from minority faiths in Pakistan, where Christian, Hindu, and Sikh girls are kidnapped, forced to convert to Islam, and get married, to get an understanding of the underlying motivations. In 2018, around 1,000 girls in Pakistan's Sindh province alone suffered this fate. In many cases, perpetrators are granted impunity due to corruption and connivance with the local officials. In April 2024, UN human rights experts expressed serious alarm regarding vulnerability of minority girls in Pakistan to forced religious conversions and forced marriages. Their press release highlighted that Christian and Hindu girls, in particular, face heightened risks of abduction, trafficking, child forced marriage, domestic servitude, and sexual violence. Human rights groups and media reports, including a 2021 BBC investigation, have estimated that thousands of non-Muslim girls, primarily Christians, Hindus, and Sikhs, are abducted annually in Pakistan, compelled to convert to Islam, and forced into marriage with their abductors. One documented case involved Farah, a 12-year-old Christian girl abducted from her home in June 2020 by 3 Muslim men, raped and forced to perform household labor as a slave. You know slavery is bad, right? Lefties? You know slavery, that thing we don't like. They're doing it. Whatever. A common sequence in these cases sees a girl abducted, coerced into signing a conversion certificate, and swiftly married to a Muslim man. Police in Pakistan frequently side with the abductors over the girl's family when parents pursue legal action. Courts tend to uphold the legitimacy of the conversion. Birth certificates may be falsified to indicate that the girl is not a minor. Contact with her family is typically blocked. Following conversion to Islam, non-Muslim parents lose all authority over their child, as Islamic law prohibits non-Muslims from exercising guardianship over Muslims, including their own offspring. Remember I said that a female Muslim's not allowed to marry a non-Muslim man? There you go. Delicious. Thank you. The evidence from grooming gang convictions across Britain repeatedly shows a Muslim background among many of the perpetrators. When this is viewed alongside similar patterns of sex crimes observed in both countries of origin for immigrants and in Muslim-majority societies, it offers compelling grounds to consider that elements of Islam are contributing to the grooming gang scourge in our country. While it is unsurprising that a religion can shape and regulate sexual behavior, The suggestion that Islam might play a role in driving sex crimes remains deeply uncomfortable for some of the liberal West. There it is. Even so, the possibility of an Islamic influence on these crimes cannot be dismissed. The available data strongly points towards it as a hypothesis that merits serious examination. The impact of any religion on individual behavior is rarely direct and unmediated. It is heavily filtered through culture, which a religion can gradually reshape over generations. Not all Muslim communities or societies are influenced by Islam to the same degree or in the same manner. Minority Muslim populations may behave differently from majority ones. For instance, convictions of Indian origin Muslim men in grooming gang cases across Britain are notably rare compared to those of Pakistani heritage. The disparity may relate to a demographic context. Muslims form only about 14% of India's population, with Hindus comprising around 80%, placing them in a minority position where social and legal constraints differ markedly from Pakistan, where Muslims dominate overwhelmingly and non-Muslims constitute a small, often marginalized minority. In such a setting, exploiting non-Muslim neighbors becomes far easier. But what's funny is when those Muslims, doesn't matter where they came from, go to a place that is primarily Christian because of, oh, racism is bad, they are letting it happen. At least 8 theological aspects of Islam may contribute to cultural patterns that enable or normalize the sexual abuse of non-Muslim girls. These include the doctrine of Muslim superiority, the principle of loyalty and disavowal, whatever, male dominance over women, enforced seclusion and veiling of women, forced marriage combined with the absence of a fixed minimum age of consent, the perception of female sexuality as inherently dangerous or fitna, the historical Sharia institution of slavery, yep, see, it's still there, and the system of dimitude. That's a word. Okay. These are all rooted in classical Islamic theology, up to and including Islamic jurisprudence? Okay. But even in Sharia-governed nations, adaptations are common, such as setting a minimum marriage age or restricting unilateral divorce by men in order to lessen the harsher effects on women. Islam holds that those who are righteous and truly fear God, meaning Muslims, are inherently superior to those who reject God's command, namely non-Muslims. This idea is captured in Quran 3:110. You, Muslims, are the best nation raised up for humankind, commanding what is good and forbidding what is wrong, and believing in Allah. If only the people of the book, i.e. Christians and Jews, believed, it would be better for them. Some among them are believers, but most are perverted. I don't want to brag, but, the verse positions Muslims as at the finest community, entrusted by God with the duty to enjoin good and prohibit evil. This responsibility can be understood as authorizing Muslims to correct, compel, or, if needed, punish non-Muslims, potentially through coercion or force. Other Quranic passages affirm Islam's ultimate supremacy over all religions, as in Surah 48:28. It is He, Allah, who has sent His messenger with the guidance and the religion of truth, Islam, to make it triumph over every religion. Non-Muslims who refuse Islam are described in harsh terms, such as in Surah 8:55. Surely the worst of animals in Allah's sight are rejectors of Islam. They do not believe. The concept of Muslim superiority is closely linked to derogatory views of non-Muslims. For instance, Surah 9:28 labels associators, a pejorative term encompassing Christians, Jews, and other non-Muslims, as unclean or najis. These teachings could provide a religious justification that bolsters an abuser's conviction of their own superiority and facilitates the dehumanization of non-Muslim victims. Yeah, as far as they're concerned, all these white girls and stuff, they are not people. They are not people. In her July 2020 podcast interview, Rotherham survivor Dr. Ella Hill described abusive language and acts that embodied the sense of superiority. She recounted being made to bend down and kiss her perpetrator's feet as a deliberate act to underscore her inferiority. That's also what happens if a couple engines go missing during race week. But you have to, like, kiss oily shoes. She also spoke of another Rotherham victim who, during gang rapes by dozens of men, was forced to lick their feet clean because they believed they were morally superior to her. Hill observed. It's a Muslim superiority thing. They believe they have maximum moral authority to command the people beneath them to lick their feet. Gross. Fucking gross. She further noted that her rapists viewed non-Muslim habits as inherently impure. If you're eating pork, you're unclean, you're dirty. If you use a knife and fork, you're dirty. If you don't eat your food with your hands, oh, okay. If I use a knife and fork, I'm disgusting. Interesting. Us and them mindset. The Islamic principle known as blah 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 loyalty and disavowal commands Muslims to direct their love and allegiance toward what pleases God, while hating, avoiding, and distancing themselves from what displeases Him. In essence, it calls for loving and supporting fellow believers and rejecting non-believers. I love that they're putting verses in here because the verses in the Quran can literally, like, they can feel scary. Like, scary. This teaching draws on several Quranic verses, including, let not the believers take the disbelievers as allies, rather than believers. Whoever does that has nothing from God, unless you guard yourself as a precaution. Surah 328. You who believe, do not take the Jews and the Christians as allies. They are allies of each other. Whoever of you takes them as allies is already one of them. Surely God does not guide the people who are evildoers, i.e. non-Muslims. Yet you see those in whose hearts is a sickness. They are quick to turn to them. Whoever takes God as an ally, and his messenger, Muhammad, and those who believe, Muslims, surely the party of God, they are the victors. Yeah, no Muslim is ever supposed to be your friend if you are not Muslim. There was a good example for you in Abraham and those who were with him when they said to their people, surely we are quit of you and what you serve instead of God. We repudiate you, and between us and you enmity has appeared and hatred forever until you believe in God alone. Surah 64. These passages emphasize that Muslims should maintain strong bonds within the Muslim community while keeping non-Muslims at a distance and harboring enmity toward them. The Quran warns that God views non-Muslims with contempt and that Muslims who befriend, ally with, or associate closely with them risk being regarded by God as disbelievers themselves. While some Muslims downplay this doctrine, revivalist movements, which has gained considerable influence in Western countries, have actively promoted it, presenting strict adherence to loyalty and disavowal as vital for the Muslim community's success in carrying out its divine mission. Fun fact, over here where I'm at, they tried to put up a mosque, and not in the city I'm in, but like one of the small suburbs off to the side, and the city overwhelmingly rejected it. Welcome to a red state. Presenting strict adherence to loyalty and disavowal as vital for the Muslim community's success in carrying out its divine mission. Beyond its theological role, this bullshit that it keeps trying to tell me has profoundly shaped certain Islamic cultures. In such environments, many Muslims feel strong pressure not to say or do anything that could damage the image of the Muslim community or bring discredit to Islam. Weird. Within an honor and shame-based framework reinforced by these values, speaking out to outsiders about wrongdoing committed by fellow Muslims is often seen as an act of betrayal. That explains the police officers. This dynamic can have real-world consequences. For example, in her book, The Imam's Daughter, Hanan, later known as Hannah, described her experience as a 14 or 15-year-old Pakistani teenager in Britain. That reminds me of that Muslim black army person, Navy person, when asked if she had to carry out orders against Muslims, if she would do it, or she would refuse the order or like not do it, and she like looked around and then like nodded and put up a thumbs up while she continued to stuff her face. I don't know how the fuck she got into the military. The bitch was huge. Like huge, not like healthy big, but fuck big. Anyways, after confiding in a female teacher that her father, an imam, was beating her, the teacher informed the deputy head, who arranged for a male Pakistani Muslim social worker to meet with her at school. Initially terrified because of his background, Hanan eventually opened up to him about being treated as a domestic servant. Fearing a forced marriage and enduring physical abuse, that same afternoon she returned home to find the social worker speaking with her father and relaying everything she had said. While the social worker was present, her father acted kindly, but once he left, her father subjected her to a severe beating and rape, threatened to kill her if she ever spoke again, and imprisoned her in the cellar for days. When Hanan later encountered the social worker at school and refused further contact, he reportedly told her, "Hey, I was just doing what I thought was right, you know that. It's not right to betray your community. But it's perfectly fine to beat and rape your own child." Islam, ladies and gentlemen. Similar patterns have appeared in accounts from grooming gang survivors. Some have described approaching the police only to be interviewed by Muslim officers who switched off the recording device and urged her to abandon her complaint due to supposed lack of evidence. A deeply ingrained culture of enforced loyalty and community protection can discourage individuals from reporting abuses or providing evidence against members of their own group. Had the social worker in Hanan's case reported her disclosures to the police, leading to her father facing criminal charges, he would have exposed himself, and by extension those associated with him, to the serious risk of being labeled a traitor within the community. The prominent Indian Pakistani Muslim thinker and revivalist Abul Allah Maududi yeah, it says duty. In his influential work, Let Us Be Muslims, 2016. No. This is why it's said that they cannot. This is an oil and water situation. Christian nation and a Muslim cannot coexist. They cannot. The difference is that the oil can potentially catch on fire. We know which one they are. Maintain that the prominent Indian Pakistani Let's Be Muslims maintain that Muslims cannot achieve true success until their highest allegiance is given to God and to the Muslims Ummah community. The doctrine of loyalty and disavowal exerts particularly strong pressure when Muslims live as a minority in non-Muslim host societies. In such settings, as they seek to preserve and assert a powerful collective identity, Muslims may place even greater emphasis on internal solidarity and separation from non-believers than they would in their countries of origin. Ah, yes, the superiority and dominance of men over women. There's probably going to be some verses in here, right? No? Fuck you guys. You guys suck. Islam establishes that men hold the position of managers or maintainers, blah, 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 whatever that says, over women, as stated in Surah 434, where the role involves ensuring women remain in their proper state. Do what you are told, when you are told, and how you are told. Under Islamic law, every woman remains under the guardianship of a male relative. Yeah. Normally, this is her father, should the father be unable to serve due to death, loss of mental capacity, or apostasy from Islam, expelled. A specified order of male relatives from the paternal line steps in, starting with the paternal grandfather, then sons, brothers, nephews, and uncles. Surah 434 further authorizes men to discipline their wives, including through physical violence. Numerous authoritative sources and Sharia regulations reinforce the notion of women's inferiority to men. Surah 2:228 declares that men hold a rank above women. The Prophet Muhammad stated that women are deficient in both religion and intelligence relative to men, and in the same hadith he noted that women form the majority of those in hell. He also taught that if a woman or a dog passes in front of a praying man, the prayer is invalidated. Holy fuck. That's why they hate dogs. A reason mosques position men with their backs to women during prayer. Sharia obliges a wife to engage in sexual intercourse with her husband whenever he desires it. If she refuses, Muhammad said the angels will curse her until morning. Oh, yeah? Curse. Divorce under Sharia strongly favors men. A husband may unilaterally divorce his wife without stating a reason, simply by pronouncing "I divorce you" 3 times. For a wife, obtaining a divorce is far more difficult. You have to state it 4 times, typically involving a formal legal process and often a financial cost. Following divorce, the mother may retain physical custody of young children up to a particular age, but the father retains legal guardianship. Moreover, if the mother remarries, she loses the right to have children from her previous marriage reside with her. So she remarries, she loses her kids. Sharia rules on evidence further diminish women's status, valuing a woman's testimony at half that of a man's. Inheritance laws under Sharia generally allocate women half the share given to men. For example, a son receives twice the proportion of a daughter. A wife or wives together inherit 1/4 of a husband's estate if he leaves no children, or 1/8 if he does leave children. In contrast, a husband inherits half of his wife's estate if she has no children, or 1/4 if she does. Fuck, that sucks. Sharia's approach to rape also disadvantages women. Rape is categorized as a form of zina, illicit sexual intercourse, the same offense that covers adultery and fornication. Zina is defined as sexual intercourse between a man and a woman who is neither his wife nor his slave. There is no distinct offense of rape. It is treated as coerced zina when marital rape is not recognized. The penalty for the rapist mirrors that for consensual extramarital sex. 100 lashes for an unmarried person, or stoning to death for one who is or has been married. When a woman accuses a man of rape, her consent is presumed unless both the act of penetration and her lack of consent are proven by 4 male eyewitnesses who each directly observed the man's penis entering the woman's vagina. This is who you fuck support. Naturally, the presence of 4 men witnessing a rape without intervening makes it highly improbable that they would testify in the victim's favor. Should a woman allege rape but fail to produce the 4 required male witnesses, she risks being convicted of zina on the basis of her own accusation. In 2003, Pakistan's National Commission on the Status of Women reported that up to 88% of women imprisoned in Pakistan were rape or gang rape victims who, unable to meet the 4-witness requirement, were instead convicted of illicit sex. Taken together, these Sharia provisions that institutionalize male dominance over women exert a profound influence. In cultures shaped by Islam, boys can be raised to grow into men who assume rightful control over the women in their lives, confident in their inherent superiority. And the women follow it. Islamic law contains multiple provisions that mandate the covering and seclusion of women. It is widely Oh, that reminds me. I remember when I was in Buffalo, New York, there was a Muslim population there. And I remember I would be like I'd go to the ATM at the bank inside the store. And I remember turning around and all I saw was just a black blob and eyes. Scared the shit out of me. I got the fuck out of there. But it was like a hardcore Islam situation. And only her eyes were showing, and she was wearing all black. And I wanna like point out here, it's constantly lake effect weather in Buffalo, so it's like, 90 to 100% humidity at all times with a relatively high dew point, like probably like 70 degree dew point, 80 degree dew point, and it would be like 90 to 95 degrees outside, so the real feels like 120 of just pure wet. As soon as I step out of the car with the air conditioning on, if I'm wearing glasses, they're instantly fogged over. Islamic law contains multiple provisions that mandate the covering and seclusion of women. It is widely recognized that a Muslim woman must cover most of her body when appearing in public. Additionally, Sharia grants a male guardian the authority to restrict a girl's or a woman's movement, allowing him to confine a wife or daughter to the home and permit her to leave only when accompanied by a male relative and for a valid reason. This is reflected in Surah 33:33, which instructs women, stay in your houses and do not flaunt yourselves. One consequence of the Sharia-derived culture of covering and seclusion is that a woman who appears in public without covering or remains outside the protected space of the home may be culturally perceived as unguarded and therefore sexually available or promiscuous. This notion that an uncovered woman invites molestation is suggested in Surah 33:59 of the Quran, where Muhammad is instructed that his wives and daughters should cover themselves so they are not abused. Certain Islamic preachers have explicitly endorsed this view following the high-profile convictions of Muslim men of Lebanese background for rape in Sydney, Australia. The country's Grand Mufti, Sheikh Taj al-Din al-Hilali, controversially placed blame on the victims for not being covered and not remaining in their homes. He stated, if you take out uncovered meat and place it outside without cover, and the cats come to eat it, whose fault is it? The cats or the uncovered meats? The uncovered meat is the problem. If she was in her room, in her home, in her hijab, no problem would have occurred. In making these remarks, Sheikh al-Hilali was presenting Islamic norms as the remedy to crimes of the kind committed by rape gangs. According to this perspective, if individuals adopted Islam and adhered to its rules, women and girls would be protected from such abuses because they would be kept secluded, placed under permanent male supervision, and rendered invisible to outsiders. Forced marriage in the age of consent. Oh, here's a favorite of mine. Under Sharia, marriage takes the form of a contract arranged between two men, the groom and the bride's male guardian. The structure closely resembles a contract of sale. The groom pays an agreed sum known as the mahr, and the bride, in exchange becomes sexually available to him. Islamic jurisprudence sets no minimum age at which a girl or a woman may be married. Religious authorities permit a father to arrange a marriage for his daughter even while she is still an infant. The Prophet Muhammad himself married Aisha when she was 6, an arrangement made between Muhammad and her father, and consummated the marriage when she was 9. The Quran itself addresses the remarriage of a divorced girl who has not yet reached menstruation. There's rules on how to remarry if you haven't reached menstruation yet. Sharia distinguishes between types of guardians. The bride's father or paternal grandfather is termed forcing guardian. I'm going to try and Wali Mujbir? I don't know. Because certain schools of Islamic law allow him to compel a virgin daughter or granddaughter into marriage without her consent. The notion that a girl must reach a particular age before she can consent to sexual activity is foreign to Islam. In Islamic teaching, the only lawful context for a woman to consent to sex is through marriage, and even that consent is not always required. Significantly, the Arabic term nikah denotes both marriage and sexual intercourse. Sharia, in effect, merges the two concepts. An unmarried woman is forbidden from engaging in sex, while a married woman has no right under Sharia to refuse sexual relations with her husband. Hadiths further state that a virgin's silence constitutes consent to marriage. Okay. This merging of consent to marriage and consent to sex sheds light on Dr. Hill's account that a rapist interpreted their victim's silence as consent to the rape, drawing on these same hadiths. Islamic scholars differ on the degree of physical or emotional maturity needed for sexual intercourse within marriage. Some hold that the onset of puberty serves as the threshold for readiness, though Muhammad consummated his marriage with the 9-year-old Aisha before she reached puberty, and others permit thighing or intercrual sex with a wife who is menstruating or considered too young for vaginal penetration. This practice Dr. Hill also described. These observations suggest that Muslim grooming gangs may exhibit religious and cultural indifference to the modern concept of an age of consent. In an interview, Andrew Norfolk, one of the first journalists to expose Britain's rape gang scandal, stated that although Islam prohibits sex outside marriage, all 4 schools of Islamic jurisprudence teach that a girl can be married when she reaches puberty, which on average in Britain is 11. When the Muslim Brotherhood government took power in Egypt, one of the new laws they were going to introduce was to lower the age of consent from 18 to 13. And disappointment was voiced by certain Salafis and Muslim Brotherhood scholars that it wasn't 9. Islamic State had 9 as the permissible age for marriage. I don't think there's the same sense of wrongness and shame in some cases about having sex with a 12-year-old girl. Yeah, 12. And they were upset that it wasn't 9. 9999! Islamic canonical sources portray women as possessing sexual desires that are at least as strong as men's, if not stronger, and view these desires as potentially harmful to men. The Prophet Muhammad stated, "After me, I have not left any trial more severe to men than women." The Arabic term fitna, used here, denotes a severe trial that can involve seduction or temptation leading people astray from faith, and it also carries connotations of chaos that disrupts social harmony. Muhammad further suggested that men are susceptible to sexual temptation, explaining that Allah has preordained a portion of zina, unlawful sexual intercourse, for every man. Allah has written for the son of Adam his inevitable share of zina, whether he is aware of it or not. Okay? One practical expression of anxiety over women's sexuality is the practice of female genital mutilation, which various schools of Islamic law either require or strongly recommend as a way to curb excessive female sexual desire. Yep. Cut off the clit and stitch it shut. And then to get in, you force it open. Another reflection of the perceived danger posed by female sexuality is the strict separation of the sexes enforced through practices such as veiling women's bodies, restricting them to the home, and the Quranic directive against men and women gazing at one another. Tell the believing men that they should lower their gaze and guard their private parts. That is purer for them. Surely Allah is aware of what they do, and say to the believing women that they should lower their gaze and guard their private parts and not show their charms. Surah 24, 30-31. Dr. Hill described being subjected to this rule in practice. I was told to look at the floor when I was around Muslim men. She was informed that if a woman looks at a man, that means she wants to have sex with him. Fuck. Although female sexuality is seen as a source of fitna, Sharia assigns men, regarded as more rational and better able to exercise self-restraint, the God-given responsibility to oversee and regulate women. From this perspective, a woman who fails to comply with Sharia norms, for instance, by appearing unveiled and unaccompanied in public, represents a danger to social order. In such a framework, responsibility for any sexual assault she suffers is often attributed to her own behavior, especially when combined with notions of the inherent impurity of non-Muslims. This outlook leads to non-Muslim women who appear uncovered and move freely without male supervision being labeled as sluts, who are eager to entice men. In this cultural context, a Muslim man who engages in sexual activity with such a woman bears no blame. The fault lies entirely with the woman. Islamic teachings concerning the perilous nature of female sexuality and the moral inferiority of non-Muslims can reinforce and legitimize this pattern of attributing responsibility to the victim. So all of the people that are being raped in these rape gangs, it's their fault. It's their fault. Jihad. Islamic Sharia contains detailed regulations governing armed conflict, including provisions related to the institution of slavery. In Islamic law, slavery arises as a consequence of warfare against non-Muslims, or infidels. Non-Muslim captives taken in such conflicts are regarded as lawfully enslaved simply by virtue of their capture. These captives may then be allocated to Muslim combatants as part of the war booty. Spoils. Booty. They can subsequently be sold, ransomed, or retained in slavery. Historical records show that during the Prophet Muhammad's lifetime, Muslim forces enslaved women captured from enemy groups in more than a dozen military engagements. Under Sharia, sexual relations between a male owner and his female captive slave do not constitute zina. This is explicitly authorized in multiple Quranic passages. Example Surah 424, 23:6, 70:30. And supported by numerous hadith precedents. Moreover, Muhammad taught that a married non-Muslim woman captured in war is automatically divorced from her previous husband by the act of capture itself. As a result, sexual intercourse between her Muslim captor-owner and the formerly married captive does not amount to adultery. At first glance, it may appear incongruous to connect the classical Islamic institution of slavery with the sexual abuse of white girls in contemporary Britain. Yet the historical record reveals a long-standing pattern of Islamic enslavement and sexual exploitation of white women. Historians estimate that between 16th and 19th century, approximately 1 million Europeans were seized for profit as part of the Barbary slave trade. In March of 1786, when Thomas Jefferson and John Adams inquired of Tripoli's ambassador to France why the Barbary states waged war on nations that had not attacked them, Sidi Haji Abdul Rahman reportedly answered, "It was written in their Quran that all nations which had not acknowledged the Prophet were sinners, whom it was the right and duty of the faithful to plunder and enslave, and that every Muslim, who was slain in this warfare was sure to go to paradise." He said also that the man who was the first to board a vessel had one slave over and above his share. In recent times, Islamic terrorist groups such as ISIS have openly asserted the right to revive Islamic slavery. A significant contemporary legal debate among Muslim scholars concerns the proper classification of Western countries that now host large Muslim immigration populations. In classical Islamic jurisprudence, any non-Muslim nation was presumptively categorized as Dar al-Harb, House of War. Nice. From which Muslims had the right and duty to take slaves, as articulated by the Tripoli ambassador. Medieval Sharia treated Dar al-Harb as the default status for infidel territories. A doctrine attributed to Muhammad further obliges Muslims residing in Dar al-Harb to perform hijra, migration, to a territory governed by Islam, particularly if they cannot freely practice their faith. This duty to migrate continues to be emphasized by many Salafi groups. In modern times, however, various adaptations have emerged to accommodate changed realities. Some authorities now classify Western nations as Dar al-Dawa, House of Propagation, where Muslims enjoy freedom to invite others to Islam. In such circumstances, the obligation to wage jihad is thought to have been suspended. Other scholars maintain that an implicit covenant of security exists for Muslim migrants in the West. They are permitted to live and operate freely in exchange for refraining from jihad against the host society. It is worth emphasizing that the alternative classifications of Western countries, such as Dar al-Dawa, or a tacit covenant of security, serve only to postpone, rather than eliminate, the traditional obligation to engage in jihad. For at least some Muslims with radical inclinations, this issue is not whether jihad will eventually be required, but merely when the appropriate moment arrives. Certain Muslim men, lacking deep scholarly knowledge, often rationalize their grooming gang offenses by mentally recasting their victims in the role of legitimate slave property under Islamic framework. In Rotherham, for instance, one perpetrator named Muhammad branded his victims with the letter M as a mark of ownership. Survivors have described being compelled to perform domestic tasks such as cooking and cleaning for their captors, while enduring repeated sexual violation, marrying the treatment of household slaves. Journalist Andrew Norfolk captured this mindset when he observed, "Some of these Muslim kids have got an idea, probably because it's quite convenient for them, that Britain's been designated a land of war, so certain things have become permissible in terms of the enemy. I think some of these guys think it's okay to do stuff to white girls that they wouldn't dream of doing to Muslim girls." Islam's treatment of conquered non-Muslim peoples. Islamic jurisprudence also addresses the treatment of non-Muslim populations conquered through jihad. Classical Sharia rules on jihad, defined as warfare waged against non-Muslims to extend the dominion of Islam, crystallized during the medieval era. As we have just noted, these rules divided the world into two fundamental categories: the Dar al-Islam, the House of Islam, territories governed by Islamic authority, and the Dar al-Harb, the House of War, territories under non-Muslim control. Under this framework, non-Muslims fell into one of two groups. Those residing within the House of Islam were considered protected, provided they fulfilled specific obligations and were not legitimate targets of military action. By contrast, those living in the House of War could lawfully be fought, defeated, and upon capture, enslaved. When non-Muslim communities came under Islamic rule, they were granted conditional tolerance through a formal surrender agreement known as the Dhimma Pact. This arrangement allowed dhimmas, protected non-Muslims, to retain their religion, but only on the condition that the adult males paid an annual tax called the jizya, and that the entire community observed a range of restricted regulations. As the renowned commentator Ibn Kathir explained, these rules were designed to ensure their continued humiliation, degradation, and disgrace. If a Dhimma community was deemed to have violated the pact, whether by failing to pay the jizya, or by breaching any of the imposed conditions, Islamic law permitted the resumption of jihad. In such circumstances, the full Sharia regulations of war would apply. Adult males could be killed, women and children enslaved, and the property of non-Muslims seized as spoils. The Dhimma framework imposed a permanent condition of insecurity on Christian and other non-Muslim populations under Muslim sovereignty. It has supplied a religiously sanctioned cultural template that continues to underpin the abduction, forced conversion, and coerced marriage of non-Muslim girls in places such as Egypt and Pakistan. One way to view the involvement, or lack thereof, of British state officials in the rape gang scandal is as an incorporation of Dhimma-like submissiveness. This mindset prioritizes deference to Islam and Muslims above all else, while dismissing or assigning fault to non-believers. From this perspective, the failure of authorities to act decisively against the grooming gang issue might represent a significant step in the gradual Islamization Islamic clan culture. Evidence from the author and activist Ayan Hirsi Ali at the inquiry highlights that the grooming and rape gangs operating in towns such as Rotherham, Rockdale, and others are not isolated instances of criminality, but stem from imported pre-modern clan systems embedded within certain ethno-cultural communities, reinforced by specifically Islamic collectivism, and before stated, the crimes disproportionately involve perpetrators from Pakistani heritage backgrounds, with patterns rooted in honor and shame-based dynamics that are wholly anathema to British norms. The behavior is deeply tied to tribal structures, prevalent in parts of Pakistan, Afghanistan, the Middle East, North Africa, and Somalia. Family honor is primarily vested in the conduct, modesty, and virginity of girls and women. Strict codes require obedience, covering, and restricted interaction with outsiders. The breaches within the community trigger severe sanctions, including honor killings or collective retaliation by male clan members. When the target is a non-Muslim girl, particularly white British girls, perceived as unguarded, dressed in Western styles, or lacking male protectors, the risk calculation shifts. No retaliation is expected from the girl's family or community, so some young men feel emboldened to treat her as property and then approach, assault, groom, share among the group, and sell her services. This proprietorial view of women escalates into organized networks that traffic girls across the regions. Impunity fuels the cycle. Initial assaults without consequences creates a perception of Britain as a place where such behavior carries no risk, turning vulnerable girls into commodified products. A key contrast emerged in evidence with similar gangs targeted Sikh girls. The Sikh community mobilized men to confront and deter the perpetrators effectively. White working-class girls lacked equivalent collective protection, not least because authorities often silence concerns with accusation of racism, allowing the abuse to persist and expand into modern-day slavery. Even second, third, or fourth-generation immigrants raised in Britain continue these patterns, acting as demographic clusters where the clan systems reproduce itself and intensifies regardless of the wider culture. Ongoing immigration from such clannish foreign backwaters serves only to replenish and strengthen such communities. While the foundational system is tribal rather than purely religious, Islamic elements provide ideological justification, communal shielding, and strategic expansion. Perpetrators sometimes hide actions from families, mosques, and imams, because the behavior brings disgrace to the community. Yet remorse toward British victims is limited because non-Muslim girls are not viewed as fully human individuals deserving protection, but as unprotected outsiders available for abuse without moral consequences. This fosters widespread silence within affected communities. The inquiry evidence points to a fundamental clash of worlds. Across the West, our historic respect for the individual has, thanks to mass immigration, been overpowered by the more primitive attitudes that prevail elsewhere, according to which group membership matters first and foremost. The elite obsession with diversity has invited the latter to take advantage of the former. Scare words like Islamophobia and racism, fuck 'em, have been deployed to exploit the goodwill of Western host societies, paralyzing investigation and enforcement. Islamophobia and political correctness concerns have long been raised that fear of accusations of Islamophobia, I don't care, has inhibited open discussion and effective action on group-based child sexual exploitation cases, particularly those involving grooming gangs. A series of reports and analysis from the think tank Policy Exchange have documented how the charge of Islamophobia has been deployed to challenge, intimidate, or discredit individuals and organizations attempting to highlight the issue. In a 2025 research note titled The Rotherham Grooming Scandal and the Creators of the Islamophobia Definition, Policy Exchange examined connections between the scandal in Rotherham and the development of a contested definition of Islamophobia by the all-party parliamentary group APPG on Muslims. The report highlighted the role of a key APPG staff member from Rotherham, Mubin Hussain, oh, what a name, who in 2015 organized a community protest against South Yorkshire police, accusing them of scapegoating Muslims amid the grooming investigations, actions described by some local figures and inquirees as unhelpful to addressing the abuse. It also tells us a great deal about the politically correct institutional culture within Rotherham Metropolitan Borough Council that, in attendance at a safeguarding strategy meeting dated the 6th of June 2000, was an anti-racism coordinator named Bhupinder K. Malku. Similar themes appear in Policy Exchange's June 2025 publication, How Not to Tackle Grooming Gangs, which argues that accusations of Islamophobia, independent of any formal definition, have been used to suppress exposure of the scandal in the pursuit of justice for victims. It recommends pausing government work on an official Islamophobia definition until the conclusions of a national grooming gang inquiries are known. Politicians have echoed these words in relation to proposed definitions. Shadow Equalities Minister Claire Coutinho has warned that adopting such a definition, one framed as targeting expressions of Muslimness, could intensify a culture of censorship, potentially granting perpetrators greater impunity by making legitimate scrutiny of patterns in grooming cases more difficult or risky for police, authorities, or the public. She has argued that this risks repeating past mistakes where fear of racist or Islamophobic labels contributed to delayed or inadequate responses. The concern to shield Muslims from criticism at all costs went hand in hand with a more general ideological shift organized around the unquestioning treatment of minorities as special victim groups. Rooted in the left liberal paradigm of the 1960s, this minoritarian outlook first scored political victories under Harold Wilson's Labour government. In time, tolerance, multiculturalism, and anti-discrimination became highly prized values in elite circles. The law, too, began to foster an environment in which challenging certain minority communities, including Muslim ones, became politically dangerous and even criminal. This enabled the grooming gangs to operate with impunity for years, because authorities at every level, as we have seen, feared being labeled racist or Islamophobic more than they feared failing the girls to whom they owed duty of care. The legal framework that underpinned this paralysis began with the Race Relations Act of 1965 and its even stronger successor in 1976. These statutes designed to combat overt discrimination were interpreted and expanded in ways that made any discussion of ethnicity or culture in crime patterns hazardous. The McPherson Report, 1999, following the Stephen Lawrence inquiry, branded the police institutionally racist. Of course it did. And introduced a definition of racism so broad that police officers and social workers became terrified of any action that could be construed as targeting ethnic minorities. And as soon as you do something like that, you can no longer uphold the law. Across Britain, clear evidence of organized abuse by Pakistani gangs, among other majority Muslim ethnic groups, was ignored because confronting it risked the accusation of racism. The fear was not abstract. Senior officers and council staff explicitly cited concerns about so-called community relations and potential race riots as reasons for inaction. The country's transformation was greatly accelerated under Tony Blair's New Labour project, which culminated in the Equality Act 2010. This consolidated and strengthened so-called anti-discrimination protections by adding religion as a protected characteristic alongside race, combined with hate crime legislation under Part 3 of the Public Order Act of 1986 and the Crime and Disorder Act 1998, that created an environment in which criticizing aspects of Islamic culture and patterns of offending linked to Muslim communities could be framed as racial hatred or Islamophobia. But I think that's what we need right now. I think we need some Islamophobia because they are abusing the shit out of it. Official definitions of Islamophobia promoted by some campaign groups further blurred the lines between legitimate concern and blind prejudice. The result was a chilling effect across public institutions, public forces, social services, and local councils. And local councils repeatedly chose silence or denial of a robust investigation because the political and professional costs of appearing to single out Muslims was deemed too high. The KC National Audit of 2025 confirmed this pattern, noting that authorities shied away from examining ethnicity and culture, even when the data pointed overwhelmingly to Pakistani Muslim perpetrators. What went wrong is now painfully clear. The post-war liberal consensus that began with Wilson emphasized diversity, inclusion, and non-judgmentalism as supreme virtues. Multiculturalism replaced national self-confidence as the guiding principle. Long-standing British norms around free speech, child protection, and impartial application of the law were subordinated to the need to avoid offending minority sensitivities at all costs. Liberal elites in media, politics, and the public sector internalized the idea that acknowledging cultural or religious factors in crime was itself a form of bigotry. This mindset actively shielded the rape gangs by discouraging the very inquiries and interventions that could have saved thousands of children. Until the country rejects the fear of being called racist and restores the courage to name uncomfortable truths, the conditions that allow these networks to thrive will remain. This inquiry records the damage without apology. The paralysis of our institutions was not some fluke. It was the predictable outcome of decades of legal and cultural changes that place sensitivity above justice. The law of the land has not merely failed the victims of grooming gangs, but actively enabled the perpetrators. For decades, statutes that would have delivered swift, exemplary justice were either ignored, diluted, or deliberately misapplied, in a manner that protected organized networks of predominantly Pakistani Muslim men, while leaving thousands of British girls without protection or redress. The legal framework governing organized sexual exploitation, commonly described in public discourse as grooming gangs, is extensive but fragmented. It consists of overlapping criminal offenses, human rights obligations, civil liabilities, and sentencing structures. While Parliament has enacted a broad suite of statutory provisions designed to criminalize sexual exploitation in all its forms, serious questions remain as to whether the law has been sufficiently coherent, proactive, or effective in preventing systemic abuse. At the core of the criminal law response lies the Sexual Offences Act of 2003. This statute represents the principal legislative mechanism for addressing rape, sexual exploitation, and grooming. It criminalizes a wide spectrum of conduct, ranging from rape and assault by penetration to causing or inciting a child to engage in sexual activity and facilitating sexual exploitation. The Act also contains specific offenses concerning abuse of positions of trust, trafficking for sexual exploitation, and paying for the sexual services of a child. Collectively, these provisions were intended to modernize and consolidate earlier sexual offense legislation. However, their practical operation in cases involving organized exploitation has often revealed structural limitations. The statutory framework presumes that the criminal justice system will detect and intervene early in abusive patterns of conduct. In practice, many cases of organized abuse have involved prolonged periods during which victims were groomed, trafficked, and repeatedly assaulted without meaningful intervention by authorities. There should never be a statutory port unless you should be able to be executed on the spot 40 years after you did it. Subsequent legislation, including the Serious Crime Act, God, British are so fucking original. The Serious Crime Act of 2015 expanded the concept of sexual exploitation to encompass a broader range of behaviors, including non-contact abuse and technologically facilitated exploitation. This expansion reflected an evolving understanding of grooming as a process rather than a single criminal act. Nevertheless, legislative reform has largely been reactive. It has tended to follow public scandals rather than anticipate systemic patterns of abuse. As a result, the legal framework often appears to be piecemeal rather than strategically designed. In cases involving organized sexual exploitation, prosecutors frequently rely on a constellation of offenses rather than any single overarching charge. Overarching? Well, I don't know. Perpetrators may be convicted of conspiracy to rape, trafficking for sexual exploitation, arranging child prostitution, and a variety of associated offenses, including drug supply and false imprisonment. Such cases demonstrate that the criminal law is capable of imposing severe sentences, including life imprisonment, where the offending is particularly grave. Life imprisonment ain't it. Kill him. Yet these outcomes tend to occur only after extensive investigations and multiple failures of early intervention. The law's capacity to punish extreme wrongdoing is therefore clear, but its capacity to prevent such wrongdoing remains uncontestable. They don't do shit. Another critical dimension concerns trafficking and modern slavery legislation. The Modern Slavery Act of 2015 criminalizes human trafficking for sexual exploitation and provides for life sentences in the most serious cases. Again, kill them. Life sentences, fuck that shit. The intention on passing it was to recognize that organized sexual exploitation frequently involves coercion, movement of victims, and exploitation for profit. However, critics argue that the conceptual overlap between trafficking offenses and traditional sexual offenses has sometimes created uncertainty in charging decisions. This distinction between trafficking and exploitation is not always straightforward. It should be, particularly when victims are groomed into apparent compliance rather than transported by force. Fuck you guys. This ambiguity may complicate prosecutions and reduce the deterrent effect of the law. Now, here's the thing. If you just killed them, then it doesn't matter if it was by force or by grooming. They're going to die either way. So you can charge them with whatever the fuck you want to at that point, and then just take them out back and shoot them. The legal framework also extends beyond criminal liability to encompass civil and human rights obligations. Article 3 of the European Convention on Human Rights, ECHR, imposes a positive duty on the state to investigate credible allegations of rape and serious sexual assault. Courts have held that systemic failures in investigation may constitute breaches of fundamental rights, even where perpetrators are ultimately prosecuted. This principle is of particular significance in organized exploitation cases, where victims have frequently alleged prolonged institutional inaction. The law, therefore, recognizes that state authorities may bear responsibility not only for direct wrongdoing, but also for failures to prevent or respond to grave abuses. Despite this extensive legal architecture, the operation of the law in practice has been inadequate. One recurring criticism is that the legal framework places significant emphasis on individual criminal acts, while insufficiently addressing patterns of organized exploitation. Rape gangs typically operate through networks characterized by manipulation, coercion, and economic exploitation. The law's traditional focus on discrete offenses can obscure the system's nature of such conduct. Although conspiracy and trafficking offenses particularly address this gap, there remains no single statutory offense that fully captures the phenomenon of organized sexual exploitation as a distinctly structured form of criminality. Okay? A further difficulty lies in evidential challenges. Grooming often involves psychological manipulation that undermines the credibility of victims in the eyes of investigators or juries. Well, then you're going to need to just shoot them. Not the victims, but shoot them. If they can't figure it out, then they're not mentally sound. The legal concept of consent remains central to many sexual offenses, and it can be ill-suited to situations involving vulnerable children conditioned by their abusers to acquiesce. Yes, but when the children comes forward and says, hey, this is happening, and then you say, no, it's not, you're lying, and then you charge them with a crime, you're a piece of shit. That's really all there is to it, and you need to be held accountable for every time that ever happened. While courts have recognized that apparent consent may be illusory in such contexts, the statutory framework continues to rely heavily on more straightforward forms of evidence. This has at times created barriers to prosecution and contributed to perceptions that law inadequately reflects the realities of coercive exploitation, which means you guys are fucking up and you're pieces of shit and you're letting this happen and you need to be held responsible for it. That's what this means. Moreover, the law's reliance on post hoc punishment raises broader questions about preventative capacity. Statutory offenses are designed to respond once exploitation has occurred or is imminently planned. Preventative mechanisms such as risk orders and safeguarding duties exist, but their effectiveness depends on institutional vigilance and interagency cooperation, which means you guys are, once again, pieces of shit, and you fuck it up a lot, and you need to be punished. But their effectiveness depends on institutional vigilance and interagency cooperation. Where such cooperation fails, the legal framework offers limited remedies beyond retrospective accountability. This is inefficient to address organized exploitation that occurs over extended periods. Because you guys suck. That's what this means. You guys suck. You guys are fucking awful. Failure to invoke existing sentencing powers. The Crime and Disorder Act of 1998, yeah, you guys and your fucking names, and Sentencing Council guidelines explicitly permit and in cases of demonstrated hostility require an uplift in the imposed sentence where an offense is aggravated by racial or religious hostility. Evidence in grooming gang trials has repeatedly shown precisely this. Victims described as white slags, white trash, kuffar bitches, or told they were only good for men like me to fuck and use like trash. Perpetrators shouted Aloha Akbar and boasted of racial supremacy. Yet as far as available public records are concerned, racial aggravations have never once been invoked against anti-white rape gangs, either by prosecutors or judges. Not one fucking time. Not one time. They have gone completely unscathed for 70 years. Not one fucking time. Oh, this is in stark contrast to what tends to happen whenever white criminals are held to account for interracial crimes. Prosecutors, like the guy that got fucking stabbed? The guy that got stabbed and then you guys let him die in custody because the guy who stabbed him said that he said something racist? That guy? Or the girl who was protecting her sister from the 22-year-old following with a camera who was making sexual comments to them? So you arrested the 12-year-old girl because she had a knife and an axe? Fuck you guys. Fuck all of you. Yet as far as... prosecutors did not hesitate, for instance, to pursue aggravating charges against Darren Osborne after he murdered a crowd of Muslims with his van in 2017. Props. Sentencing Osborne to life imprisonment with a minimum tariff of 43 years. So your life is just a tax. The time of your life is just a tax. The judge cited Schedule 21 to the Criminal Justice Act 2003 to confirm that a murder done for the purpose of advancing political, religious, racial, or ideological cause counted, alongside, quote, a terrorist connection as an aggravating factor in Osborne's crime. Right. Sentences in rape gang cases, meanwhile, have remained at the lower end of the scale, often 4 to 12 years for men convicted of raping dozens of children over years, rather than the life sentences or 20-plus year tariffs the offending merited. Shadow Minister for Justice, Kieran Mullen, drew attention at our hearings to the fact that many of those involved in rape gangs serve as little to a third to half of their sentence, Worse still, foreign national perpetrators, many from Pakistan and other Muslim-majority countries, were rarely deported after sentencing despite clear powers under the UK Borders Act of 2007. Instead, they were housed, fed, and upon release, allowed to re-offend or return to their communities. Wow, that sounds mighty American, too. If only ICE would be allowed to do their job without having to come up against a whole bunch of fucking psychopaths. In the Quillen Foundation's analysis of 264 convictions from 2005 to 2017, the overwhelming majority of perpetrators received terms that bore no relation to the lifetime harm inflicted. Even in high-profile cases such as Rotherham and Rockdale, ringleaders received effective tariffs that allowed release after serving less than half their sentence. This leniency persisted despite the organized, predatory, and repeated nature of the crimes. British courts repeatedly allowed cultural background to function as a de facto mitigating factor. In one Bristol case documented in the Quillen report, a defendant argued that forcing a girl to have sex with his friend was simply Somali culture and tradition. What? In Rotherham, another claimed Western girls' clothing invited and provoked abuse. These arguments were entered rather than dismissed outright. Judges and defense counsel cited cultural sensitivity to avoid empowering the far right. Kill them. Kill them too. Kill the judges, kill everybody. I think that they should all face punishment for this. Empowering the far right. Go fuck yourself. Or damaging community cohesion. Fuck that community too. How about that? The very phrase used in the case review to explain why cases were shelved pre-2012. The result is that men who viewed white British girls as subhuman property received discounts unavailable to any other category of offender. This is not justice under the law of the land, it is the importation of foreign honor shame norms into the British courtroom, with the explicit acquiescence of senior police officers, prosecutors, and judges. Party politics. As Ayaan Hirsi Ali told this inquiry, center-left parties viewed Muslim voting blocs as a protected base, and aggressive prosecution or deportation risked losing those votes. Sounds like America. Chronic electoral dependence on such blocs thus paralyzed far too many levels of government. Political actors across the board, national, local, and devolved, knew about the organized rape gangs for decades, yet put electoral survival, so-called community relations, and fear of racism accusations before child protection. This also sounds like Minneapolis. Like, that's what's happening in Minneapolis, and that's what's happening in California, how a whole bunch of votes just go to the third candidate overnight. Oh, surprise. Labour Party figures proved especially guilty of making electoral calculations where they should have been looking out for the nation's children. Combined with demographic shifts in swing seats, this got in the way of concerted inaction. Scotland refused to hold its own inquiry before finally caving in February of 2026. It continues to fail to record offender ethnicity or create specific child sexual exploitation markers. But you know what's funny? In Scotland, the people are now taking it into their own hands, as they fucking should, because obviously the government's not doing it. Early warnings from the 1980s onwards went ignored because addressing the offending risked political cost. Politics placed retention of power above the safety of children, allowing the gangs to operate with impunity for decades. Politicians received direct briefings, sat in multi-agency meetings, read internal intelligence, and still denied knowledge, blocked inquiries, and silenced critics in order to cleave the Muslim voting blocs. This was not ignorance of the crimes, but calculated, repeated, nationwide abandonment of the children. The Labour Party bears primary responsibility for the longest and most deliberate cover-up. As the former Conservative councillor Liam Billington emphasized to our inquiry, Labour-dominated local councils and MPs repeatedly prioritized electoral dependence on Pakistani Muslim communities above the safety of children. Jess Phillips, MP, and Naz Shah, MP, maintained public silence on the ethnic and religious patterns of the gangs while their constituencies suffered. Evidence shows Labour politicians prioritizing far-right empowerment narratives and ensuring so-called community relations over protecting victims. In Oldham, Labour councillors and leadership received one of our whistleblower social workers' disclosures on trafficking inside council-run and semi-independent units, yet retaliated against the whistleblower and took no remedial action. The same pattern occurred in Rotherham, Rockdale, Telford, Burnley, and Peterborough. Labor councils surrendered streets, ignored parental reports, and allowed perpetrators to operate, among other reasons because Muslim voting blocks were electorally vital. Former detective constable and Rockdale rape gang whistleblower Maggie Oliver has criticized the mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, with whom Oliver herself has worked, and failing to piece together a full picture of the information necessary to combat the rape gangs that still operate in his area. Despite ordering some preliminary independent reviews into CSE across Manchester, Burnham stands accused of focusing exclusively on the failures of the past. Oliver is on record further suggesting that 2 trustworthy reviewers resigned from the final phase of Burnham's inquiry, dealing with the years 2019 to 2025 because they were blocked by Greater Manchester Police from accessing vital documents and speaking to some survivors, as Oliver puts it. What I had come to see and believe is that whilst the PR machine was wheeled out very well about what was already in the public arena, when it comes to leadership and courage and gripping what is going on now, unfortunately he, Burnham, turned away. We missed a huge opportunity to bring changes that are needed. They don't fucking care. Even reviews that did produce viable findings have seldom been followed by decisive action. Commissioned in 2017, Burnham's limited independent review concluded that authorities had failed to protect children from pedophile gangs in Manchester, Oldham, and Rockdale. However, no officers were fired or stripped of their pensions for the historic failings exposed. I'm not even fucking surprised. Nor has Burnham exercised his powers as police and crime commissioner, a position he automatically holds as an extension of his mayoralty, to prosecute any of the officers found to have failed the victims of predatory gangs. Labour politicians did not merely fail to act, but actively denied that the problem existed, smeared those raising alarms, and blocked local inquiries that would have revealed the full scale. They sacrificed thousands of white working-class girls to its electoral alliance with Pakistani Muslim communities, and to the general reputation of multiculturalism among the public. Such institutional paralysis was not accidental but political, for even when a few Labour politicians, such as Sarah Champion, did speak up, they were dismissed. In Rotherham, Rockdale, Oxford, Telford, and dozens of other towns, Labour-controlled councils and police forces repeatedly shelved investigations, threatened whistleblowers with racism accusations, and instructed officers not to record the ethnicity of perpetrators. The 2014 J report exposed how Labour councillors and senior officials in Rotherham dismissed the systemic rape of 1,400 girls because to do otherwise risked alienating the Pakistani community. Fuck. This pattern was repeated nationwide. This betrayal continued into government. In January 2025, Labour MPs voted en masse against Conservative amendment calling for a national statutory inquiry into grooming gangs. The amendment was defeated by 343 votes to 111. Keir Starmer and his front bench abstained or opposed the measure, dismissing public concern as far-right agitation. It took sustained external pressure, including the damning KC National audit, this independent inquiry and public outrage, to force a U-turn in June 2025. Even then, the government watered down local inquiries with reports that plans for 5 separate reviews were quietly dropped, quote, to avoid offending Pakistanis. Jess Phillips, appointed safeguarding minister, had much to do with his show of contempt by the Labour Party. Survivors resigned from her victim panel in disgust, condemning the process as a sham. Phillips apologized for delays, but retained the full backing of Keir Starmer. Under her watch, ethnicity recording remains patchy, and the anti-white aspect of these horrendous crimes continues to be downplayed. By the way, I am specifically not saying this. Fuck that. This is the same Labour Party that has consistently weaponized accusations of Islamophobia to silence anyone who stated the obvious, that the gangs were and remain overwhelmingly Pakistani Muslim men. As a result, the nation has suffered decades of state-enabled child rape on an industrial scale. The Labour government's so-called independent inquiry into grooming gangs, announced in December 2025 and chaired by Baroness Anne Longfield, is a masterclass in institutional evasion. Its draft terms of reference, finalized... Oh, it's trying to get kind of dark. I like that. Its draft terms of reference, finalized in March 2026, deliberately confined the scope to group-based child sexual exploitation and abuse in a handful of, quote, relevant local areas. The inquiry is explicitly time-limited, targeted, and proportionate, and framed as an exercise in examining failures in practice and obstruction by statutory services. There is no mandate to examine the national scale of the problem, the overwhelming ethnic and religious profile of the perpetrators, the honor and shame-based cultural drivers, or the role of political correctness and electoral cynicism in allowing the abuse to flourish for decades. Victims and survivors are notionally placed at the center, yet the terms of reference carefully avoid the very questions that the public and the survivors have demanded to be answered for decades. This is not an inquiry designed to deliver truth or justice, it is a containment exercise. By narrowing the focus to local operational failures and excluding any systemic analysis of the demographic, cultural, and religious patterns that witnesses have repeatedly described, the government has ensured that the most uncomfortable truths, not least those that implicate labor's own chronic dependence on certain voting blocks, will never be confronted. The very government that once resisted a national inquiry has now given us one with terms so tightly drafted that it cannot possibly disturb the political consensus that enabled the rape gangs. None of this will expose what really happened. It is structured precisely so that it cannot. While the core grooming gangs were overwhelmingly Pakistani Muslim networks operating with political protection, the Labour Party's complicity went far beyond mere negligence. In multiple documented cases, both sitting and former Labour councillors and figures were themselves perpetrators of child sexual abuse. Either that or they directly shielded abusers within the grooming gang ecosystem. This was not a coincidence. This was the inevitable consequence of a party that treated Pakistani Muslim community as precious vote banks, even while its own members were raping children or tipping off predators. Direct perpetrators within Labour ranks. Oh yeah, call them out. Call them out, hang them high. Lord Nazir Ahmed, former Labour councillor in Rotherham and Labour peer, was convicted in 2022 of multiple child sex offences, including rape of a 13-year-old girl. Ahmed, in case anybody was wondering, Ahmed. Jailed for 5.5 years. Jailed for 5.5 years. Ahmed had been a Labour councillor since 1990 and it was elevated to the peerage by Blair. Survivors described him as part of the same networks that enabled Rotherham's grooming gangs. A survivor publicly demanded that he be stripped of his peerage and truly shamed. Yeah, because his fucking name, he got Lord in front of his name. I want Lord in front of my name. Fuck you guys. Be Lord Nick. Yeah, I like that. That's better than Sir. I like Lord. How do I become a lord over there? Oh, you're calling me lord. Huh? Sir? You like Sir Benner? I could become a sir over there too, but I don't know how to do that. I know Elton John did it, so maybe I could do it. I have to be knighted? Somebody knight me. Okay. I want to be knighted now. The former Labour councillor, Laron Velman, pleaded guilty to sex offences against a child after approaching a 13-year-old and asking if she was a virgin. The Labour councillor Carol Clark faced formal complaints after allegedly warning her pedophile son of his impending arrest in a grooming-related investigation while simultaneously voting on grooming gang matters. The former Labour MP Ivor Kaplan was arrested for grooming a 15-year-old child in 2025. These were not isolated bad apples. They were Labour members operating in the very councils, Rotherham, Rockdale, Oldham, and so on, where grooming gangs thrived under political cover. Beyond direct offending, senior Labour figures either failed to crack down on rape gangs or obstructed efforts to do so. Sean Wright, Labour councillor, Rotham's Child Services lead 2005 to 2010, remained in post despite knowing about the scale of the abuse, resigned only after the J report exposed his department's catastrophic failure. Roger Stone, Labour council leader, Rotherham 2003 to 2014, presided over local government during the cover-up documented in the J report, Multiple Rotherham Labour councillors interfered in police investigations, tipped off perpetrators, or dismissed victims as making lifestyle choices to protect community relations and votes. While Keir Starmer was the director of public prosecutions, it has been reported that 13,000 suspected rape gang members and pedophiles were let off with warning letters. 13,000! As stated earlier, the mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, repeatedly insisted there was no grooming gangs operating in the city. He described evidence from whistleblowers as politically motivated. He told the London Assembly that child sexual exploitation in the capital is a, quote, far more complex matter and does not fit the grooming style patterns on display across deprived northern towns. These statements he made despite the fact that the Metropolitan Police had in its possession reports of young girls being plied with alcohol and drugs then raped by groups of men in hotels and other locations across London. A Daily Express investigation revealed that Khan had direct access to HM Inspectorate of Constabulary documents detailing the very patterns of offending he had denied. Khan read these files yet continued to deny the existence of grooming gangs in public. Overall, the Labour Party did not just fail to prosecute the gangs. In some cases, its own members were the abusers, and in most cases, its councillors, leaders, and ministers put loyalty to Pakistani Muslim blocs before child safety. No other political party has such a well-documented track record of direct involvement with and in institutional protection of industrial-scale child rape. This was in large part due to Labour's own electoral self-interest. The Conservative Party, when holding national power from 2010 onwards, failed to impose mandatory ethnicity recording for CSE offenders and failed to launch a nationwide statutory inquiry despite the scale becoming public through the Rotherham J report and other local revelations. Man, the more I read, I get more pissed off I get. Successive Conservative-led governments allowed the same local cover-ups to continue unchecked in non-Labour areas and did nothing to force data transparency or protect children outside of Labour strongholds. The national political environment under Conservative administrations permitted the gangs to operate for another decade without systemic disruption. Fuck. No side is safe there. A proud Islamophile, the former Conservative minister Rory Stewart, is a standout example of the malaise within the party. Stewart once stated on his podcast with Alistair Campbell, "The rest is politics, that the grooming gang phenomenon is no more than a small-scale blight largely confined to the north of England. At the very least, this downplays the national pattern documented in witness statements from towns and cities across the country and reinforced the political reluctance to confront the full scale. Sammy Woodhouse met David Cameron as early as 2015 and told him everything she knew, up to and including the fact that many child victims were still being criminalized. A number of prominent figures within the Conservative Party have become more vocal about the rape gang phenomenon amid the issue's rising political salience. Even so, Conservative Prime Ministers from David Cameron to Rishi Sunak did very little in government. John Lamont MP's evidence to our inquiry shows that the same reluctance operated north of the English border, successive Scottish governments across parties, but with clear Labour influence in earlier periods, refused to commission a dedicated national inquiry into grooming gangs, failed to introduce specific CSE markers, and fell short of routinely recording the ethnicity of offenders. This data gap prevented the development of any proper national picture and enabled rape gang networks to continue unchecked in both urban and rural Scotland. Gangs deliberately used pregnancy as a tool of control. Girls as young as 4 were raped repeatedly, some until they became pregnant. Perpetrators then exploited the pregnancy to bind the victims to them, prevent escape, and exert ongoing coercion. Victims endured multiple pregnancies while still children themselves. Some miscarried under the physical and emotional trauma. Others were coerced into abortions. Those who carried to term gave birth as children and were left without support, education, or protection. Many of those victims had themselves been born of rape to mothers who suffered identical exploitation. The state would often remove the babies for adoption or place them into the same failing care system while leaving the young mothers in the environments where the abuse continued. Intergenerational trauma became institutionalized. Abortions were sometimes arranged by the perpetrators or their associates, often in backstreet conditions that caused lasting physical damage. Medical services recorded the pregnancies and injuries, but discharged the girls back to the abusers without safeguarding or long-term support. Social services and the NHS treated the pregnancies as isolated medical events rather than evidence of organized child rape. The state severed the maternal bond while failing to break the cycle of abuse. Other babies remained with mothers who were themselves with still children, producing immediate harm typically involving a disrupted education, substance addiction, mental collapse, and repeated contact with the criminal justice system. Victims who had been born of rape to earlier victims described the same patterns repeating across generations. Every statutory agency encountered these pregnancies. Hospitals and sexual health clinics recorded genital injuries, STIs, and pregnancies in 11 to 16-year-olds, but made no protective referrals. Mental health services discharged girls after suicide attempts linked to the pregnancies without trauma care. Social services closed cases or returned the young mothers to risk environments. Police failed to investigate the rapes that caused the pregnancies, even when the perpetrators were named and known. Licensing authorities allowed the taxis that transported pregnant girls to continue operating. The family law courts made matters worse for victims across the board, often by rewarding rapists parental rights over the very children begotten by their heinous crimes. Fuck. In some cases, such rapists have even been allowed to apply for a contact order to meet their grandchildren. The rape gangs destroyed the lives of hundreds of thousands of children. Survivors live with permanent physical and psychological damage that The rape gangs destroyed the lives of hundreds of thousands of children. Survivors live with permanent physical and psychological damage that no institution has ever properly addressed. They carry lifelong PTSD, complex trauma, addiction, chronic pain, interrupted education, criminal records, lost children, and live with permanent fear. Many attempted suicide and sadly some succeeded. Others lost their own children to the same system that failed them. The state did not merely fail to protect these survivors, but it compounded the harm by criminalizing them, discharging them from hospitals without support, removing their babies, and leaving them in environments where the abuse could continue. The evidence shows a national pattern of lifelong devastation inflicted on children who were raped, trafficked, impregnated, and then abandoned by every agency meant to help them. Fiona was raped repeatedly from age 13 while in care. She became pregnant at 15 and her child was removed for adoption while she remained in the same exploitative environment. Due to her abuse, she developed psychosis at 17 and mutilated her own legs with a blade because the gangs had complimented them during her abuse. She now lives with profound PTSD, substance dependency, and long-term physical health complications due to her abuse. Michelle suffered near daily rape from age 13, became pregnant 4 times as a child, endured miscarriages and a coerced abortion, and gave birth while still a teenager. She describes her childhood and future as destroyed as she lives with PTSD that affects her everyday life. Chloe was raped repeatedly from age 11, contracting multiple STIs as a 13-year-old, starved to 5 stone, drugged with heroin, imprisoned in her own home, and publicly humiliated. She now carries severe gynecological damage and lifelong trauma. Leanne was abused from infancy, trafficked, subjected to extreme violence, including penetration by objects, strangulation, and backstreet abortions. She lives with profound physical injuries and a total lack of trust in every institution. Grace was groomed from early adolescence, raped while intoxicated, entered violent domestic relationships, and watched her own children abused. She suffers grave mental illness, displacement, and ongoing stalking. Kate endured a decade of trafficking, filmed blackmail, read rooms of torture, animal rape, and witnessed murders of other girls. She received an MRN at conclusive grounds, but despite this has received very little support and lives with trauma that she has to manage daily. Anna's recorded assault at 13 led to ostracism, uninterrupted education, and lasting mental health damage. Jen was forcibly converted, married, and controlled under religious coercion, and she now has complex PTSD and lives in fear for her daughter. Leanne was held captive, beaten, and raped while pregnant at 15. She miscarried and now suffers chronic fibromyalgia and psychological trauma. Taylor was gang raped across multiple towns, and she carries lifelong psychological trauma. Jane was trafficked from a care placement, developed a severe eating disorder, was sectioned, and left with lasting physical and psychiatric damage. Rachel's daughter, age 12, was raped, bullied, and abandoned by police and school. She took her own life. Every survivor describes the same long-term consequences: destroyed education and employment prospects, broken relationships, inability to trust adults or institutions, chronic physical pain. addiction, repeated suicide attempts, loss of children, and a permanent sense of shame and worthlessness implanted by the gangs and reinforced by the state. The human cost is not abstract, but measured in ruined lives, lost futures, and children born into the same hell their mothers endured. Conclusions. The evidence from high-profile convictions and compiled data on group-based child sexual exploitation indicates a clear overrepresentation of Pakistani Muslim men as members of the rape gangs. However, when examining the religious dimension, often inferred from published names in court records and reliable reporting, the proportion of Muslim perpetrators appear even higher than the ethnic Pakistani figure alone would suggest. Analysis of conviction lists, such as those compiled by researchers reviewing cases from the late 1900s onward, have found that approximately 90% of those convicted in relevant grooming gang cases bore distinctive Muslim names, a stark contrast to the roughly 6% Muslim proportion of the overall population. This pattern arises because nearly all documented Pakistani perpetrators in these cases have Muslim names, and additional convictions have involved Muslim men from other backgrounds: Somali, Iranian, Syrian, Turkish, and mixed groups with predominantly Islamic names. Non-Muslim participants remain exceptions, often isolated incidents in smaller or mixed groups. These recurring observations, drawn from judicial outcomes, inquiries, and other public records, establish a basis for advocating improved official data collection on the religion of perpetrators in group-based child sexual exploitation cases. Current national data frequently lack robust recording of ethnicity, and religion is even less systematically captured, limiting evidence-based analysis and responses. Enhanced mandatory recording of both ethnicity and religion, along other characteristics, for suspects and convicted offenders in those offenses would enable clear identification of patterns, better informed prevention strategies, and more proportionate policy interventions, while addressing long-standing criticisms of data inadequacies, highlighted in government reviews and reports. The evidence heard by this inquiry is unequivocal, overwhelming, and devastating in its clarity. Organized networks of Muslim men systemically raped, trafficked, drugged, impregnated, and destroyed the lives of thousands upon thousands of British children across every region of the United Kingdom for decades. When the documented patterns from Rotherham, Telford, Rockdale, Oxford, Newcastle, Oldham, Huddersfield, Peterborough, Burnley, Tameside, and dozens of other towns and cities extrapolated nationally, the scale reaches at least 250,000 victims. This is not a collection of isolated local scandals. It is a national scandal of an industrial-scale child rape and modern-day slavery enabled, protected, and prolonged by the deliberate failures of the British state. Oh, they didn't put what's-her-face. Yeah. This is the conclusion. I'm just going to breeze over this stuff really quick. Place at the center of criminal justice process. Yeah, but they need to be protected at the center. Like, you can't just bring them in and be like, okay, well, if you don't vote, like, go against this person. Like, no, like, in the United States, we've got BACA, BACA. They will show up to court. Like, a whole motorcycle gang will show up to court and block a child from their attacker or attackers. And that is massive for a child. If you have a child then that you need to, like, talk in a court environment, you can't just stick them in there on their own because they've already been mentally just destroyed. So, yeah, sexual violence advisors must be funded nationally, assigned to every grooming gang victim from the moment of the first report. Yeah, but they need to, like, listen to them. Now, the sentencing, though, minimum tariff of 50 years for ringleaders and 25 for participants, that's not good enough. That's not good enough. They need to be put down. They need to be put down. They think this, and they're going to take this thought process into their jails, into their prisons, and all this other stuff, and they're going to start transforming the thoughts of other people. Like, there's so many people that have gone into prison and decided that they switched to Islam or, you know, whatever it is. So even if they're only in there for 25 years, even if they're in there for 50 years, they're still teaching this process, assuming they're not killed instantly, but they're still teaching this process to people who might be out in 5 years or 4 years. And it starts to get perpetuated. It continues to go. You need to remove them. You need to remove them from society. And that means not putting them around other people who might be returning to society. You have to remove them. Maximum extent, blah, blah, blah. Deportations, denaturalizations, you should send them back anyways. Children giving evidence. No re-traumatizing. Cross-examination. Overseas task force, they're not going to do anything. Compensation. Oh. That's cool. I like that. Compensation scheme for grooming gang victims so that they can punish the people that put it in place. The whole family has to be at the center of safeguarding. They have to listen, though. If the family's a part of the problem, they need to take it seriously. If you so much as make a claim in the United States, somebody is going to show up and interview that. You so much as say anything at all, they're there. They're coming. Family first. See, there we go. Perfect. See, this all seems like obvious common sense shit. Like, I don't understand. Childhood Sex Exploitation Act. Yeah, they're not gonna. They need the backing. I mean, if they've got the backing, then great. Children can never consent. Thank you, fucking Jeeves. This right here. I don't even understand why this is a thing. It does not fucking matter. It does not fucking matter. What somebody's wearing, what they're taking, what they're fucking... None of it. None of it fucking matters. Yeah, see this right here, mens rea, guilty mind. They're not guilty. They don't feel guilty about this at all. They feel justified. So, that's never gonna happen. Like, at all. Sharia law does not belong in any Western society, period. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they would have prevented, like, why they get any rights at all. I agree with this, but there also needs to be more. Let me see. Legal duty to act. Failure to act must carry professional risks and criminal... Yes. Yes. Failure to act, you should be buried under the prison. Policing? Take it fucking seriously. Private prosecutions and civil litigation. I don't know what you're going to do against them. It's not like they've got money. They're usually abusing financially their victims also. Yeah. Everyone failed to act. We will not make the same mistake again. No, kill them. Kill them. See this right here? Kill them. Do not put them behind bars. Bury them. Bury them.